moving at .8 light speed without using any visible propulsion system. That's impossible, said Throck. Nothing can achieve those speeds without massive engine arrays. The humans are doing it, sir. On the planet's surface, the situation was even more impossible. Human soldiers were no longer just surviving alien weapons. They were walking through energy blasts that should have destroyed them, lifting alien vehicles that weighed hundreds of tons, and moving at speeds that made them nearly invisible to alien targeting systems. Commander Vextar stood in the observation deck, watching the battle unfold below. He was not surprised by what he saw. After his revelation about human myths being memories, he had continued his research and found evidence that painted an even more complete picture of what humanity had once been. "Commander," said Dr. Ziln, approaching with her crystal body flickering rapidly between colors. "The biological readings we're getting from the human forces are beyond anything our instruments can measure." "Show me," said Vextar. The medical displays showed data that would have been considered equipment malfunctions if they had not been. Confirmed by multiple sources, human soldiers were generating energy outputs that rivaled small fusion reactors. Their neural activity was off the charts, suggesting mental processing speeds that approached computer levels. Their physical capabilities had increased to the point where individual humans were registering as greater threats than alien battle mechs. "It's as if they're becoming something beyond normal biological limitations," said Zealand. "Not becoming," said Vextar quietly, returning. On the planet below, a human commander named Sarah Chen stood atop a pile of destroyed alien vehicles, surveying the battlefield with eyes that seemed to glow with inner light. Around her, human soldiers moved with fluid precision, accomplishing tasks that required perfect coordination without any visible communication. "Phase 1 complete," she said into her communicator, though her voice carried clearly across the entire battlefield without technological amplification. "All alien ground forces neutralized. Beginning Phase 2. What happened next challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about space combat. The human fleet approaching from orbit suddenly accelerated to impossible speeds and began demonstrating maneuvers that seemed to ignore the laws of physics entirely human. Ships moved through space as if they were swimming through water instead of vacuum. They turned without momentum, stopped without deceleration, and accelerated without visible engines. When alien forces fired on them, the human ships simply absorbed the energy and became faster and stronger. "Our weapons are making them more powerful," reported the tactical officer, his voice filled with disbelief. "All ships, cease fire," ordered Throck. "Withdraw to maximum range." But it was too late for withdrawal. The human ships had reached the alien fleet, and what followed was not a battle, but a demonstration of capabilities that belonged in myths and legends. Human vessels, each one smaller than the smallest alien ship, began systematically dismantling the invasion force. They moved through the alien formation like predators through a flock of prey, disabling ships with touches that somehow drained their power systems completely. In the crew quarters, the alien soldiers who had once mocked human myths watched the destruction of their fleet with the stunned silence of beings witnessing the impossible made real. "They're not even trying to kill us," said Crix, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're just turning off our ships." "How are they doing that?" asked Zek. Commander Vextar, who had joined them to watch the end of the invasion, answered quietly. "Energy manipulation, matter control, techniques that our science considers theoretical impossibilities. The humans didn't just have advanced technology in their past. They had abilities that transcended technology entirely. On the surface of Earth, human beings were demonstrating those same transcendent abilities. They were healing injuries instantly, communicating across vast distances without equipment, and reshaping matter with focused thought. The myths of humans with godlike powers were not myths at all. They were memories of what every human could do when they remembered their true nature. This alien invasion force found itself completely helpless against an enemy that had become everything their own myths had claimed was impossible. Ships designed to conquer planets were being deactivated by human hands placed gently on their hulls. Weapons that could level cities were being turned to harmless light by human will. Shields that had never been penetrated were being walked through as if they did not exist. "Incoming communication from the human fleet," reported the communications officer. "Put it through," said Throck. though his voice carried no hope of negotiating terms that would save his forces. The voice that came through the speakers was calm, confident, and completely human. Attention, alien fleet. This is Admiral Sarah Chen of the Terran Defense Force. Your invasion has failed. Your forces are defeated. Your ships are disabled. We surrender, said Throck immediately. We request terms for the withdrawal of our forces. There will be no withdrawal, said the human voice. But there will be no killing either. We're going to send you home with a message for the rest of the galaxy. What message? Asked Throck. That humanity has awakened, said Admiral Chen. That we remember who we were and who we are and who we will be again. We're returning to our place among the stars, and we want the galaxy to be ready for us. The screens around the command center suddenly displayed images from across human space. The aliens could see massive construction projects beginning on every human world. Ships being built that dwarfed anything in the current galaxy. Structures being raised that would reshape entire solar systems. You came here thinking you were conquering a primitive species, continued Admiral Chen. But what you actually did was remind us that we were never meant to be limited to one world. You've given us back our heritage, and for that we're grateful. What will you do with us? Asked Throck. We're going to modify your ship so they can reach your home world safely, said the Admiral. And we're going to ask you to carry a simple message. Tell them that the children of Earth are coming home to the galaxy. Tell them that the species they feared in their oldest legends has returned. And tell them that we hope to meet them as friends, but we're prepared to meet them as anything else they choose to be. The transmission ended, leaving the alien forces to contemplate their situation. They had come to conquer Earth and instead had awakened something that their ancestors had left warnings about. In their own most ancient myths, stories about a species that had once ruled the galaxy with wisdom and strength, that had vanished suddenly for unknown reasons, and that their oldest prophecies said would one day return. Now they knew those prophecies were true. Humanity was not just returning to space. Humanity was returning to its throne among the stars, and the galaxy would never be the same. As the modified alien ships began their journey home, carrying news that would reshape the politics of 100 worlds, Admiral Chen stood on the bridge of her flagship and looked out at the stars with eyes that had remembered how to see across impossible distances. Begin Phase 3, she said to her crew. It's time to visit our old friends. Some of them have probably forgotten us, but I think it's time for a reunion. The human fleet turned toward the deep galaxy, carrying the awakened children of Earth back to their ancient domain. Behind them, Earth itself began to change as its people remembered not just how to fight, but how to build, how to explore, and how to take their place among the wonders of the universe. The age of human isolation was over. The age of human expansion had begun, and across the galaxy, ancient species began to dust off their oldest historical records, searching for information about the return of the mythical race that their ancestors had called both the greatest blessing and the greatest terror the universe had ever known. Humanity was coming home. The canteen on Nexus Station buzzed with the usual mix of voices, clicks, and electronic warbles. Smoke from a dozen different worlds drifted through the air as mercenaries from across the galaxy nursed their drinks and counted their credits. Captain Zixithor tapped his clawed fingers against the metal table, watching potential contractors come and go through the main entrance. A human in an expensive suit approached his table. The man looked nervous, sweat beading on his forehead despite the station's cool temperature. Zixithor had seen the type before. Corporate executives who needed dirty work done but wanted to keep their hands clean. Captain Zixithor? The human asked, his voice shaking slightly. I represent certain corporate interests. We have a job that requires your specific skills. The reptilian Seth warrior leaned back in his chair. His yellow eyes studied the human carefully. Years of experience had taught him to read potential clients. This one was desperate. Speak, Zixithor hissed, his forked tongue tasting the air. What kind of job? The executive pulled out a data pad and slid it across the table. Simple extraction mission. 4 targets on a backwater planet called Kepler 442b. Small military unit conducting some kind of survey. We need them eliminated quickly and quietly. Zixithor's eyes widened as he read the file. The payment offer was enormous. More credits than most mercenaries saw in a lifetime. But something felt wrong. Why pay so much for what seemed like a simple job? What species are the targets? He asked, though he had a growing suspicion. The human hesitated. They're human. Terran Defense Force Special Operations. Zixthor's blood turned cold. He immediately pushed the datapad back across the table and stood up. No, he said firmly. But you haven't even heard the payment amount. I said no. Find someone else. Zixthor turned and walked away, leaving the confused human sitting alone. The executive spent the next 3 hours making the rounds through Nexus Station's mercenary district. Each conversation followed the same pattern. Interest turned to horror when the targets were revealed. The Vorthon assassin Telron, whose crystalline form could bend light itself, simply vanished without a word when she learned the job involved human special forces. The cybernetic Keth warrior MK7739 actually laughed, a harsh mechanical sound, before stating that his programming prevented him from accepting suicide missions. By evening, the desperate executive found himself in the station's seediest bar, approaching mercenaries he would never have considered before. These were the bottom feeders, criminals, pirates, and soldiers of fortune who took any job for the right price. A scarred Thraxian pirate named Grok listened to the offer while downing his 5th bottle of Rigelian ale. His forearms gestured wildly as he spoke. You want me to fight human special forces? Grok burped loudly. Ha! You think Grok is stupid? Grok may be drunk, but Grok knows better than to tangle with Terran devils. Even the desperate Zephyrian smuggler Voidwalker, who owed massive debts to 3 different crime syndicates, shook her head when she heard the details. Are you insane? She whispered, her tentacles writhing with anxiety. I'd rather face the Crimson Cartel's torture chambers than go up against human operators. At least with the cartel I might survive. As word spread through the station's underground networks, something strange began to happen. Hardened criminals who had never shown fear of anything started avoiding the human executive. Whispers followed him through the corridors. The job posting became a joke in the cantinas, the corporate fool who wanted someone to commit suicide for money. In desperation, the executive tried increasing the payment. He doubled it, then tripled it. The amount became so large it could buy a small fleet of warships. Still, no one would take the job. Finally, an ancient Korvaxi information broker named Thess pulled the executive aside. Her multiple eyes blinked in sequence as she spoke in her raspy voice. You want to know why no one will take your contract? She wheezed. Let me tell you about the last group that tried to hunt human special forces. She led him to a corner table and ordered drinks. The executive listened with growing horror as Thess told him about the Crimson Lance, a legendary mercenary company that had terrorized 3 star systems. 2 years ago, they had accepted a contract to eliminate a human special forces team. 50 of the galaxy's deadliest killers, Thess continued. Veterans of 100 campaigns. They had weapons, ships, orbital support. The humans? 4 soldiers with basic equipment on a jungle world. The executive leaned forward. What happened? Thess's eyes all focused on him at once. The Crimson Lance ceased to exist. All 50 mercenaries, dead or missing. The humans completed their mission and went home for dinner. The executive felt his blood turn to ice. But how? It was 50 against 4. The old information broker chuckled darkly. Numbers don't matter against Terran devils. They don't fight like normal soldiers. They think differently, adapt differently. They turn every disadvantage into a weapon. She leaned closer, her breath smelling of strange spices. There's a reason why humans conquered half the galaxy in less than a century after they reached the stars. It's not their technology. Plenty of species have better weapons. It's not their numbers. They're barely a medium-sized civilization. It's because when you corner a human, especially a trained human soldier, you haven't trapped them. You've just made them dangerous. The executive stared at his drink, his hands shaking. So nobody will take the job? Thess laughed, a sound like grinding metal. Oh, someone will take it eventually. There are always fools in the galaxy, but they won't be professionals. They'll be young, stupid, or desperate enough to think human reputation is just propaganda. She stood up to leave, then turned back one last time. Word of advice? Cancel the contract. Find another way to solve your problem, because if you keep pushing this, you'll eventually find someone willing to try. And when that someone fails, those human special forces might start wondering who wanted them dead. Trust me, you don't want them asking you questions personally. As Thess disappeared into the crowd, the executive sat alone at the table, staring at the data pad containing the contract details. The amount kept increasing automatically as his employers grew more desperate, but the mercenary boards remained empty of volunteers. Across the galaxy, on a peaceful jungle world, 4 human soldiers continued their reconnaissance mission, completely unaware that the greatest mercenaries in known space had all refused to hunt them. They worked quietly and efficiently, their presence known only to the wildlife and the growing legends that followed their kind wherever they went. The reputation of human special forces had become their greatest protection, a shield forged not from metal or energy, but from the respect and fear of those who understood what humanity was truly capable of when pushed to its limits. The stories always started the same way in the cantinas of Nexus Station. A veteran would lean back in their chair, eyes distant with memory, and begin with the words that made every conversation go quiet. Let me tell you about the Terran Devils. Tonight, it was Commander Veltar of the Zephyrian Naval Marines who spoke. His tentacles moved slowly through the air as he gestured, each movement deliberate and haunted. The bar had grown silent around him, even the rowdiest pirates stopping their games to listen. It was during the border wars, he began, his voice carrying the weight of old trauma. The humans had a forward observation post on Kepler 442b, just 4 of their special forces operators running surveillance on our supply lines. Command figured it would be simple. Send in a full assault battalion, clean them out, move on. He paused to drink from his glass, the liquid trembling slightly in his grip. We had 800 soldiers, orbital bombardment support, air superiority. The humans had 4 people with rifles and whatever they could scavenge from the jungle. Should have been over in hours. A young Korvaxi smuggler leaned forward. What happened? Veltar's 3 eyes blinked in sequence, a sign of deep distress among his people. They held us off for 6 months. 6 months. 4 humans against an entire battalion, and they not only survived, they made us bleed for every meter of ground. He stood up and walked to the cantina's large viewing window, staring out at the stars. The first week we lost 2 companies to improvised explosives. They had turned the entire jungle into a trap. Trees that would explode when you passed under them. Pits filled with spikes made from our own destroyed equipment. Tripwires connected to captured ordnance. The second week they started psychological warfare. Our sentries would disappear in the night. No bodies, no signs of struggle. Just empty posts and equipment left behind in perfect condition. We found messages carved into trees in our own language, giving us coordinates for supply drops that turned out to be ambush sites. A Seth mercenary hissed quietly. How did 4 beings do all that? Veltar turned back to face the group. Because they weren't fighting like soldiers. They were fighting like the jungle itself had declared war on us. They moved like ghosts, struck like lightning, and vanished like they were never there. Every attack was perfectly coordinated, but there was no communication we could intercept. It was like they could read each other's minds. At another table, an ancient Vorthon crystalline being named Shimmara added her own voice. Her form flickered between visible and invisible as she spoke, a sign of extreme agitation. I was part of the Obsidian Blade Assassin group, she said, her voice like chiming glass. We specialized in infiltration and elimination. Perfect record over 2 centuries. Then we took a contract to remove a human special forces team from a research station. She solidified completely, her crystalline form reflecting the bar's lights in strange patterns. The station had been attacked by raiders. The humans were the only survivors. Just 2 of them, both wounded, trapped in the medical bay with no weapons except what they could improvise. We went in confident. 12 professional killers against 2 injured humans in a confined space. It should have been a slaughter. Her form flickered again. They turned the medical bay into a fortress. Surgical lasers became weapons. Life support systems became traps. They used the raiders' own attack against us, making us think we were fighting ghosts in the wreckage. When the rescue ships arrived 3 days later, they found 2 humans alive and well, performing surgery on wounded raiders they had captured. 12 of the galaxy's deadliest assassins were nowhere to be found. To this day, I don't know what happened to my team. I was the only one who made it out, and I only survived because I ran the moment I realized what we were facing. The cybernetic Keth warrior designation MX-4471 powered up his vocal systems, the mechanical voice adding an eerie quality to his words. My analysis of human combat effectiveness shows patterns that violate standard tactical doctrine. They do not fight to win battles. They fight to complete missions. The distinction is critical. His optical sensors glowed brighter as he accessed his memory files. During the Centauri incident, a single human operator was tasked with gathering intelligence on our military installations. When cornered by a full security regiment, standard protocol would be surrender or suicide to prevent capture. Instead, the human escaped through our most secure facility, gathered the intelligence they needed, and left behind a detailed analysis of our security weaknesses as a calling card. The break-in was so thorough that we had to redesign our entire defensive matrix. One human forced an entire military complex to rebuild from scratch. A young Thraxian pirate slammed his 4 fists on the table. These are just stories. Exaggerations. Humans are not gods. The entire cantina turned to look at him. Feltar slowly walked back to his table, his expression serious. You're right, he said quietly. They're not gods. There's something worse from a tactical perspective. They're adaptable. Gods are predictable. They have limits, rules, patterns you can learn and exploit. Humans? They rewrite the rules as they go. The Vorthon assassin flickered again. Every species in the galaxy has specialized evolution. We Vorthons bend light. The Seth have enhanced reflexes and toxin immunity. The Keth integrate technology seamlessly. We're all very good at specific things. Humans, she continued, are generalists elevated to an art form. They don't have our specialized abilities, but they don't need them. They observe, learn, adapt, and overcome. Put a human in any environment and they'll find a way to not just survive, but to thrive and eventually dominate. An old Zephyrian trader named Kolvest joined the conversation. His scarred tentacles moved in patterns that indicated deep respect mixed with fear. I've traveled the trade routes for 60 years. I've seen human colonies on worlds that would kill any other species within hours. Ice worlds, lava worlds, toxic atmosphere worlds, radiation-soaked hellscapes. Not only do they survive on these worlds, they build thriving cities. They turn uninhabitable planets into gardens. They find ways to make the impossible seem routine. And their soldiers? Their soldiers are the concentrated essence of that adaptive ability, trained and refined until they become something beyond what nature intended. The cybernetic Keth added his analysis. Human Special Forces training focuses not on teaching specific techniques, but on teaching the ability to learn any technique rapidly. They train for situations that don't exist yet, against enemies they haven't met, using equipment they'll have to improvise. The result is a soldier who can walk into any situation and become whatever type of warrior that situation requires. Sniper, saboteur, medic, engineer, pilot, diplomat, sometimes all in the same mission. Veltar nodded grimly. That's why the contract will never be filled by professionals. We've learned to recognize impossible odds when we see them. Taking a job targeting human special forces isn't a mission. It's assisted suicide with extra steps. The young Thraxian pirate looked around the cantina, seeing the serious expressions on every face. But surely someone will take the job eventually. The money being offered is enormous. Shimamara's crystalline form shimmered with what might have been amusement. Oh yes, someone will take it. Someone young, inexperienced, and foolish enough to think that reputation is just propaganda. Someone who believes that superior numbers and firepower always win. And when that someone tries, she continued, they'll learn why every professional in the galaxy refuses these contracts. They'll discover that fighting human special forces isn't like fighting any other enemy. It's like fighting the concept of warfare itself, always changing, always adapting, always finding new ways to turn your strengths into weaknesses. The cantina fell silent again as the weight of her words settled over the crowd. Outside the viewing windows, ships continued their eternal dance through space, carrying cargo and passengers between the stars. But here, in this small corner of the galaxy, veteran warriors sat in the darkness and remembered why they had learned to fear the humans who fought not just to win, but to survive. The reputation of the Terran Devils wasn't built on propaganda or exaggeration. It was built on the accumulated experience of every soldier, mercenary, and warrior who had ever made the mistake of underestimating what humans could do when their backs were against the wall. And that reputation, more than any weapon or shield, would continue to protect human special forces across the galaxy. A barrier built not from fear, but from the hard-earned respect of warriors who understood that some fights should never be picked. 3 days after the last veteran mercenary had refused his contract, the corporate executive sat in his hotel room on Nexus Station, staring at his communication device. His superiors were growing impatient. The messages from corporate headquarters were becoming more threatening with each passing hour. A soft chime indicated an incoming call. He answered with a tired voice. "Yes? Sir, this is Captain Krell of the Thraxian Mercenary Corps. I understand you have a contract available?" The executive sat up straighter. The voice was young, confident, and eager. Finally, someone who hadn't heard the stories. Yes, I do.
Can you meet me in an hour?"
"Absolutely, sir. The Crimson Tide is ready for any challenge." An hour later, the executive found himself facing a group of 6 young alien soldiers in a private meeting room. Captain Krell stood at their head, an imposing Thraxian with bright orange scales and 4 muscular arms. His confidence filled the room like a physical presence. "We are the Crimson Tide," Krell announced proudly. "The newest and most aggressive mercenary unit in this sector. We've completed 12 successful missions in the past 6 months, each one under budget and ahead of schedule." The executive looked around the group. Besides Krell, there was Zekai, a young Seth sniper whose yellow eyes gleamed with untested arrogance. Next to her stood Vex 9, a recently activated Keth cybernetic warrior, his chrome plating still shining without the scars that marked veteran soldiers. The team also included Mordan, a Korvaxi demolitions expert whose multiple arms twitched with nervous energy, and Pilseth, a Vorthon infiltrator who kept flickering between visible and invisible as she struggled to control her excitement. Finally, there was Gruntok, a massive Zephyrian heavy weapons specialist whose tentacles gripped an enormous plasma cannon. "Tell me about this mission," Krell demanded, his forearms crossed confidently across his chest. "We're ready for anything." The executive slid the datapad across the table, watching their faces carefully. 4 targets on a jungle world. Military surveillance team. The payment is substantial. Krell eyes widened as he saw the payment amount. "This much for 4 soldiers? What's the catch?" "The targets are human. Special forces." The young Thraxian captain laughed, a booming sound that echoed off the walls. "Humans, is that all?" "Sir, I think you've been listening to too many propaganda stories. Humans are just another species. They bleed, they die, they break just like everyone else," Zekai hissed in agreement. "My aim is perfect at 2 kilometers. No human reaction time can match Seth reflexes. This will be a simple hunting expedition." Vex 9's optical sensors flashed with calculated precision. "My combat analysis shows optimal success probability of 94.7%. 4 targets versus 6 trained operatives with superior equipment and tactical support represents overwhelming odds." The executive felt a wave of relief wash over him. "So you'll take the contract?" "Of course." Krell slammed one of his fists on the table. "The Crimson Tide has never failed a mission. We certainly won't start failing because of some overrated human myths." Morden's multiple arms gestured excitedly. "I've prepared special explosive devices designed to counter human technology. Whatever they're using won't stand up to proper demolitions work." Pilseth flickered into visibility long enough to speak. "I can infiltrate their position and mark targets for the rest of the team. Humans have terrible natural senses. They'll never detect me approaching." Gruntok hefted his massive weapon. "My plasma cannon can level trees. A few humans with rifles won't be a problem." The contract was signed within minutes. The executive transferred advance payment and provided detailed intelligence about the target location. As the Crimson Tide prepared to leave, Krell turned back one final time. "Don't worry, sir. We'll have this wrapped up within 48 hours. Those humans won't know what hit them." 2 days later, the Crimson Tide stealth ship dropped out of hyperspace near Kepler 442b. The jungle world rotated slowly below them, a green and brown marble covered in dense vegetation and scattered with small lakes. "Sensors show minimal technological signatures," Vex 9 reported from his station. "The humans appear to be operating with basic equipment only. No orbital support, no heavy weapons, no communication arrays that could call for backup." Krell studied the tactical display with satisfaction. "Perfect. They're isolated and outgunned. This is going to be easier than our training exercises." The team equipped themselves with military precision. Each member carried weapons designed for maximum effectiveness against human physiology. Krell wore powered armor that enhanced his already considerable strength. Zekai's rifle was loaded with specialized rounds that could punch through any personal protection humans might carry. Vex 9 had uploaded detailed files on human tactical patterns and weaknesses. Morden carried enough explosives to level a small city. Pilseth wore stealth equipment that made her nearly invisible to most sensor types. Gruntok's plasma cannon had enough firepower to destroy armored vehicles. Intelligence suggests the humans are operating from a temporary camp near the northern river valley. Krelnox announced as they prepared to deploy. We'll land 5 kilometers south and approach on foot. Standard search and destroy pattern. Should we take prisoners for interrogation? Asked Zekai, checking her weapon's targeting system. Negative, Krelnox replied. The contract specifies elimination. We go in fast, hit hard, and get out. No unnecessary complications. The landing was smooth and silent. The ship's stealth systems ensured they arrived undetected. Within an hour, the Crimson Tide was moving through the jungle, their equipment scanning for human signatures while they advanced toward their target. This is almost too easy, Pilseth whispered through their communication system. I'm detecting minimal security measures. The humans seem to be completely unaware of our presence. Vex 9 sensors painted detailed pictures of the area ahead. Confirmed human heat signatures approximately 2 kilometers north. 4 individuals in a small clearing. They appear to be conducting routine surveillance activities. Krelnox felt a surge of confidence. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The humans were exactly where intelligence had predicted, doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing, completely unaware that death was approaching through the jungle. All units, prepare for final approach, he commanded. We'll surround the target area and strike simultaneously. This mission will be over before the humans even know they're under attack. As the Crimson Tide moved into position, none of them noticed the subtle signs that more experienced mercenaries would have recognized. The jungle was too quiet. The animal sounds had stopped. And somewhere in the green darkness ahead, 4 human special forces operators were doing what they did best, adapting to an unexpected situation and preparing to turn a routine surveillance mission into a lesson that the galaxy would never forget. The trap was set, but the question of who was the hunter and who was the prey was about to be answered in the most definitive way possible. The attack began at dawn, exactly as Captain Krelnox had planned. The Crimson Tide moved into position around the human camp with military precision. Gruntok's massive form took the high ground to the east, his plasma cannon trained on the clearing below. Zekai found a perfect sniper's nest, 600 meters to the south, her rifle scope revealing 4 human figures moving around their equipment. All units in position, Pilseth whispered through their communication system. Her stealth field made her nearly invisible as she crept toward the camp's perimeter. Targets confirmed. 4 humans, lightly armed. No apparent defensive measures. Krelnox felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything was going perfectly. Vex 9, what's your analysis? The cybernetic warrior's optical sensors swept the area methodically. All tactical parameters nominal. Humans appear to be engaged in routine data collection. No signs of awareness regarding our presence. Success probability remains at 97.3%. Mordan, explosive charges ready? All set, Captain. I've placed devices around their escape routes. Once we start shooting, they'll have nowhere to run. Krelnox raised his weapon and targeted the nearest human, a tall figure in camouflaged clothing who was examining some kind of scanning device. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. Engage. 6 weapons fired simultaneously. The jungle erupted in plasma bolts, projectile rounds, and explosive charges. The human camp disappeared in a cloud of smoke and debris. Direct hits confirmed, Zekai reported with satisfaction. All targets eliminated. But as the smoke cleared, Krelnox felt his confidence evaporate. The camp was destroyed, but there were no bodies. Instead, he saw twisted metal and synthetic materials. The remains of sophisticated decoy equipment. Negative contact, Vex 9 announced, his sensors recalibrating frantically. Targets were holographic projections. Repeat, we engaged holographic decoys. A chill ran down Krelnox's spine. All units, defensive positions. The humans know we're here. The response came not from his team, but from the jungle itself. A calm human voice spoke from hidden speakers scattered throughout the area. The words clear and unhurried. Attention, unidentified hostiles. You are surrounded and outgunned. Surrender now and you will be treated according to galactic warfare conventions. Continue hostile actions and you will be eliminated. Krelnock snarled, his forearms gripping his weapons tighter. Bluffing. There are only 4 of them. All units spread out and hunt them down. The Crimson Tide began to move, but the jungle had become a maze of nightmares. Mordan was the first to discover how wrong their intelligence had been. As he advanced toward what seemed like a human heat signature, the ground beneath his feet exploded. Not from his own charges, but from a cleverly concealed mine that used his own movement to trigger its activation. Mordan is down, Pilseth screamed through the communication system. They've turned our own explosives against us. Zekai tried to relocate to a better position, but as she moved, her rifle suddenly sparked and died. A small projectile had struck her scope with surgical precision, damaging the delicate electronics without harming her. A moment later, another shot destroyed her backup weapon with the same impossible accuracy. "They're not trying to kill us," she hissed in disbelief. "They're disarming us." Gruntalk unleashed his plasma cannon at the trees, trying to flush out hidden enemies. The massive weapon carved burning swaths through the jungle, but somehow never seemed to hit anything important. Every shot was precisely countered by the environment itself. Branches fell to block his line of sight. Ground erupted to deflect his aim, and his targeting system began giving false readings. "My cannon is malfunctioning," he roared. "The targeting computer is corrupted." Vex 9's analysis systems were screaming warnings. "Captain, we are not facing normal tactics. The humans have restructured the entire battlefield to their advantage. Every move we make triggers countermeasures we cannot predict." Pilseth tried to use her stealth field to approach what she thought was a human position. Instead, she found herself trapped in a net that had been placed exactly where her species' infiltration techniques would lead her. The trap was so perfectly designed for Vorthon physiology that it seemed like the humans had studied her people for years. "They know us," she whispered in terror. "They know exactly how each of our species fights." The psychological warfare began on the second day. Krelnox woke up to find his favorite weapon disassembled and cleaned, placed in a neat pile next to his sleeping position. A note in perfect Thraxian script explained the flaws in the weapon's design and offered suggestions for improvement. Zekai found medical supplies treating the wound she'd received the day before, along with detailed first aid instructions written in her native language. Someone had approached close enough to touch her while she slept, but instead of killing her, they had helped her. Vex 9's systems began receiving software updates that improved his performance while simultaneously demonstrating how easily the humans could take control of his cybernetic components. Each update came with documentation explaining the security vulnerabilities they had exploited. "This is impossible," Krelnox muttered as he studied the improved weapon. "How do they know more about Thraxian engineering than we do?" By the 3rd day, the Crimson Tide was falling apart, not from violence, but from the constant demonstration that they were completely outmatched. Every attempt to fight back was countered with such overwhelming competence that it became clear they were only alive because the humans chose to keep them alive. On the 4th day, they found breakfast waiting for them, perfectly prepared meals suitable for each species' dietary requirements. The food was nutritious, delicious, and completely free of any drugs or toxins. The message was clear: we can take care of you better than you can take care of yourselves. "Why don't they just kill us?" Pilseth whispered, her stealth field flickering with distress. The answer came through their communication system in that same calm human voice. "Because you're not our enemies. You're misguided contractors who accepted a job without understanding what you were getting into. We don't kill people for making mistakes. However," the voice continued, "we cannot allow you to complete your mission. We suggest you consider your options carefully. Your employers have sent you to die for corporate profit. We're offering you the chance to live and learn." On the 7th day, Krelnox finally understood what every veteran mercenary in the galaxy already knew. They weren't fighting soldiers. They were fighting an entirely different kind of warrior. The humans hadn't just defeated them. They had taken the Crimson Tide apart piece by piece and rebuilt them into a better version of themselves. As he sat in the jungle, eating food prepared by his supposed enemies and reading tactical manuals they had written specifically for his species, Krelnox realized that the reputation of human special forces wasn't based on fear or propaganda. It was based on something far more terrifying: the absolute certainty that when you fought humans, you weren't just fighting to win or lose. You were fighting to determine whether you deserved to continue existing as you were, or whether you needed to become something better. And the humans, in their quiet, methodical way, We're always willing to help with that transformation, whether you wanted it or not. On the 8th day, everything changed. Captain Krelnox was studying the tactical manual the humans had written for Thraxian combat techniques when alarms began blaring from his team's abandoned ship. The sound echoed through the jungle, followed by the unmistakable roar of military transports entering the atmosphere. Within minutes, the calm human voice returned to their communication system. Crimson Tide, we have incoming corporate security forces. 12 heavy assault ships, estimated 400 soldiers. They appear to be here to clean up loose ends. Krelnox felt his blood turn cold. They're here to kill us. The contract was never meant to be completed. We were sent here to die, so we couldn't talk about who hired us. Correct, the human voice confirmed. We intercepted communications from your employers 3 days ago. You were expendable assets. However, you are now under our protection. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged from the jungle around the Crimson Tide's position. For the first time, Krelnox saw the humans who had been hunting them for a week. They were smaller than he had expected. No impressive physical modifications, no obvious cybernetic enhancements, no exotic weaponry. Just 4 humans in practical gear, carrying standard equipment. What shocked him was how ordinary they looked, and how absolutely confident they moved. The leader, a woman with short dark hair and eyes that seemed to see everything at once, approached Krelnox directly. Captain, I'm Sergeant Chen, Terran Defense Force Special Operations. We need to move now. The corporate forces will be here in 15 minutes. Why are you helping us? Zikai hissed, her natural suspicion overriding her confusion. Sergeant Chen smiled grimly. Because our real mission isn't surveillance. We're here investigating the same corporate conspiracy that sent you to kill us. You were victims before you were enemies. A second human, a tall man with scarred hands, began distributing weapons to the alien mercenaries. Sergeant Rodriguez, demolitions and tactical. These are your weapons, cleaned and improved. We've also prepared some surprises for our uninvited guests. Vex 9's optical sensors focused on the weapons. These modifications exceed original specifications by 47%. How did you improve our equipment in 1 week? The third human, a young woman who moved with impossible quiet, answered. Corporal Kim, intelligence and technical. We spent a lot of time studying alien technology, occupational hazard of fighting diverse enemies. The fourth human, a stocky man carrying an enormous sniper rifle, was already moving toward higher ground. Private Martinez, long-range support. Contacts inbound 2 minutes early. They're eager to clean house. Sergeant Chen looked at the assembled group of aliens and humans.
Here's the situation.
The corporation that hired you has been conducting illegal weapons testing on civilian populations. We're here to gather evidence and shut them down. You were sent to eliminate us because we're close to exposing them. The security forces coming down are here to eliminate all witnesses, including you. They'll claim you attacked us and we killed you in self-defense. Clean story, no loose ends. Krelnox gripped his modified weapon, feeling its improved balance. What do you want from us? Help us survive the next few hours, Chen replied simply. Then help us take down the people who tried to use you as disposable tools. The first corporate dropships landed in the clearing where the fake human camp had been. Armed soldiers in black armor poured out, scanning for targets. They moved with professional efficiency, but none of them noticed the carefully concealed observation posts now manned by a combined human-alien team. Remember, Sergeant Chen whispered through their shared communication network. These soldiers are following orders. They don't know the full picture. Disable when possible, eliminate only when necessary. Pilseth found herself working alongside Corporal Kim, using her stealth abilities to mark targets for non-lethal takedown. I don't understand, she whispered. Why do you care about enemy soldiers? Kim's response was matter-of-fact. Because most conflicts are created by people who never fight in them. Those soldiers down there are doing what they think is right. We only kill when there's no other choice. The battle that followed was unlike anything the Crimson Tide had ever experienced. Instead of the chaotic violence they were used to, it was a carefully orchestrated dance of tactical precision. The humans didn't just fight. They conducted a symphony of warfare where every move served multiple purposes. Zikai found herself providing covering fire for Martinez, who was using non-lethal rounds to disable corporate soldiers from impossible distances. How do you maintain such accuracy? She asked during a brief lull. Practice, Martinez replied, adjusting his scope, and understanding that every shot fired in anger makes the next shot harder to take. Precision comes from calm, not rage. Morden worked with Rodriguez to create tactical obstacles rather than lethal traps. These explosives could kill dozens, he observed. Could, but won't, Rodriguez confirmed. We're here to stop a corporation, not start a war. Every life saved today is a victory worth more than any tactical advantage. Gruntuck discovered that his plasma cannon was most effective when used to destroy equipment rather than people. This is inefficient, he protested. We could end this fight in minutes. Sergeant Chen, coordinating the defense from a central position, responded without taking her eyes off the tactical display. Efficient isn't always right. Those soldiers have families, dreams, reasons for fighting. Our job is to stop them, not destroy them. Vex 9's combat analysis system struggled to process what he was witnessing. These tactics are suboptimal for maximum casualty infliction, he reported. That's the point, Chen replied. Maximum casualty infliction is rarely the actual objective. The real goal is achieving mission success while maintaining moral integrity. The corporate forces found themselves fighting an enemy that seemed to anticipate their every move while somehow avoiding causing serious casualties. Weapons malfunctioned at critical moments. Communications were jammed selectively. Supply lines were disrupted without permanent damage. Most disorienting of all, wounded corporate soldiers found themselves receiving medical treatment from the same enemies who had injured them. Corporal Kim moved between positions, treating both corporate troops and defending aliens with the same professional care. By evening, the corporate force had withdrawn to their ships. They had accomplished nothing, lost significant equipment, and suffered numerous non-fatal casualties. Most importantly, they had failed to eliminate any witnesses. As the corporate ships disappeared into hyperspace, Krelnox found himself sitting around a campfire with the 4 humans who had spent a week dismantling everything he thought he knew about warfare. I don't understand, he admitted. You could have killed us all on the first day. You could have killed the corporate soldiers today. Why didn't you? Sergeant Chen looked into the fire, her expression thoughtful. Because the moment you start thinking of other beings as expendable, you stop being a soldier and become something else, something worse. Our job is to protect people, not destroy them. Sometimes that means fighting, but fighting should always be the last option, not the first. 3 weeks later, the Crimson Tide returned to Nexus Station. They walked into the same cantina where their former captain had once boasted about taking any job for the right price. The conversation stopped as veterans recognized them. Did you really fight human special forces? Asked Commander Veltar, his tentacles twitching with curiosity. Krelnox nodded slowly. We did. And we learned why no professional soldier will take contracts targeting them. He looked around the cantina, seeing the same mix of species and skills that had always gathered here. But now he understood something the others were still learning. It's not because they're impossible to defeat, he continued. It's because fighting them changes you. They don't just win battles. They make you question why you are fighting in the first place. Zikai added her own voice to the story. They could have killed us easily. Instead, they taught us to be better than we were. A month later, a new posting appeared on the mercenary job boards throughout the galaxy. It was simple, direct, and unprecedented. Notice: the Mercenary Guild of Nexus Station will no longer accept contracts targeting human military personnel of any rank or specialization. This policy is enacted not from fear but from respect. Those who wish to understand why should speak with the survivors of the Crimson Tide. Below the notice was a smaller addendum. For those seeking meaningful work, inquire about legitimate security contracts protecting civilian populations. Combat skills are most valued when used to preserve life rather than take it. The corporate executive who had started this entire chain of events was arrested 2 weeks later, charged with conspiracy, illegal weapons testing, and attempted murder. The evidence gathered by the Human Special Forces team was thorough, damning, and presented with the same methodical precision they applied to everything else. But the real victory wasn't in the courtroom. It was in the cantinas and meeting halls across the galaxy, where veteran soldiers shared a new kind of story. Not tales of fear and destruction, but accounts of warriors who had learned that true strength came not from the ability to destroy enemies, but from the wisdom to transform them into allies. The reputation of Human Special Forces remained intact, but its nature had evolved.
Before we jump into the chaos, don't forget to hit subscribe so you never miss the next adventure. The lecture hall at the Galactic Defense Academy smelled like fear and disinfectant. Instructor Vraltok had learned that mixing species in enclosed spaces always produced interesting atmospheric results, but today the chemical signatures were unusually pungent. 40 cadets from a dozen different worlds sat in tiered seating, their various appendages fidgeting with datapads, breathing apparatuses, or in the case of the Lithian student, nervously refracting light in prismatic patterns that danced across the walls. Vraltok clicked his mandibles together in the Klaxian equivalent of clearing one's throat. His chitinous exoskeleton gleamed under the harsh overhead lights as he approached the central podium. Behind him, a massive holographic projector hummed with potential energy, waiting to display the carefully prepared materials that had taken his research team an entire seasonal cycle to compile. "Welcome to Advanced Xenobiology, Threat Assessment and Neutralization," he announced, his translator converting the clicks and whistles of his native language into galactic standard. "I am Instructor Vraltok, and I have devoted 40 cycles to studying the most dangerous species currently operating in Coalition space." A Sauron cadet in the front row, her scales a deep emerald that indicated both youth and nervousness, raised one clawed hand. "Instructor, the course manifest said this was specifically about human combat doctrine. Are we not studying multiple species?" Vraltok's antennae twitched in what his students had learned to recognize as dark amusement. "Cadet Thresh, when I say I have studied the most dangerous species, I am speaking singularly. Today's subject requires our full attention because, frankly, it terrifies me, and I have survived the Crethan border wars." That got their attention. The Crethan wars were legendary in military academies across the galaxy. The fact that this unassuming insectoid instructor had lived through them while so many had not, suddenly elevated him from mere teacher to someone worth listening to. He activated the holographic display with a gesture of one segmented limb. The air above the podium shimmered and coalesced into a three-dimensional representation of a human being, slowly rotating so every angle was visible. The figure was rendered in clinical detail, with various systems highlighted in different colors: cardiovascular in red, nervous system in yellow, skeletal structure in white. "Humans," Vraltok said, letting the word hang in the air like a curse. "Recently admitted to the Galactic Coalition after successfully defending their home system against a Zelthian incursion. Current population estimated at 11 billion on their homeworld alone, with colonies spreading through their local cluster at an alarming rate. They call their planet Earth, which translates roughly to dirt in most languages. This should tell you something about their psychology." A Vorian cadet whose name badge read Kelm rippled his tentacles in a gesture of confusion. "Instructor, with respect, I do not understand why humans warrant an entire course. The basic xenobiology texts describe them as relatively fragile bipeds with no natural armor, limited sensory range, and moderate strength at best. My own species could crush their skeletal structure with minimal effort." Vraltok's mandibles clicked rapidly, the Klaxian equivalent of bitter laughter. "Cadet Kelm, you have just demonstrated why this course exists. Do you know how many species have looked at human specifications and reached the same conclusion you just did?" Kelm's skin patterns shifted uncertainly. "No, Instructor." 47. "Do you know how many of those species are still willing to engage humans in direct military conflict?" Silence. 0. Vraltok magnified a section of the hologram, focusing on the human circulatory system. "This course exists because 17 separate tactical simulations, run by our finest military computers, have concluded that humanity should not exist. Their homeworld is classified as a Class 12 death world. Their atmospheric pressure would crush a Lithian. Their microbial life would kill a Vorian in hours. Their dominant predators before achieving sentience included creatures that make our apex hunters look like domestic companions." He gestured at the skeletal structure now displayed in the hologram. "So yes, Cadet Kelm, you could crush their bones. Once, then the other humans would study exactly how you did it and ensure it never happens again. Because humans do not simply fight, they iterate, they improve, they adapt at a rate that should be biologically impossible." A sound interrupted his lecture. It came from the entrance to the lecture hall, where the heavy doors had just slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Every head turned, every sensory organ focused on the figure standing in the doorway. She was human, obviously, unmistakably human. She stood perhaps average height for her species, with the characteristic bilateral symmetry and forward-facing eyes that marked humans as persistent predators. Her skin was a warm brown tone, her hair pulled back in a practical style that suggested military discipline. She wore casual civilian clothing, which somehow made her presence more unsettling rather than less. And she was smiling. Vraltok's antennae flattened against his head in surprise. "Lieutenant, you are early." The human walked down the center aisle with an easy confidence that made several cadets unconsciously lean away. She carried a container of liquid in one hand and what appeared to be a shoulder bag in the other. When she reached the floor level, she set both down on a table that had been placed in the center of the teaching space, directly beneath the still-rotating hologram of human anatomy. "Sorry about that, instructor," she said, her voice carrying easily through the acoustically designed space. The quartermaster's office took longer than expected, something about needing authorization to requisition teaching materials. She glanced up at her own anatomical representation spinning slowly above her head. "Nice diagram, by the way, though you've got my liver slightly too far left." Vraltok's translator struggled with what might have been a choking sound. "Lieutenant Sarah. Chen. Everyone, this is Lieutenant Chen of the Human Expeditionary Forces. She has volunteered to assist with today's practical demonstration." The lieutenant pulled out a chair and sat down, completely at ease, despite being surrounded by dozens of alien cadets who had just spent the last several minutes learning about how fragile her species supposedly was. She took a sip from her container and then looked around the room with bright, interested eyes. "So," she said conversationally, "I'm guessing you're learning how to kill me." The room went very, very quiet. Cadet Thresher's scales actually paled slightly. A Lithian student in the back row stopped refracting light entirely, becoming nearly transparent with shock. Even Instructor Vraltok seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Lieutenant Chen's smile widened. "It's okay, really. I signed the waiver. Besides, seems fair. You're all scared of us and trying to figure out our weak points. I get it. We're the new species in the neighborhood and we've got a reputation." She took another sip from her container. "Anyone want to share their notes so far? I'm genuinely curious what you've learned." Vraltok recovered first, his antennae rising back to their normal position. "Lieutenant, we have only just begun the curriculum. Perhaps you would prefer to wait in the adjacent chamber until we reach the practical portion. And miss the lecture? No way." She settled more comfortably into her chair. "I want to hear what you think you know about killing humans. Should be educational." She paused, then added with apparent innocence, "For both of us." Something about the way she said that last part made Vraltok's survival instincts activate. He had not survived the Crethon Wars by ignoring his instincts, but the course had been approved at the highest levels of the Academy. The Human Military Liaison Office had agreed to provide a volunteer, and backing down now would undermine everything he had been trying to teach about proper threat assessment. He turned back to his students. "Very well. Lieutenant Chen has graciously agreed to observe. Let us continue." He manipulated the holographic controls, and the anatomical display shifted to highlight specific areas in pulsing red. Human vulnerable points are numerous despite their reputation. The cranial cavity, while protected by bone, can be fractured with sufficient force. The vertebral column, visible here, controls all motor function below the point of damage. Severing it results in immediate paralysis. Lieutenant Chen nodded along as if he were describing proper beverage preparation rather than methods of killing her species. "The throat region contains both the primary airway and major circulatory vessels," Vraltok continued, highlighting the appropriate anatomy. "A strike here results in rapid unconsciousness and death within moments. The thoracic cavity houses vital organs with minimal protection compared to species with proper chitinous or scaled defenses." He looked directly at Cadet Kelm. "You were correct that humans lack natural armor. This makes them vulnerable to piercing, crushing, and cutting attacks across most of their body surface." "Question." Lieutenant Chen raised her hand like a student. Vraltok's antennae twitched. "Yes, Lieutenant? When you say strike here," she pointed at the holographic throat, "what kind of strike are we talking about? Because that makes a huge difference." "I do not understand your question." She stood up and walked closer to the hologram, her movements fluid and controlled in a way that suddenly reminded everyone present that humans were predators. Well, see, a strike from Cadet Thresh over there with her claws would need different force than a strike from Cadet Kelm with his tentacles, right? And if someone's wearing armor, or moving, or fighting back, that changes the math completely. Vraltok clicked his mandibles thoughtfully. These are variables we will address in advanced scenarios. For now, we focus on optimal conditions. Optimal for you or optimal for me? Lieutenant Chen asked, and her smile had taken on a different quality. Not hostile exactly, but definitely not friendly. Before Vraltok could respond, Cadet Thresh spoke up, her translator carrying the tremor in her voice. Lieutenant, are you not concerned? We are learning your physiological weaknesses. Lieutenant Chen turned to look at the young Sauron directly. Cadet, I'm a soldier. I've known my physiological weaknesses since basic training. So has every human who's ever joined the military. Knowing where you're vulnerable is literally day one stuff. She walked back to her chair but did not sit. What I'm curious about is whether what you're learning here is actually useful. Are you suggesting the Academy's curriculum is inadequate? Vraltok's tone had an edge to it now. I'm suggesting that knowing where to hit someone and actually being able to hit them are two very different skill sets. Lieutenant Chen gestured at the hologram. That's a perfect model under perfect conditions. Standing still, not fighting back, probably not even scared. How much of your course covers what happens when the human knows you're trying to kill her? The pronoun choice was not lost on anyone in the room. This was not theoretical anymore. Vraltok manipulated the controls again. The holographic human was replaced by combat footage. It showed human soldiers in various scenarios. Urban warfare, shipboarding actions, defensive positions. The quality was obviously from official coalition military records, declassified for training purposes. We analyze human tactical doctrine extensively, Vraltok said. As you can observe, human military formations follow predictable patterns. Standard squad composition, clear command hierarchy, reliance on ranged weapons to compensate for physical limitations. He froze a particular frame showing a human unit advancing in formation. Their coordination is admirable, but it makes them predictable. If one knows the doctrine, one can anticipate the response. Lieutenant Chen watched the footage with an expression that was hard to read. Then she laughed. It was not a cruel laugh, but it was not exactly kind either. Instructor Vraltok, when was this footage recorded? He checked his notes. Approximately 18 months ago, during the joint coalition exercises at the Velar Range. Right. Training exercises. She nodded slowly. Public, recorded, observed by representatives from every coalition species. She looked at him directly. You're studying our training footage and thinking it represents how we actually fight. The room temperature seemed to drop several degrees despite no change in the environmental controls. You are suggesting humans employ different tactics in actual combat? Vraltok's antennae were very still now, a sign of intense focus. I'm suggesting that if I were teaching a course called How to Kill a Klaxion, I probably wouldn't use footage you voluntarily gave me during peacetime exercises. Lieutenant Chen's smile was let back, but there was something predatory about it now. But hey, I'm just the volunteer. You're the expert with 40 cycles of experience. Please, continue the lecture. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Vraltok made a decision that he would later reflect upon as either the bravest or most foolish of his career. Cadet Thresh, please approach the demonstration area. The young Sauron stood slowly, her scales rippling with uncertainty. She descended the tiered seating and approached where Lieutenant Chen stood. Cadet, I want you to demonstrate the throat strike we discussed, Vraltok instructed. Lieutenant Chen has agreed to participate in training scenarios. Stop your strike short of actual contact, obviously. Thresh positioned herself in front of the human, who was still smiling in that unnerving way. The Sauron's height advantage was considerable, her claws sharp and visible. She raised one hand, positioned it carefully according to her training, and made a controlled strike toward the human's throat. She stopped, as trained, just short of contact. Lieutenant Chen had not moved, had not flinched, had not even blinked. Excellent form, Cadet, Vraltok said. You see, class, the human is vulnerable because I let her do it, Lieutenant Chen interrupted quietly. Everyone stared. She looked at Cadet Thresh, who was still frozen with her claws near the human's neck. That was perfect technique. Really textbook. If I was standing still, not expecting it, and you were actually trying to kill me, I'd be dead right now. She paused. Want to know why that will never happen? Before anyone could respond, Lieutenant Chen moved. It was not fast by comic book standards. It was not enhanced by technology or alien biology. It was simply the movement of someone who had trained for thousands of hours in how bodies work and how to break them. She stepped into Cadet Thresh's reach rather than away from it, inside the arc where the claws could generate force. Her elbow came up and stopped precisely at the point where it would have struck the Sauron's solar plexus if she had followed through. Simultaneously, her leg hooked behind Thresh's ankle, while her body weight shifted. Cadet Thresh found herself falling. She would have hit the floor hard except Lieutenant Chen caught her, controlled her descent, and helped her back up in one smooth motion. The entire sequence had taken perhaps 2 heartbeats. That's lesson 1, Lieutenant Chen said, her voice still conversational despite having just demonstrated how quickly she could counter a lethal attack. You're faster than me, Cadet Thresh, you're stronger than me. Your claws are sharper than anything I've got naturally. She smiled, but there was no humor in it now. But you aimed for my throat, which meant I knew exactly where you were focused. And while you were thinking about my throat, you forgot I have elbows and knees, and about 17 other ways to hurt you before you ever make contact. She looked up at Instructor Vraltok. Still want to continue the lecture? His antennae were flat against his head again. I believe, Lieutenant, that perhaps we should skip ahead to the practical demonstration portion of the course. Good call. Lieutenant Chen walked back to her chair, picked up her shoulder bag, and pulled out a datapad. Because I've been sitting here for 40 minutes listening to how you'd kill me, and honestly, she looked around the room at 40 very uncomfortable alien cadets. I'm a little disappointed in your research. She activated her datapad, and a new hologram appeared, replacing Vraltok's carefully prepared materials. This one showed combat footage as well, but nothing like what the instructor had displayed. These were humans in actual combat situations, moving in ways that followed no textbook doctrine. Now, Lieutenant Chen said, her smile returning with genuine enthusiasm, want to learn the real way? The hologram Lieutenant Chen had activated showed something fundamentally different from Instructor Vraltok's carefully curated training footage. This was raw combat documentation, the kind that made Cadet Thresh's scales pale and caused the Lithian student in the back row to refract light in distressed patterns. This is from the Zelthian incursion, Lieutenant Chen said, her voice taking on a lecturer's cadence that was somehow more unsettling than Vraltok's academic tone. Specifically, this is footage from the defense of Station Hemlock, when a boarding party tried to take our medical facilities hostage. The hologram showed a narrow corridor, Zelthian warriors, each easily twice the mass of a human, armed with plasma cutters and boarding shields, advanced in textbook formation. Then the humans appeared. Except nothing about their appearance was textbook. The first human came through a ventilation shaft above the Zelthian formation. The second emerged from what appeared to be a waste disposal chute. A third simply walked around the corner behind them, moving so quietly that the Zelthian rearguard did not notice until a makeshift weapon constructed from medical equipment struck him across the back of his knees. What followed was not the clean, organized combat doctrine that Vraltok had been teaching. It was chaos orchestrated into violence. Humans used the corridor walls for leverage, turning confined space from a disadvantage into a weapon. One soldier used a Zelthian's own shield as a ramp, running up it to strike from an impossible angle. Another had somehow electrified the floor panels, waiting until the heavily armored warriors stepped into the kill zone. You see that? Lieutenant Chen paused the hologram on a frame showing a human dangling from an overhead pipe, legs wrapped around a Zelthian's neck. Your textbooks would call this undisciplined, chaotic, poor tactical form. She looked directly at Vraltok. We call it winning. Cadet Kelm raised a tentacle hesitantly. Lieutenant, this appears to be improvisation. Your species fights without predetermined strategy. Our strategy is adaptation. Lieutenant Chen resumed the footage. Every species in this room has evolved specialized combat advantages. Cadet Thresh has claws and armor plating. Kelm has strength that exceeds mine by a significant margin. The Lithians can alter their density and refraction. She gestured at herself. Humans? We're okay at everything and exceptional at nothing, except one thing. And what is that? Instructor Vraltok asked, his mandibles clicking in a pattern that suggested he already suspected the answer and dreaded it. We're exceptional at making it up as we go. Lieutenant Chen smiled that predatory smile again. You studied our doctrine because you thought understanding our patterns would let you counter them. But our real doctrine is having no doctrine. Our real pattern is breaking patterns. She walked to where Cadet Thresh still stood, slightly off balance from her earlier demonstration. Let me ask you something, Cadet. When you practiced that throat strike, how many times did you rehearse it? Thresh's translator carried her nervous tone. Hundreds of repetitions, Lieutenant, until muscle memory was established. Exactly. You trained one technique to perfection. Lieutenant Chen nodded approvingly. Now, let me show you what I trained. She moved through a sequence that made several cadets flinch. Strike positions flowed into grapples that became throws that transitioned into submission holds. Each technique was different. Each one would have been lethal or incapacitating if applied with full force. She moved through perhaps 20 distinct combat applications in the span of a few heartbeats, then stopped, not even breathing hard. I know 17 ways to attack a throat, she said conversationally. And that's just throat techniques. I know 30+ methods for every major vulnerable point on every species in the Coalition database. She looked around the room. Not because I'm special, because that's standard training for human combat personnel. We don't perfect one technique. We collect them all, and use whichever one you don't expect. Vraltok's antennae were vibrating now, a sign of deep agitation in Klaxian psychology. You are saying humans train in excessive redundancy. We train in options, Lieutenant Chen corrected him gently. Because we learned a long time ago that the fight you train for is never the fight you get. So we train for everything. She activated another section of her hologram. This showed human soldiers working alongside coalition species in joint operations. But the footage had a different quality now that the cadets understood what to look for. The humans were not following the formation. The humans were filling the gaps, adapting to how their alien teammates moved, compensating for weaknesses and amplifying strengths in real time. This is why your simulations say humanity should not exist, Lieutenant Chen said quietly. Because you're trying to model us like you'd model any other species. Predictable behaviors, consistent responses, evolutionary advantages that can be countered with the right tactics. She shook her head. But humans survived our death world not by being the strongest or fastest or most specialized. We survived by being the most stubborn and creative problem solvers evolution ever produced. She looked at Instructor Vraltok directly. So when you teach these cadets how to kill a human, you better teach them that the human will be learning how to kill them back, faster, with better focus, and with absolutely no respect for the rules of engagement you think apply. The silence in the lecture hall was profound. Finally, Cadet Thresh spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Lieutenant, is there any way to reliably defeat a human in combat? Lieutenant Chen considered the question seriously. Yes, she said eventually. Overwhelming force applied before the human knows you're a threat. Immediate lethality with no warning. She paused. Of course, that assumes you're only fighting one human, that human has no backup, and you manage to approach without being detected by someone who evolved to track prey across endless plains for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. Her smile returned, sharp and knowing. Still feeling confident about your throat strike, Cadet? Instructor Vraltok had regained some of his composure, though his antennae remained in a position that suggested deep unease. He manipulated his teaching controls, bringing up a new set of data that floated in holographic columns beside Lieutenant Chen's combat footage. Lieutenant, you have demonstrated individual tactical superiority, he said, his translator carrying a forced academic calm. However, warfare is not decided by individual encounters. It is mathematics. Resource allocation. sustained engagement over extended periods. He highlighted casualty projections, supply chain analyses, and attrition models. Human physiology requires consistent caloric intake, hydration, and rest cycles. In prolonged conflict, these limitations become tactical weaknesses that no amount of creativity can overcome. Lieutenant Chen looked at the data with an expression that might have been amusement or pity. It was hard to tell which was more insulting. "Instructor, how long can a Klaxian maintain combat effectiveness?" she asked. Vroltok's mandibles clicked with pride. A Klaxian warrior can fight at peak efficiency for approximately half a planetary rotation before requiring recuperation. This is well documented. And Sauron's? Lieutenant Chen looked at Cadet Thresh. The young cadet's scales shifted color slightly. "Perhaps twice that duration, Lieutenant. Our species has exceptional stamina for our mass." "Vorians." Lieutenant Chen turned to Kelm. The tentacled cadet rippled in what might have been embarrassment. "Less than Klaxians, I am afraid. Our strength comes in bursts. Sustained effort exhausts us rapidly." Lieutenant Chen nodded as if confirming something she already knew. Then she walked to the center of the teaching floor, directly under the holographic projections. Without warning or preamble, she dropped into a push-up position and began performing them with mechanical precision, and kept going, and kept talking while she did it. "Humans," she said, her breathing controlled despite the exertion, "evolved on a planet where we were not the apex predator. We were not the fastest runner. We were not the strongest fighter. We did not have claws or venom or natural armor. Down, up, down, up." Her rhythm never faltered. What we had was the ability to just keep going when everything else stopped. Cadet Thresh watched with growing fascination and horror. "Lieutenant, what are you demonstrating?" "Persistence hunting," Lieutenant Chen replied, still performing push-ups with unwavering consistency. "Before we developed advanced tools, humans hunted by chasing prey until it collapsed from exhaustion. An antelope can outrun a human in a sprint, but over hours, over days, the antelope stops. The human keeps coming." Vroltok's antennae quivered. "You are claiming humans can maintain combat operations for extended durations beyond other species?" "Not claiming. Stating fact." Lieutenant Chen transitioned smoothly from push-ups to a plank position, holding her body rigid. "Human soldiers have held defensive positions for days without relief. We have conducted forced marches that would hospitalize most coalition species. We have fought, retreated, rested for a few hours, and come back angrier than before." She held the plank position, muscles trembling slightly but not failing. "You plan your battles around peak efficiency windows. We plan ours around spite and stubbornness." She finally stood up, showing no signs of being significantly winded despite the demonstration. Several cadets exchanged glances that suggested they were recalculating their assessment of human endurance. "But it is not just physical stamina," Lieutenant Chen continued, pulling up another holographic display from her datapad. This one showed human technological development across various fields. "You mentioned resource allocation and logistics. Want to talk about human creativity in warfare?" The hologram displayed a progression of human weapons technology, but what made Cadet Kelm's tentacles recoil was the timestamps. The advancement from primitive projectile weapons to directed energy systems had occurred in a time span that other species would consider impossibly rapid. "We fought each other for thousands of cycles," Lieutenant Chen said, her tone shifting to something darker. "Humans versus humans. We got very, very good at killing ourselves. We developed weapons that could sterilize entire continents, biological agents that could render planets uninhabitable, artificial intelligences designed solely to optimize destruction." She paused, letting that sink in. "Then we looked at what we had built, and collectively decided to ban most of it." Instructor Vroltok's mandibles stopped clicking entirely. "You developed weapons and then restricted your own access to them?" "Because we scared ourselves," Lieutenant Chen said flatly. "We created things we could not control, things that worked too well, things that would not stop killing when we wanted them to stop." She gestured at the holographic weapon designs. "Every major human conflict taught us new ways to be more efficient at destruction, and eventually we realized that if we kept going down that path, we would not have enemies left to fight. We would not have a planet left to live on. A Lithian student who had been silent throughout the entire lecture suddenly spoke, her crystalline structure resonating with genuine curiosity. Lieutenant, if humans banned your most effective weapons, does that not create tactical vulnerability? Lieutenant Chen's smile returned, but it carried no warmth. The weapons we banned were the ones we could not control once deployed. Self-replicating nanites, aggressive AI warfare systems, gene-targeted bioweapons. She looked directly at the Lithian. The weapons we kept, those are the ones we could aim precisely. And human soldiers are very, very good at aiming. She pulled up footage of human precision strikes, surgical military operations, targeted elimination of threats with minimal collateral damage. The skill on display was undeniable. But what unsettled the cadets more was the implication. You teach your students that humans are vulnerable because we lack natural weapons, Lieutenant Chen said, addressing Vraltok directly now. But we do not need natural weapons. We build better ones. And we build them faster than you can develop countermeasures. And when you finally counter what we built, we have already moved on to something new. She deactivated her hologram, leaving only Vraltok's original anatomical display of human vulnerability still rotating slowly in the air. So yes, instructor, you can teach these cadets where to strike to kill a human, Lieutenant Chen said quietly. Just make sure you also teach them that humans have spent millennia teaching each other the exact same lessons. And we have had a lot more practice. The lecture hall had transformed from a place of academic confidence into something more akin to a tactical reassessment chamber. Cadet Thresh sat with her claws retracted, her scales displaying the muted colors of deep contemplation. Kelm's tentacles had ceased their nervous rippling and now hung still, processing information that contradicted everything his initial training had taught him. Even the Lithian student had stopped her anxious light refraction, her crystalline structure dim with focused attention. Instructor Vraltok stood at his podium, mandibles moving in subtle patterns that his students had learned to recognize as internal conflict. His antennae swept the room, taking in the visible change in his cadet's demeanor. The cocky certainty that had filled the space at the beginning of the session had evaporated, replaced by something he had actually been trying to cultivate all along, but had approached from entirely the wrong direction, respect born from genuine understanding rather than theoretical fear. Lieutenant Chen remained standing in the center of the teaching floor, her posture relaxed but alert in the way that soldiers never quite lose, even in safe environments. She had not moved to reclaim her chair or her water container. Instead, she waited with the patience of someone who had made her point and was now curious to see how it would be received. The silence stretched until Vraltok finally clicked his mandibles in a pattern that signified acknowledgement of error, a gesture rarely seen from instructors but recognized by every student present. "Lieutenant," he said, his translator carrying unusual weight to his words, "I believe I owe you and your species an apology." Chen tilted her head slightly, inviting him to continue. "This course was designed with what I believe to be thorough research and proper academic rigor," Vraltok continued. "I studied human physiology, analyzed available combat footage, reviewed incident reports from every documented human military engagement since your species joined the coalition." His antennae drooped slightly. "But I now understand that I was studying the wrong subject entirely." "What do you mean?" Cadet Thresh asked, her translator carrying genuine confusion. Vraltok gestured at the holographic human anatomy still rotating above them. "I was teaching you how to kill a human body. What Lieutenant Chen has demonstrated is that the body is merely the delivery system. The actual threat is the mind inhabiting it, and the will driving it forward." Lieutenant Chen nodded slowly. "Instructor Vraltok, may I ask you a question?" "Of course. What was your actual goal with this course?" She looked around at the assembled cadets. "Because if it was genuinely to prepare coalition forces to fight humans, then frankly this curriculum was inadequate. But I don't think that was your real goal." Vraltok's antennae rose slightly in surprise. "You are perceptive, Lieutenant. No, neutralizing human combatants was not my primary objective, despite what the course title suggests." He manipulated his teaching controls, and the holographic displays shifted to show casualty statistics, incident reports, and diplomatic tensions from the period immediately following humanity's admission to the coalition. My actual goal was to reduce fear through understanding. Other species look at humans and see unpredictable aggression from a Death World species with no respect for established norms. This fear was creating barriers to integration and cooperation. So you thought if you demystified humans, broke us down into anatomical vulnerabilities and predictable tactical patterns, other species would feel less threatened, Lieutenant Chen said, understanding dawning in her expression. Precisely. Vraltok's mandibles clicked in what might have been embarrassment. I wanted to show that humans, despite your reputation, were ultimately just another species with weaknesses that could be understood and countered. That you were not invincible monsters but fellow beings with limitations. But instead you created a course that would get every graduate killed if they actually tried to use it, Lieutenant Chen said, bluntly. Yes. The admission came with a heaviness that seemed to press down on Vraltok's entire frame. I have been teaching this material for half a cycle now. Hundreds of cadets have passed through this program, and if any of them had encountered actual human combat personnel using the tactics I taught, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Cadet Kelm raised a tentacle hesitantly. Instructor, Lieutenant, I am confused about something. If the goal was to reduce fear of humans, has Lieutenant Chen's demonstration not increased it instead? Lieutenant Chen turned to look at the Vorian cadet directly. Are you more afraid of me now than you were at the start of this session? Kelm's skin patterns shifted through several colors before settling on one that indicated uncertainty. I do not know. I am different afraid. Before, I feared humans as unknown dangerous creatures. Now, I fear you as known dangerous creatures, which somehow feels worse, but also more manageable. That's actually a healthy response, Lieutenant Chen said, surprising several cadets with her answer. Fear of the unknown makes you either paralyzed or reckless. Fear based on accurate assessment makes you cautious and prepared. One gets you killed, the other keeps you alive. A voice spoke up from the back of the lecture hall. It was the Lithian student, her crystalline structure now refracting light in patterns that suggested careful thought. Lieutenant Chen, you have shown us that we cannot defeat humans in individual combat. You have demonstrated that humans can outlast us in prolonged engagements. You have explained that human technological development outpaces our ability to counter it. What, then, is the purpose of this education? Are you simply establishing dominance? Lieutenant Chen walked toward the tiered seating, climbing a few steps so she was closer to eye level with more of the students. That's actually the most important question anyone's asked today. And the answer is this. You're not supposed to fight humans. We're allies now. We're on the same side. The reason I agreed to come here and dismantle Instructor Vraltok's curriculum was not to scare you. It was to make absolutely certain you understand that if you treat humans as enemies, you will lose. But if you treat us as partners, you gain everything I just demonstrated. She gestured back toward Vraltok. The instructor had the right instinct but the wrong approach. You don't reduce fear of humans by pretending we're less dangerous than we are. You reduce it by showing that the dangerous capabilities serve a purpose you want on your side. Vraltok's antennae perked up with interest. Lieutenant, are you suggesting a complete curriculum revision? I'm suggesting you burn this course to the ground and start over with a different title, Lieutenant Chen said firmly. She pulled out her datapad again and projected a new image. This one showed mixed species coalition, units in joint operations. But unlike the earlier footage, these were recent deployments, actual missions, rather than training exercises. Instead of teaching how to kill humans, teach how to fight alongside them. Show where human capabilities complement other species' strengths. Demonstrate how human endurance pairs with Klaxian speed, how human creativity enhances Sauron durability, how human technological adaptation works with Vorian power. The hologram displayed a particular engagement where human forces had coordinated with a Klaxian rapid response unit. The humans had provided sustained suppressive fire and tactical planning, while the Klaxians had executed lightning-fast flanking maneuvers that would have been impossible for humans to perform. The combination had been devastatingly effective. That's what you should be teaching, Lieutenant Chen said. Not human vulnerabilities in isolation, but how to integrate human capabilities into coalition force structures. Because the truth is, humans are terrifying opponents, but we're even better allies. Cadet Thresh stood up from her seat, her scales displaying colors that indicated a decision had been made. Lieutenant Chen, Instructor Vraltok, I have a request. Both turned to look at the young Sauron. I would like to formally request that this course be redesigned as Lieutenant Chen suggests, Thresh said, her translator carrying conviction that had been absent earlier. And I would like to volunteer to be part of the pilot program. I want to learn how to fight with humans, not against them. Kelm rose as well, his tentacles forming a gesture of agreement in Vorian culture. I also volunteer, the lieutenant is correct. Our fear came from incomplete understanding. I wish to complete that understanding properly. One by one, other cadets stood. The Lithian student, a crystalline Drazen who had been silent throughout the entire lecture, a methane-breathing Threll who required a specialized environmental suit but had still attended because the course was mandatory. Within moments, the entire class was standing, each cadet volunteering to be part of something new rather than continue with the dangerously inadequate curriculum that had brought them here. Instructor Vraltog looked at his students, then at Lieutenant Chen, then back at his students. His antennae moved through a complex series of positions that his translator struggled to convey, finally settling on simple words. I am honored by your commitment, and humbled by your wisdom in recognizing what I failed to see myself. He turned to Lieutenant Chen. If I were to propose a complete curriculum redesign, would you be willing to serve as a consultant? Your expertise would be invaluable, and clearly my own understanding is insufficient. Lieutenant Chen considered the request carefully. On certain conditions. First, this can't be a human-only program. You need representatives from every major coalition species involved in the redesign. Human perspective is important, but so is understanding how other species perceive us and what they need from the partnership. Agreed, Vraltok said immediately. Second, the new course cannot be mandatory. Make it voluntary. The cadets who want to learn how to integrate with human forces will get far more out of it than those who are forced to attend. Vraltok's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. That will reduce enrollment numbers significantly. The Academy administration will not appreciate that. The Academy administration can deal with it, Lieutenant Chen said with a slight smile. You're not trying to process every cadet through a fear reduction program anymore. You're creating specialists in coalition joint operations. That should be a choice, not a requirement. What is your final condition? Vraltok asked. Lieutenant Chen walked back down to the teaching floor and retrieved her water container, taking a long drink before answering. The new course needs field training, components, real exercises with mixed species units, not simulations, not theory, actual humans working alongside Klaxians, Saurons, Vorians, everyone. Because you can lecture about cooperation all you want, but people don't really learn to trust each other until something goes wrong and they watch their alien teammate have their back anyway. Cadet Thresh descended from her seat to stand beside Lieutenant Chen. Lieutenant, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Why did you volunteer for this? Surely being analyzed as a potential kill target by an entire class of alien cadets was not pleasant. Lieutenant Chen looked at the young Sauron with an expression that mixed amusement and something deeper. Cadet, I spent the entire lecture listening to Instructor Vraltok describe my vulnerabilities while you all took notes on how to exploit them. And yes, it was deeply uncomfortable. But you know what would be worse? Thresh waited. Having you all believe the incomplete picture he was painting. Having you think that the tactical analysis he presented was accurate. Because if that inadequate understanding had remained unchallenged, eventually some of you would end up in the field facing actual human combatants, and you would approach that encounter with false confidence based on bad data. Lieutenant Chen's voice carried the weight of someone who had seen the results of such mistakes. And you would die, quickly, while still being surprised by what went wrong. She looked around the lecture hall at all the assembled cadets. I volunteered because I would rather spend a few uncomfortable hours being studied like a laboratory specimen than receive news later that coalition casualties occurred because someone thought they understood humans based on a simplified, anatomy diagram, and sanitized training footage. Kelm spoke up, his tentacles forming a gesture of deep respect. Lieutenant, you endured discomfort to protect us, even though we are not your species, even though we were literally studying how to kill you. That's what allies do, Lieutenant Chen said simply. They accept short-term discomfort to ensure long-term survival of the partnership. Besides, it gave me a chance to correct some dangerously wrong assumptions before they got anyone killed. Instructor Vraltok manipulated his teaching controls one final time, saving all the holographic data Lieutenant Chen had provided alongside his original materials. I will submit a formal proposal to the Academy administration tonight. Complete curriculum redesign, human consultation, field training components, voluntary enrollment. Lieutenant, would you be available to meet with the Curriculum Development Committee? Send me the schedule and I'll make it work, Lieutenant Chen confirmed. Though I want to be clear about something. I'm not doing this to make humans look superior or to establish some kind of dominance hierarchy. I'm doing this because the galaxy has actual threats out there, and the coalition is stronger when we work together properly. As if summoned by her words, Vraltok's communication device emitted an urgent alert tone that made every cadet in the room tense. He activated the device, and his antennae flattened immediately in alarm. What is it? Lieutenant Chen asked, reading his body language. Priority alert from Coalition Defense Command. Unidentified vessels detected at the outer rim. Multiple ships, unknown configuration, not responding to standard hails. They are moving into coalition space with apparent hostile intent. The lecture hall went silent again, but this was a different kind of silence. This was the silence of people realizing that theoretical discussions had just become very practical very quickly. Lieutenant Chen's demeanor shifted instantly. The friendly lecturer vanished, replaced by the combat officer she truly was. What's the nearest coalition response force? Vraltok checked his device. Joint Task Force stationed at Velar. Range, mixed composition, Klaxians, Saurons, Vorians, and a human contingent. How long until they engage? Unknown. Defense Command is still attempting diplomatic contact. But if the unidentified vessels continue their current trajectory, contact is inevitable within hours. Lieutenant Chen looked at Instructor Vraltok, then at the assembled cadets, then back at Vraltok. A decision formed behind her eyes. Instructor, with your permission, I'd like to address your students one more time. Vraltok gestured for her to proceed. She walked to the center of the teaching floor and looked up at the tiered seating where 40 alien cadets watched her with newfound understanding and no small amount of apprehension. Everything we discussed today, all the demonstrations, all the tactical analysis, that was theoretical education, Lieutenant Chen said, her voice carrying a certainty that commanded attention. Within the next few hours, actual coalition forces are going to face an unknown threat. Those forces include humans working alongside every species represented in this room. They're going to rely on each other, trust each other, cover each other's weaknesses and amplify each other's strengths. She paused, letting her next words carry their full weight. That joint task force is what proper coalition integration looks like. They train together, they understand each other's capabilities. They know that humans will hold the line while Klaxians flank, that Saurons will anchor defensive positions while Vorians provide overwhelming force at critical moments. Her smile returned, sharp and confident, and when this unknown threat realizes it's facing a properly coordinated coalition response, it's going to learn the same lesson you all learned today. What lesson is that? Cadet Thresh asked quietly. That understanding your enemy's capabilities is important, but understanding your allies' capabilities is what actually wins wars. The communication device alerted. Again. Vraltok checked it, and his translator conveyed surprise. Coalition Defense Command is requesting all available tactical consultants to report for briefing on the unidentified vessels. Lieutenant Chen, you are specifically named in the request. Lieutenant Chen nodded, as if she had expected this. She gathered her belongings quickly, the casual demeanor completely replaced by military efficiency. As she headed toward the exit, she paused and turned back one final time. Instructor Vraltok, I meant what I said about redesigning your curriculum. Send me the proposal details, and I'll make sure it gets proper support from Human Command. She looked at the cadets. And all of you, remember something. The course you enrolled in today was called Neutralizing Human Combatants. By tomorrow, I hope it has a new name. Something like Coalition Joint Operations or Integrated Force Tactics. Why tomorrow specifically? Kelm asked. Lieutenant Chen's smile turned fierce. Because by tomorrow, after that joint task force handles whatever's coming at the Outer Rim, every species in the Coalition is going to understand that humans are not the threat, we're the solution, and you all are going to want to learn how to be part of that. She left the lecture hall with the purposeful stride of someone heading into uncertainty with confidence born from training and experience. Instructor Vraltok watched her go, then turned to his students. His antennae were upright now, no longer drooping with uncertainty. Class dismissed. But before you leave, I want each of you to think about what you witnessed today. You came here to learn how to defeat humans. Instead, you learned why you should never have to. This is a better lesson. Cadet Thresh approached the podium as other students filed out. Instructor, do you think the Joint Task Force will succeed against the unknown threat? Vraltok's mandibles moved in what might have been his species' equivalent of a confident smile. Cadet, I have spent decades studying military operations across hundreds of species and thousands of engagements, and I have learned one absolute truth. What is that, sir? Never bet against humans when they have something to prove. And right now, Lieutenant Chen and every other human in that joint task force have something very important to prove. What's that? That the scariest thing about humans is not how well the fight against you. It's how well the fight for you. Thresh's scales displayed colors of understanding and, perhaps for the first time since humans had joined the coalition, genuine comfort rather than fear. In the hours that followed, as Defense Command coordinated responses and the Joint Task Force moved to intercept the unknown vessels, Instructor Vraltok began drafting his curriculum proposal. The document's title sat at the top of his screen, already approved by Lieutenant Chen via Emergency Communication Protocols, Coalition Integration Tactics, Advanced Training in Multi-Species Combat Operations. Subtitle, Understanding Strength Through Partnership. The old course about killing humans was officially dead. What replaced it was something far more valuable. A program dedicated to showing that the most dangerous thing in the galaxy was not humanity acting alone, but humanity fighting alongside allies who understood their true capabilities. And when word came through several hours later that the Joint Task Force had successfully intercepted the unknown vessels, suffering minimal casualties while demonstrating overwhelming coordinated force that sent the hostile fleet retreating from Coalition space, nobody was surprised. Except perhaps the hostile fleet, who had made the fatal mistake of assuming that Coalition forces would fight like separate species rather than a unified entity. They had learned, in the most decisive way possible, the lesson that Cadet Thresh and her classmates had learned in a lecture hall, that analyzing individual weaknesses was irrelevant when facing combined strengths. Instructor Vraltok filed his curriculum proposal and attached the after-action report from the Outer Rim engagement as supporting evidence. The proposal was approved before morning. This was just one story. Subscribe now so you don't miss what's coming next.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. It's still vibrating, he noted. Is that structural? Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks, and Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real base Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive," the voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says Masters and Chains joint custody." A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap." "You can nap between disasters." "Fine." By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret. and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching two of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. Still stocked, he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches? Sure, Raphael said. Probably watches. Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents. No countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process. They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. "Oh, no," Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, two long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed, "but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fist fight with a self-aware filing cabinet. Because, he said, some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program. That seems like a terrible idea. It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity. Link frowned. Is he wrong about Garfield, though? The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings. Oh no, Stanley muttered. It's already activated mimic mode. Mimic what? Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. Cartoon logic. They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. This is going to be awesome. The green thing, now two green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. So, what exactly do they do? He asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "to for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. They save people. That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza. Link blinked. You mean they don't actually care about helping? No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch. Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box, Stanley said. If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies. The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. We sensed a Domino's, it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. So, subplots. Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone. How? I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked. Did it? No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances. Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. Hit it in the Roomba port. Noted. As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. Oh no, Stanley muttered, the time rats. Link slowly turned. Time? Rats? They're rats, right? Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. "What now?" Raphael asked. "They're stabilizing," Stanley said warily. "Is that good?" "Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area." Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. "Oh, wisdom," the green thing declared. "You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice." The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. "You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone." Link grinned. "Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology." The green thing extended a hand. "To the kitchen temple." And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. "So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house?" Raphael shrugged. "Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again." They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to "infinite cheese" and "your sauce is strong." He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. "Just know this," he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. "The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all." Raphael saluted. "So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings." "Got it." Stanley groaned and turned on his side. "You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave." Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. "So I was thinking." "No," Stanley mumbled. "We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. "There's a note next to it in the logs," Link continued. "It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy." Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. "Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world." "It weaponizes feelings," Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. "I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt." "I like trees," Raphael offered. "I like zoning boards," Stanley growled. "They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories." "I'm just saying," Link added, "if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band." Raphael gasped. "Yes, emotional resonance concert." Stanley sat up abruptly. "Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally." Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. "This place smells like aromatherapy," Link said. Raphael inhaled. "Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast?" "Do not relax," Stanley warned. "It feeds on emotional openness." The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. "It's warm. It wants to feel you," Stanley said grimly. "Ah, It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates, Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing... Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent. Guilty. Slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. "I touched it," it whispered. "Of course you did," Stanley muttered. "What is it?" Raphael asked, stepping closer. "The archetype core," Stanley said. "It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks." Link's eyes lit up. "So you're saying this powers stories?" "Yes." "Can we use it to get a Grammy?" "No." "Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure?" Stanley turned slowly. "Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, 'Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy'?" "No," Raphael said. "There was an orientation packet?" Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. "Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre." "What's wrong with that?" Raphael asked. "It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist," he pointed at Link, "but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? "Hey," Link said. "Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse." Raphael blinked. "That actually sounds kind of on brand." The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. "No," Stanley muttered. "No, no, no. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool." "Oh no," Link said. "We're in a Joseph Campbell situation." "I always wanted to be the trickster," Raphael said brightly. "You're the fool," Stanley growled. "We're all the fool. That's the problem." Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. "What is happening?" Stanley muttered. "I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag," Link said. "It's doing metaplot." "Do you want the exposition now, sir?" said a small robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. "All right," Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. "New rule, we put the cube back to sleep." "How?" Raphael asked. "We create a resolution." "You mean?" "Yes," Stanley gritted his teeth. "You have to finish a subplot." By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled, "Plot device, use only, if desperate." Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. "I hate this place," he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. "I need a subplot," he said through gritted teeth. "One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes. Ends, wraps, resolves." Link blinked. "You mean like the emotional arc of a side character?" "Yes." Raphael perked up. "Ooh, I nominate Stanley." "No." "Yes," Link agreed. "The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love." "Shut up." "Maybe," Raphael said dreamily. "He lost someone during his time in the sentient crockpot division. A forbidden kitchen love." "I said shut up." The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, "No, I will not sing." The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. "Fine," Stanley growled. "Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break." He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled "Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird." With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, "Operation Gravy Phoenix." Link squinted. "That sounds edible?" "It wasn't," Stanley muttered. "It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected." "To the Soviets?" Raphael asked. "No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams." The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. "This was the mission that broke me," he said quietly. "They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and I..." He trailed off. "You let her go," Link said. "I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding." The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. "I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird." The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved. Narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed. The lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. "Good job," Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. "Yeah," Link added. "No singing. That's a win." Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. "For S.J. Extra Apricot, no regrets." He didn't say a word. Just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. "I was gonna tap dance with my cheese." "Next time," Raphael promised. "Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension." The green thing gasped, "There is a dimension?" "Not yet, but give us time." That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. "So what did we learn today?" Raphael asked. "Don't push cubes that talk," Link said. "Don't ignore subplots," Stanley muttered. "Don't let aliens compose musicals," the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. "You guys hear that humming?" Stanley's head dropped into his hands. "Please," he said, muffled. "Please let it be a normal humming." From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzz, time displacement chamber now active. "Please stand by." Raphael blinked. "You think it's the rats?" Link nodded. "Yup." "Time-traveling rats?" "Yup." Stanley didn't move. "I want to transfer," he whispered. "To where?" Raphael asked. "Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away." "The empathy chamber?" Link offered. "I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic." The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. "I'm going to teach the rats to sing." Link raised his soda. "To next week's subplot?" "Time rats, baby," Raphael agreed, clinking cans. "Time rats." The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past, carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. "Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. "What kind of facility uses decimals?" The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not." It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, "Do not shake." The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. "Hello, strange, creamy stranger," it announced. The agent froze. "What? I am the green thing," it said proudly. "What?" he repeated, slightly higher. "Would you like to see my sock collection?" He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all four eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. "Oh, you think that works on me?" It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. "This is worse than Antarctica," he muttered. He tapped his headset. "Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu, agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy?" Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. "Welcome," a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speaker system, "to the Jenkins-Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering." A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. "Wait, what?" the agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. "I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor." "Yes," the agent exclaimed. "Yes, that's what I'm trying to." "But beware," the hologram continued, "for he is always 1 floor above, or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now." The agent blinked. "Why would anyone program this?" The PA system flared again. "Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing." He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection, this time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." "Okay," the agent said, stepping back. "This is not an actionable intelligence environment." Another announcement pinged in. "Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic." And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's. Touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. "Stanley?" he called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. "Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. "Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him." The agent dropped to his knees. "I just want to report in," he whimpered. "I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory." A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was, be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him. This was not malice. It was entropy. Raphael and Link had, for the most part, settled into a routine that resembled both an after-school special and a soft government conspiracy. Band practice in the front room, deep lab exploration in the afternoon, and evening rituals involving ritual pizza offerings to appease the green thing, who now claimed ambassadorial rights for Planet Za. Stanley, for his part, had adopted the role of reluctant mentor meets building superintendent. He grumbled a lot, mopped the wrong direction just to confuse the automated maintenance drones, and maintained an ever-growing list of protocols he refused to enforce. Somewhere near Protocol 1137C, do not allow teenagers to pilot reality editing terminals. He had simply written in red marker, too late. So when the announcement system buzzed to life unexpectedly during lunch, everyone froze. Emergency update. Agent located in Sector 14C, visible, audible, possibly hallucinating. Link blinked. Wait, he's real? I thought that was a fever dream, Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years. It's been 3 days, Link pointed out. In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin. Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the green thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. "I say unto you," it bellowed, "no more side dishes. We are the meal." "Should we be worried?" Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. "I dunno," Raphael replied. "Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show?" "More organized," Stanley muttered. "That spud has charisma." Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and "Don't tread on me, I'm mashed." Then suddenly, the green thing rolled in and declared, "This is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens." Chaos ensued. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. "Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. "Janitor! Janitor!" He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. "You," the agent shouted. "At last!" Stanley stepped forward. "You found me." The agent beamed. "Yes, finally. I have urgent." "Stanley," yelled Link, "I need backup. This yam's got a grudge." Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone, vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. "Was that?" Stanley nodded slowly. "Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense." Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. "Cheesy crackle pop, please." It vended a VHS tape labeled "How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps." He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first. Hugh crouched in the dry trench, fingers embedded in loose dust, eyes on the ridgeline. The air was quiet, not dead. Waiting. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of a broken machine whining against itself. It had been days since they'd seen movement on this sector. Still, the protocol held. Eyes up, head low, weapon within reach, even when your only job was to exist and not get erased. His boots were too tight. The pair he'd requisitioned 2 bases ago had gone missing during the transit. He didn't mind. Pain was real, and real was currency. Downhill from his post, the remnants of the town were visible. Buildings melted at the edges like wax that never had a flame. It had once been a civilian tech node, long before the war made civilians mythical. Now it was a waypoint for survivors, smuggling routes, and sometimes even time jump agents who needed a blind corner to re-enter reality. He wiped a line of sweat from his jaw with the back of his glove. The sun here was constant, but it had that shimmer, subtle, off-angle. This place had been bent too many times. The vortexes left folds like bruises in the fabric of a place, and they hummed just below the threshold of sound. Status? A voice crackled over comm. Hugh thumbed the line. Still, no motion. South vector stable. Copy. Stay sharp, Forbes. Repeater glitching again. Scanners caught something near Collector 6. Hugh didn't reply. He knew the scanners saw ghosts. That didn't mean they were wrong. The quiet broke 5 minutes later. A shimmer along the ridge, a distortion, not light but density, then gone. Hugh had already flicked his rifle's selector twice before standing fully upright, eyes fixed. He waited, counted to 7. Stillness again. He clicked the comm twice. No response. Back at base, the signals were already dying. Bursts of static, irregular pings. Hugh dropped into a jog, boots thudding soft on the dust as he moved across the slope, veering toward the last known location of Collector 6. His HUD flickered, then blanked, then returned with a slight offset. The time skewed back 12 minutes. That meant a skip. He slowed near the blackened tree line. Collector 6 was a monument, tall, skeletal, humming, designed to drink from time itself. He circled left. The grass was flattened recently, and a shadow moved where there shouldn't be any source. Hugh froze. A man stood at the base, arms to the side, wearing a suit that shimmered wrong. Not invisibility, not stealth. Rejection. The world didn't want to see him. Hugh raised his weapon but didn't speak. The figure turned slowly, no sudden moves. His face was visible, yet misaligned. A twin flash echo. One version stood with a neutral expression. The other grinned a split second after. Then the image stabilized. Not your time, the man said. Quiet, calm. But you're here. That's enough. Hugh didn't lower the weapon. Identify. Already have. You're tracking me from before your memory loops. I'm Chance. Not mine either. But here we are. Hugh clicked the comm. Nothing. Dead. The man Chance looked to the sky. We've been circling this encounter for a dozen iterations. They made sure you wouldn't remember until this one. Hugh's grip tightened. Who is they? The ones who left us the tech. The ones who taught us to fight with it. The ones who laugh when we use it to kill each other. Hugh moved a half step forward. Chance didn't flinch. You're saying... I'm not saying. I'm reminding. Your memory's fractured. Mine too. Ask yourself this. Who was the first to offer us time jump tech? Who taught us field dampeners? Disruptors? Who never bled when the bullets flew? Hugh opened his mouth, closed it again. I'm not the enemy, Chance said, kneeling and placing a small prism on the ground. But I've worn their suit, once. The prism glowed a low, steady pulse. Around them, the soundscape changed. Hugh heard children laughing. He blinked. The world flickered. The trees weren't burnt anymore. They were green. A woman's voice echoed, calling someone home. Then it was gone. You felt that? Chance stood. Hugh nodded. Barely. They've done this for centuries. Give us tech. Wait. Watch. When we grow too curious, too close, they seed a war. Hugh's breath slowed. So we'd kill ourselves before we learned the truth. Chance gave a single nod. You see it now. The sky crackled. Not thunder, more like a choked signal collapsing. Chance looked back to the collector. This is where I leave you. They've spotted me. Hugh stepped forward. Wait, how do I... But the man was already gone. No light, no sound. The shimmer ended. Hugh stood in silence, hand trembling slightly. He didn't report it. Not then. The next day, Griffin returned. His hair was damp, his posture worse. Whatever mission he'd run, it took more than time. The base was on full lockdown. Systems glitching, vortex stabilization erratic. Everyone acted like that was normal. Hugh found him by the perimeter wall, staring out across the empty flatland. You didn't sleep, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I did, just not all at once. Hugh waited. Griffin turned slightly. You ever wonder why the war doesn't end? Hugh nodded. All the time. Griffin lit a stim stick, offered one. Hugh declined. We lost 712, not just the unit, the whole region. Timeline bled out. Hugh frowned. Hugh's heart stuttered. Then who? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. Exactly. Neither spoke for a while. The wind picked up. Inside, the operations room was tense. Red lights blinked at irregular intervals, reports piled. The memory cubes stacked on the command table were warm to the touch. No one dared sort them yet. A runner approached Hugh later, handed him immediate. Hugh opened it. His eyes narrowed. The coordinates led back to the outskirts, near Collector 3. He packed light. When he arrived, the area was quiet, but the collector hummed with unnatural rhythm. He scanned. Nothing out of place. Then a glimmer in the grass, a small orb, perfectly smooth, chrome black. It pulsed when he approached. He reached for it. Don't. The voice came from nowhere. Then everywhere. Hugh froze. You were never meant to hold that, it said, but we let one of you get close, a flaw in your kind's chaos. The orb rose from the grass, floated, hovered inches from his face. You are not the virus. You are the vector. Hugh's legs locked. He couldn't move. The war was our fire. You are oxygen. Then silence. The orb dropped, cold again. Hugh backed away, heart pounding, sweat cold. That night, Griffin debriefed in whispers, not recorded, not logged. You heard them, didn't you? Griffin asked. Hugh nodded. Griffin held a prism in his hand, the same one Chance had shown. It pulsed in rhythm with Hugh's. We're not the first iteration, Griffin said. We're the first to remember. He laid back in the cot, staring at the too quiet for the amount of movement he could feel underfoot. Vibrations. Distant, rhythmic, machine tall, and walked the inner wall circuit. New fencing was going up. Drones were perched in place along the high ridgeline, not military, not theirs. Civilian surveillance drones, re-engineered and equipped with low-signature pulse detectors. They weren't watching the enemy anymore. They were watching inward. Griffin met him at the underground lift hours later, alone. No brief, no visited by fieldmen. Hugh watched as Griffin unlocked the gate with a prism-embedded baton and a sharp whisper. The door blinked in, not out. They stepped into the pulse chamber. 50-foot ceilings, all dark, no light sources, yet everything was visible. At the center was the unit. A vault the size of a dropship sat buried halfway into the floor. Tubes snaked from its sides, some pulsing with liquid, others glowing like a vein through skin. Monitors surrounded it, showing blurred maps, time-looped faces, fragments of coordinates, and one icon pulsing red, an omega fractured by a vertical slash. What is this? Hugh asked. Where it all starts, Griffin said, walking to the side and waving his hand over a sphere mount. A projection erupted, showing overlapping maps of the Earth, then other worlds, all linked by fine green tendrils. They seeded us with tech, centuries ago, gave us discoveries, progress, power, then waited. Waited for what? For us to build the network they couldn't, for us to connect the gates. Hugh looked up. Time travel was their back door. Griffin nodded. Every vortex, every collector, it's an antenna, not just for power, for communication. With who? Not who. What? Hugh blinked as the vault cracked open. The hiss was low, sad somehow, as if the metal itself mourned what it had been holding. Inside was a human figure, female, motionless, encased in a translucent field. Her eyes open but glassed over. Her skin glimmered faintly like frost over polished steel. She's been here longer than the war, Griffin said. Not alive. Not exactly. We think missions. And she led us? No. She made us. The transmission included schematics, implants, algorithms. Hugh took a step back. She's not the only one, is she? Griffin didn't answer. He turned and walked toward the far console, flipping a series of switches. The room dimmed as energy drew inward. A wall shimmered and then revealed a memory stream. Not a recording, a captured time echo. It showed the battlefield from 2 decades ago. Hugh watched in silence as soldiers fought, but the weapons were wrong. Too clean, vaporized with beams that made no sound, and floating above the scene, just visible, were rings, metallic, rotating in opposite directions. Inside each, eyes, unblinking, unblinking. Hugh felt his skin go cold. They watched, Griffin said. They watched the entire time, intervened only to keep balance, not peace. Conflict is a power source to them. Hugh stepped closer. Why now? Why are we only seeing this now? Because we started asking the wrong questions at the right time, the kind that pierce back. Griffin turned, handed Hugh a small capsule. Inside, a filament. It shimmered with its own rhythm, ticking like a second heart. Take this to Reclamation Node 5. Drop it inside the collector there. Do not talk. Do not deviate. When you're done, you'll know what we know. Hugh took the capsule. And if I don't want to know? Griffin didn't flinch. You already do. You just don't remember. outside where the light should be. People moved in double exposures, resetting every few steps. No one else noticed. He boarded a scout skiff and headed out. The ride to Node 5 took an hour through the cracked valleys, regions once farmland now mined for fusion dust. The remnants of 3 old wars had built a mountain range from metal alone. At Node 5, the collector stood half-functional. Partially melted, covered in impact scoring, the area had been abandoned for years. Hugh walked in with the capsule clenched in his palm. He reached the node and found the socket Griffin described, a small cube panel flickering with green light. He opened the capsule and dropped the filament inside. Instantly, the collector pulsed. Hugh staggered back as the world around him bent sharply inward. Sound vanished, vision inverted. And then he was standing in the same spot, but the sky above was gone. In its place, a black mesh lattice like a dome. Outside the dome were stars, but wrong. Too many. Moving too fast. And behind them, something watched. It didn't move. It didn't speak. But Hugh knew. The war wasn't the end. It was the farm. The machine around him vibrated with such force that his nose bled. He clutched his ears, fell to his knees. A voice, not from the air but inside his spine, spoke. Your kind was the blade. Now you are the wound. Then he was back, flat on the ground, the collector humming as if nothing happened. He stood slowly. The sky was blue again, real. But now everywhere he looked, he saw ghost impressions of what had been, shadow echoes of the watchers, hanging like mist. He returned to base without logging the trip. Griffin met him near the perimeter. You saw them. Hugh nodded. Griffin whispered, good, then you're ready. Ready for what? Griffin held out a device. It looked like a detonator, but the counter ran upward. This sets the frequency. Not a weapon, a signal. To call them? To show them we see them. Hugh hesitated. Why not destroy them? Griffin shook his head. They exist across probabilities. They're never there long enough to destroy. But we can interfere. We can jam the signal, break the loop, make Earth opaque. Hugh took the device. Griffin leaned close. They've used humans against each other for eons. This time, one human uses them. The countdown began at Hugh's touch, and somewhere far beyond the collector field, in a place without time, the watchers blinked. Hugh's dreams that night were not dreams. They were overlays. Experiences not lived but embedded, poured into him like data down a failing conduit. He saw his childhood, but wrong. His mother's face was out of focus. Her mouth moved, but the words were not in any language he knew, and yet he understood. He saw Griffin before he'd ever met Griffin. Younger, cleaner, still wearing both his arms. He saw the collector field stretching across continents like neural veins, and hovering above them, always just out of reach, were the rings. When he woke, the counter on the device had stopped. It blinked once, then vanished, leaving a blank screen and a subtle warmth in his pocket, like it had never existed. He looked around the barracks. 4 cots empty. 4 fieldmen gone. No alerts, no alarms. He checked his HUD. No mention of them. No logs, erased or never there. He walked into Central Ops to find the command deck in full lockdown. Griffin stood before a newly constructed DAS. Floating above it were 3 memory cubes, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. No one else moved. All around, techs stood still, eyes distant, mouths shut, like statues waiting to be rewound. Griffin turned when Hugh entered, his eyes bloodshot, not from fatigue, but exposure. They struck back, he said flatly. They killed this timeline. Hugh blinked. What? Griffin gestured at the cubes. 3 anchors, fragments of 3 concurrent time branches that still remember this version of events. The rest are collapsing. We're in a localized breach. We have maybe 12 hours before the station loses alignment and gets absorbed. Hugh stepped forward. Then we evacuate. Griffin didn't move. No, we consolidate. We've found something. A map, not of time, but of cause. Hugh stood beside him now, the cubes flickering softly, projecting a field. The hologram showed a spiral, not linear, but coiled like a vortex looped into itself. Events orbited the center, sometimes merging, sometimes repelling. Hugh saw events he remembered, and ones he didn't, but knew. His hand passed through one, and it burned. Static bled into his skin. A timeline? No. A bypass. A false continuity. It masquerades as time, but it's a logic tunnel. They hide inside the assumptions we refuse to challenge. Hugh understood now. They're not just using tech, they're using belief. Griffin nodded. Everything we assumed about the war, about origin, about alliance, it's all engineered. The real timeline, the true causal strand, buried. Underneath their planted event cube on the dais, this one was black. We create a false loop, a bait line. We simulated a divergence so catastrophic they can't ignore it. Something irresistible, something that threatens their design. Hugh frowned. And what would that be? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. You. Hugh felt it before he accepted it. Something in him had changed. The Watchers had touched him, marked him. Not infected, enhanced. He could feel the gaps in logic around him now, like holes in glass. We use you to rewrite the bait line, Griffin continued. A series of events where you gain control of the vortex lattice, where you unify the collector fields, where you collapse the war not by peace, but by coherence, a new frequency. Hugh was silent. Then, won't they see it? Griffin grinned. That's the point. When they enter the loop to interfere, we close it with this. He revealed a shard, metallic, humanoid in shape but abstract, a sculpture, or maybe a key. Its edges glowed softly like ice over a dying ember. What is it? An anchor, from before, from the original strand. Hugh took it. It was warm and cold, heavy and light, impossible. Griffin handed him a small packet. Inside, a pulse trigger and a single-use vortex drive. You'll jump to the coordinates in 10 minutes. You'll arrive 2 weeks before the Catalyst event. Set the stage. Let them see you rise. Let them think they've won. And when they enter, you'll know. Hugh didn't say goodbye. He never liked endings. He activated the jump. Time folded. He landed hard. Dust stung his eyes. The sky was orange, veined with stormlight. He was in the southern basin, just outside what would become the Spire base. Only it hadn't been built yet. Around him, civilians worked tirelessly, constructing, trading, surviving. It was a time of hope, and that made it all the more dangerous. Hugh infiltrated fast. His rank carried over, records aligned to support his presence. He began to manipulate key events. Traded black market schematics that intercepted skirmish orders, diffused 3 false flag attacks. He rose fast, as predicted. The timeline adjusted, stretched, reshaped. Eyes turned to him, and then they came. Not ships, not soldiers, observers. People who didn't exist in census data. Faces you never remembered. Conversations that evaporated as soon as they ended. Smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They watched Hugh from every corner of his world. He let them. He even spoke to one in the old library beneath the basin. She wore no insignia. Her smile was correct, not warm, not cold, just expected. You are deviating, she said. I'm adapting, Hugh replied. Your deviation is spreading. He nodded. That's the point. You risk recursive decay. You risk being seen. She paused. Her eyes flickered just once. That was enough. We see you, Hugh Forbes. I see you too. She left. Hugh returned to base. The moment the observers gathered to vote interference, he activated the prism. The timeline snapped. The trap closed. Inside the collector ring, space bent like breath against ice. The Watchers were pulled in, not by force, but inevitability. Their assumptions made them vulnerable. Their own map was used against them. Griffin's voice echoed in the comms. They're caught. Locked in a causal echo. They'll loop endlessly. Hugh didn't celebrate. He stood at the edge of the ring, watching the vortex pulse. He saw the events repeat. War, peace, manipulation, rebellion. Trapped now, unable to project forward. Then silence. Griffin arrived hours later, limping from a collapsed jump zone. You did it, he said. Hugh looked up. No, we paused them. Griffin nodded. Long enough. For what? To remember who we were before they rode over us. Hugh turned back to the ring and waited. Days passed, then weeks. The world outside didn't quite return to normal. It couldn't. Too much had unraveled. The war slowed but didn't stop. The engines of conflict sputtered without the Watchers' fuel, but hatred was an ember that burned under its own heat. Still, something had shifted. The time distortions stabilized. Vortexes no longer formed at random. The collector fields lost their aggression, humming now with a passive stillness, like hibernating beasts. Power grids reconnected. Messages from broken timelines blinked back to life, glitchy but intact. People remembered things that had never happened. Others forgot things they lived through. Hugh wandered the northern sector of the base one morning, watching children play along the scaffolding of a half-finished tower. They were building again. That mattered. He met Griffin at the perimeter wall, just as he had the day of his awakening. This time, there were no weapons between them. Just memory. Tell me again, Griffin said, leaning on a pipe. What did she say? The observer. Hugh scratched his chin. She said I was deviating. Griffin smiled. That's the closest thing to a compliment they've ever given. They stood in silence, watching the horizon. Off in the distance, the collapsed shell of the set's former stronghold glittered in the morning light. Its command lines still crawled across the hillsides, fossilized AI script etched into the earth like old scars. The signal towers had gone quiet. No more pulses, no more updates from beyond. Griffin reached into his coat and handed Hugh a small box. Inside was a fragment of one of the green-streaked memory cubes, shattered, dead. It shimmered faintly, but with no pulse. A relic. What's this? A reminder, Griffin said, of what we forgot, and what we broke to remember it. Hugh closed the box. Will they come back? Probably, eventually, but not in the same form. They can't run the same script twice. Now that we've seen them, they have to change their mask. Hugh nodded. So what happens now? Griffin's gaze lingered on the sky. We rebuild. We decentralize. We bury what we must, and we archive what we can. And we don't forget again. That afternoon, the Council of Sectors gathered for the first time in 10 years. Not a war council, not a supply command, a forum. Each representative seated without armor, without rank insignia, only their lived memories and fractured truths. Hugh stood before them, uninvited but not unwelcome. He spoke plainly. There was a war, but not the one we fought. The true war was over control of perception, of memory, of possibility, and we lost for a time. Silence, but now we're not being watched. Not yet, and this is our chance to decide who we become. He stepped down, no applause, but nods, real ones. That was enough. Later that evening, Griffin took Hugh to the sublevels, to the room where the sleeper remained. She hadn't moved since the disruption. The field around her was dimming, a flicker at the edges. They'd begun dismantling the chamber. She wasn't one of them, Griffin said softly, but she wasn't one of us either. Hugh approached the field, looked into her eyes. There was something there now. A flicker, a blink. She saw him. He stepped back. We should end it. Griffin nodded. We will. The chamber lights dimmed. The encasement powered down. For the first time in years, the hum ceased. Outside, the base slowly returned to function. The collector fields were reprogrammed to track history, not distort it. Records were rebuilt, memory cubes re-indexed and sealed, and the spires, those strange, towering relics of the set's influence, were stripped down and turned into signal buoys. Beacons of caution. A warning. Hugh returned to the field corps, but not as a soldier. He walked from zone to zone, speaking, listening, learning what had survived and what had changed. Some towns had no memory of the war. Others remembered wars that never existed. Each version of truth had weight. At the edge of the eastern ridge, Hugh sat with a boy no older than 10, watching a glider drone circle overhead. Is that thing dangerous? The boy asked. It used to be, Hugh said. Now it's just watching. The boy made a face. Like the bad watchers? Hugh smiled. No, this one listens. It learns. The boy looked curious. From who? Hugh pointed at him. From you. Far off in space, just beyond the visible edge, an echo folded back in on itself. A logic loop failed to close. Somewhere in the mesh between universes, a dead signal flared and went out. Back on Earth, life moved forward. And for the first time in generations, the future wasn't written. It would be told. There was a silence growing beneath the world. Beneath the crust of reclaimed cities, under collector stations now long dormant, deep in tunnels, carved out during the height of the war, something had gone quiet. Not the quiet of peace. The quiet of things waiting. Hugh stood before the archive vault, key filament pressed to the lock, listening to the mechanical whispers of the security lattice folding away. This was the last node they hadn't explored since the Watchers fell into their loop. Not out of fear, out of caution. It was said this one held the raw pre-collapse logs, untouched, unscrubbed, unfiltered. He wasn't alone. Woody was with him now, older, slower, his leg fitted with a bypass implant that clicked as he walked. But his eyes still sparked. You think it'll change what we know? Woody asked. I think it might show us what we missed, Hugh replied. Inside, the vault breathed. Lines of prisms and filament libraries stretched wall to wall. Everything shimmered with latent data, and at the heart of it an orb, dormant but intact, embedded in a slab of old-world alloy, pulsing faintly like a sleeping heart. Hugh approached it, no scripts activated, no alerts. It led him near. He placed his palm on it. Static ran up his spine. Images hit him in frames. The first city, the first seed. The first whisper of foreign design implanted into Earth's grid under the guise of a solar alignment project. Then the Black Rains, then the first clean war. Then the first altered memory, and behind it all, shapes. Not creatures, not ships, motifs, patterns of logic that birthed technologies and fed ideologies. They weren't watchers, they were shepherds or farmers. Hugh pulled his hand away. The orb quieted. God, Woody said. We were the crops. No, Hugh corrected, standing slowly. We were the soil. They returned to base under the veil of a mild dust storm. No alarms, no debriefing, only silence from those who waited. Griffin met them, already knowing, his face drawn sunken, like he'd read it all through the static. We can't destroy it, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I wouldn't ask us to. What now? We reframe the timeline. Hugh raised a brow. We admit the truth, Griffin continued, to everyone. No more classified loops, no more time-layered missions, and no more grooming the future like we're shaping it. That'll shatter half the command. Griffin smiled without warmth. That half was already cracked. The announcement came 2 days later, a broadcast shared openly across all regions. Hugh stood before the array, wind at his back, voice steady. We were shaped, engineered, but we were never owned. He paused. Let it sink in. The Watchers didn't lose, they were paused. But we must learn, because they never stopped preparing us for themselves. We must build a world where interference is impossible, not just hidden. He stared into the lens, unblinking, and we begin with memory. All of it. Every truth, every fracture, every false timeline, we record it, we teach it, we write it down so the next era won't be born blind. That day, the base began the archive. Every survivor submitted their story. Some spoke in rage, others wept. Others simply recited what they remembered. But they spoke. For the first time, they owned their memory. Hugh watched from the catwalk above as fieldmen and civilians alike lined up to add their voices. Even the old set officers, long disbanded, were there, humbled. Griffin stood beside him. Do you believe it'll hold? Hugh didn't answer right away. No. Griffin tilted his head. But I believe they'll try, Hugh said. And that's enough. In the shadows of the collector fields, now dismantled and rusting in the sun, children ran without weapons. The sound of their feet was real, not fabricated, not repeated from a forgotten timeline. Real. The walls of the base, once humming with vortex interference and cloaked in disruptor fields, now bore murals, a timeline made of images, not loops. Art told the story. The field code from the fallen timeline had been transcribed into poetry. The names of the lost engraved along the northern barricade, which now stood not to protect, but to remember. And in a chamber far below, sealed in silence, the anchor sat, no longer needed, but never discarded. Because even peace, when earned, needs a keystone. Hugh left the base one final time, not in retreat, not in exile, but in purpose. Across the fractured lands were still untouched towns, wild colonies, survivors uncounted. He would walk until his name was forgotten, until his story was retold by those who never knew him. That was how memory healed. Not by being preserved perfectly, but by being handed forward, flawed, and still beating. The last image of Hugh, recorded in the archive, was a simple one. A man standing at the edge of a broken road, pack slung over one shoulder, looking ahead, and in the distance, a sky that no longer shimmered. Somewhere far above the atmosphere, where no collectors reached, where even the time loops hadn't curled, the last fragment of the Watcher's architecture floated. It was not a ship, not in any human sense. It was a vessel of probability, a skein of possibility woven tight into a field of shifting potential. It did not move through space. It moved through assumption. Where belief was strong enough, it appeared. Where doubt crept in, it flickered out. But something was wrong now. Inside this structure, the inhabitants, or remnants, processed pattern collapses at blinding speeds. They projected shadow selves into still looping fragments of old Earth, seeking resonance. But the resonance was gone. The lattice had been severed. Hugh's act, the trigger Griffin handed him, the field disruption seeded into the fake loop had done more than trap them. It had taught the world to question, and doubt was fatal to the Watchers. Within the vessel, one node pulsed erratic. The shape inside, a humanoid approximation crafted to better observe those who evolved through struggle, shivered. You deviated, the node said aloud. There was no response. Deviant vector has spawned replications. Local thought-form environments no longer reinforce the assumed chain. Silence. The subject vector has ignited recursive free agency nodes. Authority structures collapsing. Absorption impossible. Still silence. The figure tilted its head. Begin observer shutdown. We will attempt re-entry through a lower assumption tier. And the ship dimmed. On Earth, Griffin received the signal hours before sunrise. He read the data burst 3 times before speaking. They've gone under. Hugh was across the continent now, helping rebuild the aquifer maps and re-establish grain corridors, but his signal returned in less than a minute. Gone where? Beneath awareness. They're going dark, waiting to be believed in again. Hugh responded simply, then we stop worshipping ghosts. The last phase began not with a war, but with a school. A single building set into the old ruins of what was once a set outpost, now ringed with gardens and water channels. Its walls were painted with the words of 100 timelines, all jumbled, forming a new whole. Students came from all sectors, some whose ancestors had been on the wrong side of the war, others from fringe colonies who'd barely survived. They weren't told what to believe. They were told to remember and to question. Hugh taught there only once a year. He sat on the floor, never behind a lectern. He told stories. The truth of them didn't matter as much as the questions they raised. The one he always ended with went like this. There was a day once, he said, when someone asked what would happen if we stopped reacting, stopped assuming the enemy was each other, and the answer came. Quiet, simple, unavoidable. He waited. Someone always asked, what was the answer? He smiled. We remembered who we were, and they couldn't survive that. That night, the stars flickered in the sky, not from battle, not from interference, but from alignment. A pattern locked into place, a story completed. A loop broken, not by force, but by letting go, and so ended the first book, not with a final battle, but with a final breath, a return to self, a knowing. The watchers waited, but no one came back. Years passed, not in silence, but in motion, rebuilding, reconnection, relearning. The surface of the earth no longer bore the sharp scars of war, but it did not forget them. Roads etched with blast lines had become market lanes. Collector ruins turned into sanctuaries, each one a circle of stone and steel where people told stories and sang of timelines they'd never lived, but now somehow remembered. Hugh grew older. The man once shadowed by weaponry and war had grown into something else. Not a leader, not even a figurehead, but a presence. People didn't salute him. They asked him questions. He didn't give orders. He asked better questions in return. He rarely stayed in one place longer than a season. One winter in the southern terraces building floodgates with teenage engineers. Another summer on the central plateau, helping construct transmitter towers that no longer aimed to call out to watchers, but to call across one another. Pure communication, human to human. No lords overhead, no silent witnesses in orbit. Children now grew up knowing the war as a shadow, not a monster. They played games where the monsters were defeated not with weapons, but by seeing them clearly, naming them aloud, and choosing to walk past. In the city of Orelon, a rebuilt trade hub over one of the oldest collector fields, Hugh met a woman named Ray. She was tall, quiet-eyed, and burned metal into poetry. Her sculptures stood over intersections, phrases twisted from salvaged steel and old war plates. Truth is memory untied from fear. All gods can be doubted. Do not kneel to patterns. They built a home above the old glider station. Together, they uncovered part of a dormant set data vault, one the reclamation crews had missed. It wasn't functional. The memory lattice had long since degraded, but inside it were dozens of spools, paper thin and etched in a language neither fully recognized. Ray spent 3 years translating it line by line. It was a confession from one of the first hybrid observers. I did not believe they would ever fall, but they feared something we could not quantify, the human act of doubt. Not doubt as despair, doubt as resistance, as anti-programming, as self-definition. Once a mind learns to doubt a loop, the loop breaks. This is not rebellion, it is evolution. That is the fracture they feared. The virus we seeded and forgot. They published the text, not as scripture, as reference. One day, Hugh stood at the high balcony and watched the sky. He had no agenda. The watchers hadn't returned. But sometimes you had to look anyway. Not out of fear, out of responsibility. He turned to find Griffin there. The older man had grayed, lost mass, gained vision. They're not coming, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. Not soon. Not in form. Hugh tilted his head. Still afraid of us? No, Griffin said. Afraid, we'll teach others what we learned. And that was the truth. The war hadn't been between species. It had been a war between realities. between those who needed control and those who had learned to live without it. Griffin handed him a small black stone. Polished, seamless. What is it? Hugh asked. A fragment, from the edge of the echo lattice, still warm. Hugh felt it hum in his palm. Does it do anything? Griffin smirked. Only if you give it orders. Hugh tossed it to Ray later that night. She caught it in one hand, studied it under firelight, and buried it in a planter box beneath a plum tree. That spring, the tree flowered early. The petals glowed faintly. No one asked why. In time, the archives were expanded. Not just war records, not just memory loops, not just field notes, but stories. Folklore born from fractured truths, children's books retelling old timelines as parables, maps drawn from memory and dream together. Hugh read a page one morning while walking the sky bridge above Orlan. Once the world was a knot of forgetting, then someone pulled a thread and looked inside. He smiled. He knew the writer, a girl who'd grown up beneath the burnt towers of the northern fields. Her story was new. Hers alone. In the last years of his life, Hugh never stopped moving. He walked from valley to spire to desert edge, sometimes speaking, sometimes silent, sometimes just planting something in the dirt and walking away. When he died, there was no monument, no funeral pyre, no military fanfare, but across the land in every outpost and commune and memory station, bells rang once at the hour of dusk, not for mourning, for signal clarity, to say, we remember, we remain, we deviate. And far above the earth, beyond any collector field's range, in a space where time once bent to foreign will, the watchers sat dormant still. Their nodes quivered as a signal breached their loops, soft, slow, human. Not a threat, a question. Are you still watching? No reply, and none was needed, because the question itself meant we're no longer waiting. Somewhere across a barren world that once wore the same sky as Earth, a man walked beneath unfamiliar constellations. He wasn't Hugh, not anymore. His name had dissolved over time, a sound turned to silence by years of walking, listening, remembering. He wore a weathered jacket stitched from old field cloth and new fiber, and in his chest he carried a shard of the old world, not as a weapon, not as proof, but as a thread, a reminder that no strand of history was ever fully cut. This was not Earth. Not exactly. It was one of the spill worlds, those branched planets created during the war, when the Watchers had bent the lattice so far it fractured into physical space. Some spill worlds had collapsed. Others had matured into strange reflections. This one had lived, and it had grown. The settlers here knew of the war, though not firsthand. They had never seen the collectors. They had never bled beneath the vortex storms, but they knew the stories. The archive, now encoded into deep orbit repeater pods, had reached them generations ago. The people here had adapted the lessons, built without hierarchy, structured their cities with centers, not tops, named their children after doubts, not heroes. And now, the man with no name walked their roads. He wasn't a prophet. They didn't treat him like one. He was an echo, a fragment, a living strand of the thread they'd inherited. On his third day in the capital ring, he stood beneath a tower of glass grown directly from volcanic stone. The structure resonated faintly, tuned to vibrations across the planetary field. It was a listening post, but not for signals. It listened to memory. He sat in the center and waited. A child approached. Not out of awe, out of curiosity. "Is it true," she asked, "that you spoke with the machines?" He smiled. "No," she frowned. "But you stopped them." "No," he said again, gently. "We stopped ourselves. That's what made them powerless." She didn't quite understand, but she nodded anyway. The tower shifted pitch. Something beyond language passed through the room. Not a message, a feeling. Deep acknowledgement. Somewhere, the archive in orbit adjusted its rotation. The signal beam moved 1 degree west. The loop had registered a null return, not silence. Completion. Elsewhere, on Earth and on other worlds now growing in the void, the Watcher's logic forms began to erode. Not from an attack, from neglect. They had been forgotten. A single beacon blinked once in a dead region of space, then expired. Back on the spill world, the man walked out of the listening tower, the child following. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Write new myths," he said. "About what?" "Not about the end," he said, turning. "About what we did after the end." The wind carried his voice across the basalt plain, and in time, the world followed. In a chamber so deep beneath Earth's crust, it existed between measurable frequencies. An ancient structure shuddered, not from damage, from awakening. Inside, dormant files, fragments of Watcher protocols, scanned for instruction, for pattern, for resonance. They found none, but one thread remained active. Hugh Forbes, status unknown. The Lattice attempted a query. It failed. A secondary command was initiated. Seed contingency, pattern unknowable. A warning flared and extinguished itself. Threat class human defined. And then watch protocol obsolete. Final process activated, handshake rejected. Archive yielded. And thus, the last Watcher node became what it had feared most. A listener. No longer a hand over humanity. Just a record, just a relic. Back on the surface, under a sky no longer charted by war, a generation not born from blood gathered in open fields to speak, to build, to err, to create. They made no gods, they made no enemies, they made a story. And in its telling, everything that once ruled them fell quiet, not gone, but no longer needed. And the world moved forward, not toward peace or power, but toward awareness. The final war had not been won, it had been understood. And understanding was a weapon no loop could counter.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. Amara had exactly 3 minutes left on her shift when she heard the screaming. 3 minutes. 180 seconds between her and a hot shower, a cold beer, and the blissful silence of her tiny apartment where nobody needed anything from her and nothing was on fire. She'd been counting down since hour 9 of this 12-hour nightmare, watching the clock tick with the desperate focus of a woman who'd unloaded 6 freight containers of mining equipment in 90-degree heat. But no, the universe had other plans. Because of course it did. The sound came from the alley behind the cargo docks, the kind of narrow, trash-filled gap between buildings, where smart people didn't go after dark. Amara was many things, stubborn, sarcastic, possibly too fond of cheap whiskey, but she'd never been accused of being smart. Not when it counted, anyway. She should have kept walking, should have clocked out, gone home, pretended she hadn't heard a thing. That was the frontier colony survival rule number 1. Mind your own business. Keep your head down. Don't get involved in whatever fresh hell was brewing in the shadows. Instead, she grabbed the cargo hook hanging by the loading bay door and headed toward the noise. Stupid, she muttered to herself. This is stupid. You're stupid. The alley reeked of rotting garbage and something chemical that probably violated at least 6 environmental regulations. Amara's boots splashed through something she really hoped was just water as she rounded the corner, cargo hook held like a very inadequate weapon. What she found made her stop dead. 4 men, human, which somehow made it worse, had backed something small and terrified against the far wall. They had the look of hired muscle, cheap armor, cheaper weapons, and the kind of swagger that came from never having met real consequences. The kind of thugs who worked for smugglers or gang bosses, doing the dirty work for people too smart to get their own hands bloody. The small, terrified something was a child. Not a human child, though. This kid had scales that shimmered iridescent even in the dim light, and eyes that reflected the glow from the street like a cat's. Claws on hands that were too small to do any real damage, and a tail that lashed in fear. The kid couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 in human years, wearing clothes that looked expensive, real fabric, not synthweave. Amara's brain supplied the information automatically. Haxree, one of the apex predator species, the kind of aliens who grew up to be 8 feet of muscle, fang, and attitude. The kind who ran half the military operations in this sector of space and looked at humans like we were cute, squishy things that broke too easily to be useful. This particular Haxree was currently shaking like a leaf and making small, terrified chirping sounds. "Come on, little guy," one of the thugs was saying, his voice doing that fake-friendly thing that made Amara's skin crawl. "We're not gonna hurt you. Just gonna take you somewhere safe, yeah? Your family's gonna pay good money to get you back." "Ransom?" "Of course." Because kidnapping an apex predator's child was definitely a plan made by people who thought things through. The kid pressed harder against the wall, claws scraping uselessly against concrete. Amara cleared her throat. All 4 thugs spun around, weapons coming up. She got a good look at what she was dealing with. Plasma pistols, the cheap kind that overheated after 6 shots, but would absolutely turn her into a smoking crater before that became a problem. "Evening, gentlemen," she said, keeping her voice level and her cargo hook visible. "Lovely night for felony kidnapping." The lead thug, shaved head, scar across his nose, probably thought he looked intimidating, laughed. "Walk away, lady. This doesn't concern you." "See, I would," Amara said, taking a step forward. "I really, really would. I've had a long day. My back hurts. I'm pretty sure I pulled something in my shoulder. And I've got a date with a shower that's been calling my name for the last 3 hours." Another step. "But here's my problem," she continued. "I walk away, and tomorrow I wake up knowing I let 4 grown men terrorize a kid. And then I've got to live with that. And I'm already living with enough bad decisions without adding that to the pile." "Your funeral," Scarface said, raising his pistol. "Yeah," Amara sighed. "Probably." She moved fast. Not fast enough to dodge a plasma bolt, but fast enough to be unpredictable. The cargo hook swung out, caught Scarface's wrist, and his shot went wide, scorching the wall above the kid's head. Amara followed through, driving her boot into his knee. Something crunched. He went down screaming. Then everything went sideways. The other 3 opened fire, and Amara did the only thing she could think of. She threw herself between the kid and the guns. The first bolt hit her in the shoulder, and it felt like someone had shoved a red-hot poker through her flesh. The second caught her in the ribs. The third, fourth, and fifth came so fast she couldn't tell where they hit, just that her entire body was suddenly made of fire and agony. She heard the kid screaming, a high, terrified sound that cut through the pain. 6th shot. Her leg gave out. The 7th knocked her flat. The 8th. The 8th she didn't really feel. Everything had gone distant and fuzzy, like she was watching it happen to someone else. She was on the ground, she realized. When had that happened? The kid was underneath her, protected by her body, still making those scared, chirping sounds. "You crazy!" one of the thugs was shouting, but his voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. Footsteps. Running. The thugs were leaving, probably heard sirens, or maybe they'd just realized they'd shot a human in front of a witness, and that was going to bring heat they didn't want. Amara tried to move, to check if the kid was okay, but her body wasn't responding anymore. Everything felt cold despite the burning pain. That was bad, right? She was pretty sure that was bad. The kid wriggled out from under her, and she got a glimpse of those big reflective eyes staring down at her. The little haxorhy was saying something, but Amara couldn't make out the words. Everything was getting darker. Her last coherent thought was, well, this is officially the dumbest way I've ever almost died, and I once tried to arm wrestle a cargo loader. Then the darkness swallowed her whole, and Amara stopped thinking anything at all. Somewhere far away, she was vaguely aware of more sounds. Shouting, the whine of emergency vehicles, someone lifting her, multiple someones, strong hands, urgent voices speaking in languages she didn't recognize. But it all felt very far away, and not particularly important anymore. If this was dying, It was a lot less dramatic than the movies made it look. Mostly, it was just quiet and cold. And then, nothing at all. Waking up was a mistake. That was Amara's first coherent thought, as consciousness dragged her up from the comfortable void. Her second thought was that everything hurt in that special way that suggested her body had been disassembled, run through a wood chipper, and then reassembled by someone working from a badly translated instruction manual. Her third thought was, why am I not dead? She cracked one eye open and immediately regretted it. The light was too bright, too clean, too white. This wasn't the dingy emergency clinic near the docks where freight workers went when they couldn't afford to miss work. This was the kind of medical facility that had actual windows and equipment that looked like it had been manufactured sometime in the current decade. "Oh, good," a male voice said from somewhere to her left. "You're awake. I was starting to wonder if you'd decided to just sleep through the next month." Amara turned her head, slowly, because apparently her neck had opinions about sudden movements, and found a human man in a white coat sitting in a chair beside her bed. He was maybe 50, with gray streaking through dark hair, and the kind of tired eyes that said he'd seen some things and wasn't particularly impressed by any of them. "Where?" Her voice came out like gravel. She tried again. "Where am I?" "Mercy General, Upper District," the man said. "I'm Dr. Harry. And before you ask, yes, you should be dead. No, I don't know how you're not. And yes, someone paid for the very expensive treatment that's the only reason we're having this conversation." Amara processed that. Upper District, the fancy part of Iron Haven where people had things like savings accounts and furniture that matched. She'd been there exactly once to deliver a package and had felt out of place the entire time. "How long?" she asked. 3 weeks, give or take," Harry said. "You were in a medically induced coma while the regenerative treatment did its work. You took 8 plasma bolts at close range. Your shoulder was slag. 3 ribs were powder. Your left lung was perforated, and your femur had a hole in it the size of my fist." He said it clinically, like he was reading a grocery list. Amara appreciated that. She didn't need sympathy. She needed information. "The kid?" she asked. Harry's expression shifted into something that might have been amusement. "The kid is fine. Not a scratch on him thanks to you using your body as a meat shield. Which, for the record, was either the bravest or stupidest thing I've seen in 20 years of emergency medicine, and I once treated a guy who tried to fight a cargo mech with his bare hands." "Stupid," Amara said. "Definitely stupid." "Well, the kid's family disagrees." Harry stood up, and there was something in his posture that made Amara nervous. "Which brings me to the complicated part of this conversation. You've got visitors, a lot of them, and they've been waiting very patiently for you to wake up." "Visitors?" Amara tried to sit up and discovered that her body had strong feelings about that plan. "Who?" "The kind that travel with armed escorts and diplomatic credentials," Harry said. "The kind that make hospital administrators very, very nervous. The kind that... Look, I'm just going to say it. There are Haxry Imperial Guards outside your room right now, and they've been there for 2 weeks." Amara stared at him. "I'm sorry. There are... what?" "Imperial Guards. Elite military. The kind of soldiers who could probably take out this entire building without breaking a sweat." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Turns out the kid you saved wasn't just any Haxry cub. His name is Rennick, and his father is High Commander Naxrill. As in, one of the most powerful military leaders in Haxry society. As in, the kind of person who can make entire planets nervous." The room suddenly felt too small. Amara's brain, still fuzzy from 3 weeks of forced unconsciousness, tried to process this information, and failed spectacularly. "Oh," she said. "Oh, that's just fantastic." "It gets better," Harry said, and his tone suggested it absolutely did not get better. "The commander wants to meet you. He's been asking every day when you'd wake up. And before you ask, no, you can't say no. I mean, you can, but I don't recommend it. These people take honor and debts very seriously." "How seriously?" "The kind of seriously where refusing to meet him would be considered a grave insult and might cause an interstellar incident," Harry said. "So, you know, no pressure." Amara closed her eyes and counted to 10, then 20. Then she gave up because numbers weren't making this situation any less insane. "Fine," she said. "Wheel him in. Let's get this over with." "You sure? You just woke up. I can tell him you need more time." "Dr. Harry," Amara said, opening her eyes, "I'm lying in a hospital bed in the fancy part of town, apparently alive because some alien warlord paid for experimental treatment, and there are elite soldiers outside my door. I don't think more time is going to make this less weird." Harry nodded slowly. "Fair point. I'll let them know." He left, and Amara had about 30 seconds to contemplate her life choices before the door opened again. The Haxree who entered had to duck to fit through the doorway. He was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with scales that shimmered deep crimson and gold. His eyes were amber, slit-pupiled, and currently fixed on Amara with an intensity that made her want to hide under the blankets. He wore armor that looked ceremonial, but probably functioned just fine in actual combat, and he moved with the fluid grace of something that had been killing things efficiently for a very long time. Behind him, 2 more Haxree in military gear flanked the door. Guards for the guard, apparently. High Commander Naxrill stopped at the foot of her bed and just looked at her. Amara looked back, because she'd never been good at backing down, even when it was clearly the smart choice. The silence stretched out. Amara's internal monologue was screaming. Finally, Naxrill spoke. His voice was deep, resonant, and carried an accent that turned human words into something more growled than spoken. "You are Amara." It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "That's me. Dock worker, bad decision-maker, apparently too stubborn to die." Something flickered in those amber eyes. "You saved my son." "I got in the way of some bullets," Amara said. "Not sure that counts as saving." "You placed your body between him and harm," Naxrill said. "You took wounds that should have killed you. You did this for a child not of your species, not of your clan, not of your world. This is not getting in the way. This is sacrifice." The way he said that last word made it sound important. Capital S, important. "Look," Amara said, "I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I really just did what anyone would do. Kid was scared, bad guys had guns, I had a cargo hook and a history of poor impulse control. That's the whole story." "No," Naxriel said, and there was something almost confused in his tone. "That is not what anyone would do. Most would flee. Many would hide. Some would call for help and hope it arrived in time. You attacked 4 armed males with a tool and your bare hands. You used your flesh as a shield. This is not normal behavior." "Well, normal's overrated," Amara muttered. Naxriel moved closer, and Amara fought the urge to sink deeper into the bed. He wasn't being threatening, at least she didn't think he was, but he was just so damn big, and every instinct she had was screaming that this was a predator, and she was very, very small. "In my culture," Naxriel said slowly, "a life debt is sacred. Absolute. You saved my son's life at the cost of your own. That you survived does not diminish the debt. It increases it." I'm not asking for anything, Amara said, quickly. Seriously, we're good. You paid for the fancy medical treatment, which, thank you for that, and we can just call it even. We cannot call it even, Naxriel interrupted, and there was something almost offended in his tone. There is no even. There is debt, and there is honor, and there is family. You have given me back my son. There is no payment that balances this. He straightened, and suddenly his posture changed into something formal, ritualistic. The two guards by the door snapped to attention. I, High Commander Naxriel of the Crimson Fleet, declare before witnesses that Amara of Ironhaven is kin-chosen. She is blood of my blood, clan of my clan, family of my family. Her enemies are my enemies. Her honor is my honor. This bond is eternal and unbreakable. The words hung in the air like something physical. The guards had their fists over their hearts. Naxriel was staring at her with an expression that might have been respect or might have been something else entirely. Amara's brain had officially given up. I'm sorry, she said. I'm what now? Kin-chosen, Naxriel repeated. It is the highest honor my people can bestow. You are now considered part of my family. My clan will protect you, provide for you, honor you as one of our own. But I'm human, Amara said, because apparently that was where her brain had decided to make it stand. I'm not. We're not even the same species. How does that work? It has never been done before, Naxriel admitted. You are the first alien to be named kin-chosen. But the law is clear. One who saves the life of a clan member at risk of their own becomes family. The law does not specify species. So you're just adopting me into your alien warrior family because I got shot? Because you chose to get shot, Naxriel corrected. Because when faced with danger, you did not calculate odds or consider consequences. You simply acted. This is the mark of true strength, true honor. Amara laughed. She couldn't help it. The sound came out slightly hysterical. But honestly, who could blame her? Okay, she said. Okay, this is insane. This is completely insane. I'm a freight dock supervisor. I live in a 400-square-foot apartment. I eat instant noodles for dinner 3 nights a week. I am not warrior family material. You faced 4 armed enemies alone, Naxriel said. You took 8 plasma bolts and survived. You protected a child with your life. What part of this is not warrior behavior? The part where I was mostly just annoyed and not thinking clearly? Courage is not the absence of fear, Naxriel said. It is action despite fear. You have proven your courage. The matter is settled. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. My son wishes to visit you, he said. When you are stronger. He has been asking every day. The kid's okay? Amara asked. Really okay? Not a scratch, Naxriel said, and something in his voice softened. Because of you. Rest now, Amara. Kin-chosen. We will speak again soon. He left, guards following, and the room suddenly felt much larger and much quieter. Dr. Harry poked his head back in. So, he said, that happened? I've been adopted by alien warriors, Amara said to the ceiling. This is my life now. Could be worse, Harry offered. How? How could this possibly be worse? Harry considered. Well, you could still be dead. Yeah, Amara sighed. There is that. She closed her eyes and tried very hard not to think about what being kin-chosen to a high commander actually meant. She had a feeling she was going to find out whether she wanted to or not. Amara was discharged from Mercy General 5 days later, and that's when she learned that her life had become a circus. A circus with armed guards, media drones, and apparently a security detail that followed her everywhere, like the world's most intimidating shadows. "This is ridiculous," she said, for the 15th time that morning, staring at the Haxry warrior currently standing outside her apartment door. "I don't need a bodyguard. I live on the 4th floor of a building with broken elevators. The most dangerous thing here is the mold in the bathroom." Lieutenant Horan, because of course he had a rank and a name, and apparently a permanent assignment to make her life complicated, didn't even blink. He was smaller than Naxril, only about 6.5 feet tall, with dark green scales and eyes that tracked every movement in the hallway, like he was expecting an attack from the vending machine. "High Commander's orders," Horan said, his voice clipped and professional. "You are kin-chosen. You will be protected." "I've lived here for 3 years without protection," Amara pointed out. "I think I can manage." "You were not a political symbol 3 years ago," Horan replied. "You were not known across 6 star systems. You were not the first human to be named kin-chosen to a Haxry clan. You are now all of these things. Therefore, you will be protected." He said it like he was explaining basic math to a particularly slow child. Amara resisted the urge to throw something at him. "I don't want to be a political symbol," she muttered, unlocking her door. "I want to be a person who drinks coffee in her underwear and doesn't have an audience." "Then you should not have saved the High Commander's son," Horan said. Amara turned to stare at him. "Are you seriously suggesting I should have let a kid get kidnapped?" "I am suggesting that actions have consequences," Horan said. "You chose to act. These are the consequences." "You know what? I don't like you," Amara said. "That is acceptable," Horan replied. "I am not here to be liked. I am here to ensure you survive." Amara slammed the door in his face and immediately felt childish about it. Then she decided she didn't care. If she was going to be stuck with a judgmental lizard cat warrior following her around, she was allowed to be petty about it. Her apartment looked exactly the same as she'd left it 3 weeks ago, which was somehow both comforting and depressing. Dishes in the sink, laundry on the chair. The plant by the window that she'd named Herbert was definitely dead now. Nothing had changed, except everything had changed, and Amara didn't know how to process that. She made coffee, the cheap instant kind that tasted like regret, and sat on her couch, trying to figure out what came next. Her comm unit buzzed, then buzzed again, then started buzzing continuously. Messages. Hundreds of them. Interview requests from news outlets across the colony and beyond. Job offers from security companies. Marriage proposals from people she'd never met. Threats from people who apparently had strong feelings about humans getting special treatment from alien species. Amara turned the comm unit off and threw it across the room. "This is fine," she said to her dead plant. "Everything is fine." Herbert did not respond, being dead. The knock on her door 3 hours later was small and hesitant, nothing like Horan's earlier pounding. Amara opened it to find Rennick standing in the hallway, looking up at her with those big reflective eyes. He was wearing clean clothes now, expensive looking, and there was an older Haxry female behind him. A nanny or guardian, probably. Horan loomed in the background, watching. "Hi," Rennick said in heavily accented human standard. "You are awake." Something in Amara's chest did a weird twisting thing. The kid was okay. Really, actually okay. Not a scratch on him, just like everyone had said. "Yeah," she said, crouching down to his level and immediately regretting it when her still healing ribs protested. "I'm awake. How are you doing, kid?" "I am good," Rennick said. "Because of you. Father says you are family now." He says you are very brave. Your father gives me too much credit, Amara said. I just did what needed doing. You took the fire weapons, Rennick said, and his voice got smaller. You covered me. I thought you were dead. There was so much blood. Oh no. The kid had trauma. Of course he had trauma. He'd watched someone get shot 8 times right in front of him. Hey, Amara said softly. I'm okay. See? Still here, still kicking. Takes more than a few plasma bolts to keep me down. Rennick reached out and touched her arm, like he needed to confirm she was real. His claws were tiny, barely sharp enough to scratch. I brought you something, he said, pulling a small object from his pocket. Father says, when someone saves your life, you give them a token, so they remember you are grateful. He held out what looked like a small carved stone, smooth and dark, with symbols etched into its surface. It is from our homeworld, Rennick explained. It means protector. Father says you are my protector now. Family protects family. Amara took the stone, and that weird twisting thing in her chest got worse. She wasn't good with emotions. She was good with cargo manifests and sarcasm and keeping her head down. This was way outside her comfort zone. Thank you, she managed. I'll keep it safe. Rennick smiled, showing way too many teeth, and Amara reminded herself that this cute kid would eventually grow up to be an 8-foot apex predator. Biology was weird. The nanny ushered Rennick away after a few more minutes, and Amara was left standing in her doorway, holding a carved stone and feeling like her life had tilted sideways. That was kind of him, Horan said from his post. I thought you didn't do small talk, Amara said. I do not, Horan replied. I am making an observation. The young one has been distressed since the incident. You are the first person who has made him smile. Amara looked at the stone in her hand. He's a good kid. He is the son of a high commander, Horan said. He will be a warrior, a leader. He will command fleets and make decisions that affect billions. But yes, he is also a good child. Something in Horan's tone made Amara look at him more closely. You don't think I should be kin-chosen, do you? Horan was quiet for a long moment. I think you are human. Soft. Weak. Your species has been part of the Galactic Coalition for less than a generation. You have no warrior tradition, no honor codes, no understanding of what it means to be Haxriai? Tell me how you really feel, Amara muttered. But, Horan continued, the High Commander has made his decision, and the High Commander does not make decisions lightly. So I will protect you, whether I understand his reasoning or not. How inspiring, Amara said, really feeling the family love here. You want honesty or comfort? Horan asked. I can provide only one. Honesty's fine, Amara sighed. I've had enough smoke blown up my... The explosion cut her off. It came from below, a massive boom that shook the entire building. Amara stumbled, and Horan moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, pulling her back into her apartment. Stay down, he barked, and suddenly he had a weapon in his hand. Where had he been keeping that? And was speaking rapidly into a comm unit in his own language. What the hell? Amara started. Another explosion. Closer. The lights flickered. We are under attack, Horan said, scanning the hallway. Someone has breached the building perimeter. We need to move, now. Attack? Who's attacking? Does it matter? Horan grabbed her arm, carefully but firmly. There are people trying to kill you. We can discuss their motivations after you are not dead. He pulled her into the hallway, and Amara's brain finally caught up with what was happening. Someone was trying to kill her. Actually, genuinely trying to kill her. because she'd saved a kid and become famous, and apparently that made her a target. "I really hate my life right now," she said. "Complain later," Haran said. "Run, now." They ran. The stairwell was full of smoke, and Amara could hear screaming from the lower floors. Haran moved like he'd done this 1,000 times, weapon up, checking corners, keeping himself between her and any potential threats. They made it down 2 floors before the attackers found them. 3 figures in tactical gear, faces covered, weapons raised. They opened fire without warning, and Haran shoved Amara behind a concrete pillar hard enough to knock the wind out of her. He returned fire, and the sound was deafening in the enclosed space. 1 attacker went down. Then another. The 3rd got a shot off that scorched the wall inches from Amara's head. Haran moved, fast and brutal, and suddenly the 3rd attacker was on the ground with Haran's claws at his throat. "Who sent you?" Haran demanded. The attacker said nothing. Haran applied pressure, and the attacker made a choking sound. "Who sent you?" "The collective," the attacker gasped. "The collective of rational governance. You're contaminating the galaxy. Humans don't belong." Haran knocked him unconscious before he could finish. "We need to move," he said, pulling Amara up. "There will be more." They made it to the ground floor and out into the street, where chaos reigned. Emergency vehicles, security forces, and a crowd of onlookers with cameras. Amara's building was on fire, smoke pouring from the lower floors. A transport vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them, and Naxril emerged, looking absolutely murderous. "You are unharmed?" he demanded, looking Amara over. "I'm fine," Amara said. "Haran got me out. What the hell is going on?" "An assassination attempt," Naxril said. "The Collective of Rational Governance, a political faction that believes humans are inferior and should not be elevated within coalition society. They see your kin-chosen status as an insult to superior species." "So they tried to blow me up?" Amara said. "That seems excessive." "They tried to make a statement," Naxril said. "They failed, and now they will face consequences." He turned to Haran. "You protected her." "It is my duty," Haran said. "You did well," Naxril said, and there was approval in his voice. Then he looked at Amara. "You cannot return to your home. It is not safe. You will stay in the diplomatic quarter, under full guard, until this threat is eliminated." "I don't want to hide," Amara said, surprising herself. "These people tried to kill me because I saved a kid, because I'm human, and apparently that's offensive to them. If I hide, they win. If you die, they also win," Naxril pointed out. "Then don't let me die," Amara said, "but I'm not hiding. I'm not giving them the satisfaction." Naxril studied her for a long moment. Then something that might have been respect flickered in his eyes. "You are very stubborn," he said. "Yeah," Amara said. "I've been told." "Good," Naxril said. "Stubbornness is a warrior trait. Come, we have much to discuss, and enemies to hunt." As they climbed into the transport, Amara caught Haran, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," Haran said. "I am simply reconsidering my earlier assessment." "Of what?" "Of whether humans understand what it means to be warriors," Haran said quietly. "Perhaps I was wrong." Amara didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. But she kept the carved stone Rennick had given her clutched tight in her hand, and she thought about what it meant to be a protector. And she thought about the people who'd tried to kill her for the crime of being human and being honored. And she got angry. Not the hot, explosive kind of angry. The cold, determined kind. the kind that made decisions and stuck to them. If the collective wanted to make her a symbol, fine, she'd be a symbol, just not the kind they were expecting. The Galactic Council Summit was held in the largest convention center on Ironhaven, a massive structure of glass and steel that was supposed to represent unity and cooperation among species. Right now, it mostly represented a very large target. Amara stood in the staging area backstage, wearing clothes that cost more than 3 months of her old salary and feeling like a fraud. The human delegation was around her, colonists, engineers, administrators, all looking nervous. They'd been invited to present humanity's petition for elevated status within the coalition, to argue that humans deserved a real voice in galactic affairs. And Amara was supposed to be their symbol, their proof that humans were worthy. No pressure. "You do not have to do this," Naxriel said from beside her. He'd been against the plan from the start, but Amara had been stubborn, and eventually he'd given in. "We have intelligence that the collective will strike today. Let them come to us, on ground of our choosing. Not here, where innocence will be caught in the crossfire." "If I hide, they win," Amara said. "We've been over this." "If you die, they also win," Naxriel countered. "We have been over that as well." "Then I guess I better not die," Amara said. Horan appeared from the shadows. He was good at that, she'd learned. "Perimeter is secure. My team is in position. If the collective makes a move, we will be ready." "You sound almost concerned, Lieutenant," Amara said. "Careful. People might think you actually like me." "I do not like you," Horan said, but there was something in his tone that suggested he was lying. "I simply prefer that you remain alive. It would reflect poorly on me if you died under my protection." "How touching," Amara said. A human aide poked her head in. "5 minutes, everyone. They're ready for you." The delegation filed out toward the stage, and Amara took a breath. She could do this. She'd faced down armed thugs, survived 8 plasma bolts, and lived through 3 weeks of being a galactic celebrity. She could handle a speech. Probably. The convention center was packed. Thousands of beings from dozens of species, all watching as the human delegation took the stage. Amara spotted the collective representatives in the audience. They weren't hiding, which was bold or stupid or both. They wore the gray and silver colors of their faction, and they watched the humans with expressions that ranged from contempt to outright hostility. The human ambassador, a woman named Clarissa, who actually knew what she was doing, began the presentation. She talked about human contributions to the coalition, about the colonies they'd built, the trade routes they'd established, the problems they'd solved. She was good, professional, hitting all the right notes, and the collective representatives looked bored. Then Clarissa introduced Amara, and the energy in the room shifted. "This is Amara," Clarissa said, "a freight dock worker who became the first human to be named kin-chosen by a Haxri clan. Her story represents what humanity brings to the coalition: courage, compassion, and the willingness to act when action is needed." Amara stepped forward, and every camera in the room focused on her. She hated it. "I'm not a politician," she said, because starting with honesty seemed like the only way to get through this. "I'm not a diplomat or a warrior or anyone important. 3 weeks ago, I was unloading cargo containers and counting down the minutes until my shift ended. Then I heard a kid screaming, and I made a choice." She could see Naxriel in the wings, watching. Rennick was beside him, small and attentive. "I didn't think about species or politics or galactic implications," Amara continued. "I just thought, there's a kid in trouble, and I can help. So I did. And yeah, I got shot 8 times for it, which I don't recommend, by the way. The recovery is terrible. A few laughs from the audience. Good. Humor helped. But here's what I learned, Amara said. Strength isn't about how big you are or how many weapons you have. It's about what you do when everything's on the line. It's about choosing to act when walking away would be easier. Humans might be new to the galaxy, and we might be smaller and softer than a lot of species here, but we don't quit. We don't back down. And we don't let kids get hurt if we can do something about it. One of the collective representatives stood up. Inspiring words, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But words are cheap. Humans are weak. You survived through luck and alien charity. Nothing more. You are not warriors. You are not worthy of elevation. You are... The explosion cut him off. It came from the east entrance, a massive blast that shook the entire building. Then another from the west. The lights went out, emergency systems kicked in, and suddenly there was screaming and chaos and the sound of weapons fire. The collective had made their move. Horan was beside Amara in an instant, weapon drawn. Get down. But Amara wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the human delegation, at the colonists and engineers who were frozen in panic, and at the collective soldiers pouring in through the breached entrances. No, she said. No, we're not doing this. Amara, Horan started. They want to prove we're weak, Amara said. Let's prove them wrong. She turned to the human delegation. Listen up. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But we've got two choices. We can hide and hope someone saves us, or we can fight back. Show them what humans do when we're cornered. We're not soldiers, someone said. Neither am I, Amara said. But I'm stubborn, and I'm angry, and I'm really tired of people trying to kill me. Who's with me? For a moment, nobody moved. Then a dock worker named Chen, no relation to anyone, just a guy who'd been part of the labor delegation, picked up a piece of broken debris and nodded. I'm in, he said. Then another human stepped forward. And another. Within seconds, the entire delegation was armed with improvised weapons, chairs, debris, anything they could grab, and looking to Amara for direction. Okay, Amara said. Okay, here's what we do. We use the environment. We're smaller, so we're faster. We know this building. Most of us helped build it. Use that. Hit and run. Don't try to be heroes. Just slow them down until the real soldiers can do their job. Horan was staring at her. You are insane. Yeah, probably, Amara said. You coming or not? The fight that followed was chaos. The collective had brought heavy weapons and trained soldiers, but they hadn't counted on the humans fighting back. Amara's people used the building's layout against them, collapsing scaffolding, triggering fire suppression systems, turning the convention center into a maze of obstacles and hazards. Amara herself fought with a piece of pipe and pure spite, staying close to Horan, who was cutting through collective soldiers with brutal efficiency. She wasn't trying to win fights. She was trying to survive them. And there was a difference. A collective soldier cornered her near the stage, weapon raised. Amara threw her pipe at his face, ducked under his return fire, and kicked out his knee. He went down, and she grabbed his weapon, even though she barely knew how to use it. Amara! Horan shouted. Behind you! She spun, fired without aiming, and somehow hit the soldier who'd been sneaking up on her. Luck or instinct, she didn't know, and didn't care. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then Naxrill arrived with Imperial guards, and suddenly the collective soldiers were the ones being overwhelmed. The fighting ended quickly after that. Amara sat on the edge of the stage, breathing hard, covered in dust and blood. some hers, most not, and watched as collective soldiers were rounded up and restrained. Naxriel approached, and he looked impressed? It was hard to tell with Haxrai expressions. "You rallied your people," he said. "You fought." "We fought," Amara corrected. "All of us. That's what humans do. We're stubborn like that." "I am beginning to understand," Naxriel said, "why the High Commander chose you as kin chosen." Amara looked up to find Horan standing there, and there was something different in his eyes. Respect, maybe, or at least the beginning of it. "You were right," Horan said quietly. "I did not understand what it meant to be human. I thought weakness was physical. I did not account for strength of will." "Does this mean you like me now?" Amara asked. "I tolerate you," Horan said. "It is a start." The aftermath took hours to sort through. The collective's leadership was arrested, including Ambassador Lixoth, who'd orchestrated the entire operation. Turned out he was Haxri himself, a high-ranking official who'd believed that associating with humans would weaken his species. He'd arranged the original attack on Rennick, hoping to prevent any human-Haxri alliance from forming. He'd failed spectacularly. The Galactic Council, having watched humans fight back against overwhelming odds, voted to grant humanity elevated status within the coalition. It wasn't unanimous, but it was decisive. Amara declined the medals and ceremonies that followed. She'd had enough of being a symbol. 2 months later, she was back at the docks, not as a supervisor this time, but as a liaison between human workers and alien trade partners. It was still manual labor, still long hours, but it paid better and came with significantly fewer assassination attempts. Rennick visited once a week, usually with Horan in tow. The kid was learning human customs and teaching Amara Haxri ones, and it was weird and awkward and kind of wonderful. Naxriel stopped by occasionally, always formal, always respectful. The kin-chosen bond was real, and Amara was still getting used to having an 8-foot warrior consider her family. "I have a question," Horan said one afternoon, standing guard while Amara processed shipping manifests. "Shoot," Amara said. "Would you do it again?" Horan asked, knowing what would follow. The fame, the attacks, the complications. "Would you still save the child?" Amara thought about it. About the plasma bolts and the pain and the 3 weeks in a coma. About becoming a political symbol and a target. About her apartment burning and her quiet life ending. Then she thought about Rennick's smile and the carved stone she kept in her pocket. "Yeah," she said. "I would." "Why?" Horan asked. "Because he's a kid," Amara said simply. "And kids shouldn't have to be scared. That's reason enough." Horan nodded slowly. "I have been assigned as permanent liaison to human space," he said. "I requested the position." "Oh, great," Amara said. "I'm stuck with you now?" "It is my honor," Horan said. "That's what I was afraid of," Amara replied. But she was smiling when she said it. The galaxy had changed its view of humanity. They were no longer the soft, weak newcomers. They were the species that fought back, that protected their own, that refused to quit even when the odds were impossible. And Amara, who just wanted to finish her shift and go home, had somehow become the symbol of all that. It was ridiculous. But maybe, she thought, ridiculous wasn't so bad after all.
Before we jump into the chaos, don't forget to hit subscribe so you never miss the next adventure. The dust on Volt Epsilon Helix hadn't been disturbed in approximately 10,000 years. Dr. Zandra Holloway knew this because her spectrometer wouldn't stop reminding her with cheerful little pings every time she took a sample. The air tasted like ancient stone and regret, which was pretty much standard for archaeological sites on forgotten colony worlds. She crouched before the sealed entrance, brushing sediment away from symbols that predated every living civilization in the known galaxy. "You're doing the thing again," Nalani Brooks called from somewhere behind the portable light arrays. Her voice echoed in the carved chamber, making the shadows dance across predecessor glyphs that curved like frozen music across the vault door. Zandra didn't look up from her work. "What thing?" "The thing where you narrate dead languages to yourself and forget the rest of us exist." "I'm not narrating. I'm thinking out loud. Same difference when you're mumbling in proto-linguistic fragments that haven't been spoken since stellar formation was trendy." "Fair point." Zandra sat back on her heels, studying the inscription sequence she'd uncovered. The symbols flowed in a pattern she'd seen before in her dissertation research, back when her biggest concern was defending theoretical pronunciation guides to a panel of bored academics. That felt like a lifetime ago. Now she was on an actual predecessor site, staring at actual predecessor writing, trying not to hyperventilate from the professional vindication of it all. The vault door stretched upward into the darkness, easily the height of a commercial building. The excavation team had spent weeks clearing the approach tunnel and another week arguing about whether they had legal authorization to proceed. Turned out, the Galactic Archonate didn't have specific regulations about disturbing tombs from extinct civilizations, mostly because nobody had ever found one this intact. Which was why Magister Fendela was currently standing and at the chamber entrance, observing everything with the kind of intense scrutiny that made Zandra's skin crawl. The Archonate representative looked like someone had grown a diplomat from crystalline formations and anxiety. His bioluminescent form pulsed in soft ambers and blues, throwing kaleidoscope patterns across the ancient stonework. "Dr. Holloway," Fendela's voice chimed like wind through glass sculptures, "please remind me of the excavation protocol regarding unidentified mechanisms." Zandra kept her eyes on the inscriptions. "Document, photograph, analyze, then consider extremely cautious interaction pending safety review." "And which step involves reading aloud in languages specifically noted as potentially containing command sequences?" She paused, looked at her translation tablet, looked back at the symbols on the vault door. "This is academic exercise. I'm testing pronunciation theory. With your mouth, near a sealed vault. On a world where the previous inhabitants mysteriously vanished. When you say it like that, it sounds irresponsible. Because it is irresponsible." Zandra stood, brushing dust from her field trousers. "Magister, with all respect, these symbols have been silent for longer than most species have had written language. The statistical probability of vocal interaction triggering anything is astronomically low. I have observed humans long enough to know that astronomically low is apparently your species' preferred probability range for catastrophic decisions." Nalani laughed from behind the equipment. "He's got you there, Zan." Zandra ignored them both, returning her attention to the inscription. The sequence was definitely command structure grammar, but the syntax felt off. Like someone had encoded multiple meanings into a single phrase, layering context the way ancient Earth poetry used to play with double meanings. She'd written an entire chapter about this theoretical construct in her dissertation. Seeing it in practice made her fingers itch to document everything. The first glyph cluster translated roughly to authority recognized by voice pattern. The second cluster was trickier, something about hierarchical authentication through linguistic resonance. The third part was where things got interesting, because it seemed to be both a greeting and a conditional statement. If she was reading it correctly, and she was absolutely reading it correctly, the phrase meant something like "those who speak with the old cadence shall be heard by those who serve." Pure academic gold. This was the kind of discovery that rewrote textbooks and made careers. All she had to do was document it properly, cross-reference it with the other fragments they'd found, and publish a paper that would make her dissertation committee weep with envy. She should have stopped there, should have taken photographs, made notes, scheduled a full analysis team review, should have done literally anything except what she did next. Zandra spoke the phrase aloud. The language felt wrong in her mouth, all harmonic overtones and glottal stops that human vocal cords weren't designed for. She approximated as best she could, using the phonetic reconstruction she'd spent years developing. The sounds came out awkward, probably mangled beyond recognition, barely resembling whatever the predecessors had actually spoken. For a moment, nothing happened. Fendila's luminescence shifted toward relieved green. Nalani muttered something about tempting fate. Zandra felt vaguely foolish for expecting anything else. Then the vault door responded. The symbols lit up, not metaphorically, not in any poetic sense. They actually ignited with pale amber light that spread across the entire surface like fire through dry grass. The illumination traced every carved line, every geometric pattern, every swooping curve of ancient script. The air hummed with a frequency that made Zandra's teeth ache. "That's new," she said, which was possibly the understatement of the millennium. The door split down the middle with a sound like continents shifting. Ancient mechanisms that had survived the death of civilizations groaned to life, pulling the massive panels apart with the kind of patient inevitability that suggested they'd been waiting specifically for this moment. Light spilled from the widening gap, not the amber of the symbols, but something colder, more clinical. Emergency lighting, Zandra realized. Backup power that had been hibernating for 10,000 years, now waking because someone had finally spoken the password. Fendila made a sound like shattering crystal. "Dr. Holloway, step away from the entrance." Immediately, Zandra couldn't move. She was watching something that shouldn't exist, a perfectly preserved predecessor facility, pristine despite millennia of abandonment. The chamber beyond the vault door stretched into darkness, but the emergency lights were coming online in sequence, spreading deeper into the structure. She could see architectural elements that matched theoretical models, support columns carved with the same flowing script, what looked like control panels or monitoring stations lining the walls. And, in the center of the chamber, something massive was moving. The construct unfolded like a geometric flower, each segment articulating with mechanical precision. It had been compressed into a storage configuration, folded in on itself to minimize space, and now it was deploying into its active form. Armor plating shifted and locked. Weapon systems emerged from concealed housings. Optical sensors bloomed across what Zandra's brain hesitantly identified as a head, though the design was utterly alien. The thing stood easily the size of a cargo hauler. Its form suggested vaguely humanoid proportions, but stretched and armored and equipped with enough visible weapons to qualify as a mobile artillery platform. The hull was that distinctive predecessor alloy that current science couldn't replicate, a material that seemed to drink in light and reflect it back in strange wavelengths. Sentinel Primus, according to the designation, markers becoming visible on its chassis as the lighting systems fully activated. Combat construct, heavy assault classification, prototype designation, alpha priority. Zandra knew all this because she could read the labels, because she'd spent years studying predecessor technical documentation, because her brain was cataloging everything even as her survival instincts were screaming at her to run. The construct's optical sensors activated, sweeping the chamber with targeting lasers. Red beams cut through the dust-filled air, painting everything in threat assessment patterns. The lasers passed over Nalani, who had frozen behind the equipment, passed over Fendila, whose crystalline form was flashing every distress color simultaneously, passed over the excavation equipment, the light arrays, the documentation stations. Then the targeting beams found Zandra, every sensor focused on her. The construct's entire frame rotated with smooth hydraulic precision, bringing its primary optical cluster to bear. Zandra could see her own reflection in the sensor array, could see how small she looked standing before this thing, could see exactly how fast her heart was beating in the thermal imaging scanners that were definitely analyzing her biometrics. The construct spoke. The voice came from everywhere at once, a layered harmonic that used the same tonal structures as the ancient language Zandra had just attempted. But where her pronunciation had been clumsy approximation, this was the real thing. Perfect pitch, perfect resonance, the way the language was meant to sound when produced by beings who'd evolved to speak it. Zandra's translation tablet went haywire, trying to process and interpret. She didn't need it. She could understand the meaning even if the nuances escaped her, could feel the intent behind the words, the way you could understand a song in a foreign language through melody alone. The construct was asking for identification, for proof of authority, for confirmation that whoever had activated it possessed legitimate command credentials. This was the moment where a reasonable person would have stayed silent, would have let the construct run through its authentication protocols, fail to find recognized credentials, and presumably return to standby mode. This was the moment where admitting ignorance would have been the smart, safe, sensible choice. Zandra had spent her entire academic career studying a language that was supposed to be safely dead. She'd reconstructed pronunciation from fragmentary texts and theoretical models. She'd defended her methodology against critics who said it was impossible to know how the predecessors actually spoke. She'd built her reputation on the claim that linguistic patterns could be recovered even from extinct civilizations, and now something that had actually heard the predecessors speak was asking her a question. Professional pride did strange things to people's judgment. So did the desperate need to prove that years of research hadn't been wasted. So did the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to demonstrate that your theories were correct in front of a witness who would absolutely report everything to the Galactic Arcanate. Zandra responded in reconstructed proto-predecessor language, using the command structure she'd identified from ancient military documentation. She approximated the harmonic overtones as best her human vocal cords allowed. She spoke the phrase that theoretical models suggested might indicate legitimate authority, recognition acknowledged, operational parameters active, hierarchical structure maintained, except she probably mangled the pronunciation, probably got the tonal inflections wrong, probably sounded like a child trying to speak a language they'd only ever seen written down. The construct went absolutely still. Every weapon system retracted simultaneously. Every targeting laser deactivated in perfect synchronization. The ambient hum of active combat readiness dropped to a lower frequency, something closer to idle standby. Then Sentinel Primus did something that would later be described in Arcanate incident reports as unprecedented, alarming, and potentially civilization-threatening. It saluted. The movement was precise, formal, unmistakably military. One massive armored hand came up to where a human would touch their forehead, held the position for exactly the appropriate duration according to predecessor military protocol, then dropped back to neutral position with mechanical exactness. The construct's voice resonated through the chamber again, and this time Zandra's blood went cold as she understood every word with perfect, horrible clarity. "Orders received, General." Fendelar's voice cut through the stunned silence, high and fragile with barely controlled panic. "What did you just do?" Zandra couldn't answer. She was staring at the war machine that had just pledged itself to her command, watching as status displays across its chassis shifted from red standby alerts to green operational status. She was watching authentication protocols complete, watching command hierarchy diagrams rearrange themselves around her biometric signature, watching a weapon system from an extinct empire bind itself to a human archaeologist who just wanted to test a pronunciation theory. Nalini had backed away until she hit the far wall. "Zan, tell me that thing didn't just call you General." "I think," Zandra said slowly, "I may have made a mistake." Sentinel Primus tilted its sensor array in what might have been curiosity. "General's vocal patterns indicate distress. Threat assessment required? No. No threats. Everything is fine. Stand down." She paused. "Can you stand down?" "Negative. Prime directive remains active. Operational status maintained pending strategic directives from command. Authority." Zandra turned to Fendelar, who was pulsing colors she'd never seen before and probably didn't want to know the meaning of. "This is fixable, right? There's an override code or a deactivation sequence, or you activated a predecessor war construct." Fendelar's voice had gone very quiet, very precise. "You convinced it to accept your command authority. You are now, according to every treaty and law the Arcanate recognizes, in possession of a weapon of mass destruction." "I didn't mean to. Intention is irrelevant. Effect is everything. Do you understand what you've done?" Zandra looked back at Sentinel Primus, which stood patient and ready, waiting for orders from its accidentally appointed commander. She thought about the weapons systems she'd seen deploy. thought about the power requirements that could sustain a combat construct through 10 millennia of dormancy, thought about the fact that this was a prototype, which meant the predecessors had built more of them, possibly hundreds more, all potentially programmed with the same authentication protocols. She thought about how she'd just wanted to verify a translation. "I've made," she said carefully, "a significant professional error." Fendila's entire form flashed urgent red. "That is the most alarming understatement I have ever heard from a human, and I have attended human diplomatic functions." Nalani raised her hand tentatively. "Quick question. Can we just turn it off and pretend this never happened?" Sentinel Primus's sensors swiveled toward her. "Negative. Prime directive override requires command authority. Attempting forced shutdown without proper authorization will activate defensive protocols." "See, when you say things like that," Nalani said, "it makes me think turning you off is exactly what we shouldn't try to do." Fendila was already activating his communication equipment, his crystalline fingers moving with frantic precision. "I am initiating emergency protocol. The Arcanate must be informed immediately. This site is now classified as an active hazard zone. Nobody moves, nobody touches anything, nobody speaks to the construct except—" He gestured at Zandra with something that looked like despair. "Except apparently the human who has just claimed command of predecessor military hardware." Zandra's tablet chimed. She glanced at the screen, saw the automated analysis had finished processing the vault inscriptions. The translation made her stomach drop. The inscription hadn't been a greeting. It had been a recruitment protocol, a test designed to identify anyone who could speak the command language with sufficient accuracy to suggest proper training and authority. The predecessors had built their war machines to recognize legitimate commanders through linguistic authentication, creating a system where only those who'd mastered the language could control the weapons. The system had just decided that Zandra Holloway, human archaeologist with a specialization in dead languages, qualified as a legitimate predecessor general, Magister Fendila. She said, "You're going to want to see this translation." He looked at her tablet, looked at the construct, looked back at her with an expression that transcended species barriers to communicate pure, distilled horror. "This is a recruitment vault," he whispered. "Yeah, these symbols aren't warnings, they're invitations. Yeah, how many sites like this have been discovered across known space?" Zandra thought about the archaeological surveys, thought about the dozens of predecessor facilities found over the years, most still sealed, most still waiting for excavation teams to arrive. Thought about how many of them probably had similar vault doors, similar inscriptions, similar authentication protocols. Last count? 47 confirmed sites with sealed vault structures matching this architectural profile. Fendila made a sound like breaking glass. 47. Sentinel Primus spoke again, patient and inexorable. "Awaiting strategic directives, General. Local threat assessment complete. No hostile forces detected. Ready for deployment orders." Zandra looked at the war machine, looked at Fendila's panicking form, looked at Nalani, who had slid down the wall to sit on the floor with her head in her hands. She thought about her dissertation committee, wondered if this was technically a successful defense of her theories about predecessor linguistics. Decided that was probably the least important consideration at the moment. "Sentinel Primus," she said carefully, "what exactly is your prime directive?" The construct's optical array brightened. "Prime directive, locate and neutralize extinction-level threat to predecessor civilization." "Secondary directive, protect designated command authority." "Tertiary directive, maintain operational readiness pending strategic deployment." And the extinction-level threat would be unknown. Primary target designated only as the Annihilator. Last known engagement occurred 10,217 years ago. Outcome, strategic withdrawal. Status, incomplete mission parameters. Fendila's colors were approaching shades that probably indicated imminent structural collapse. The predecessors built you to fight something that killed them. And you're still programmed to finish the mission. Affirmative. And that mission is? Hunt, engage, eliminate. Zandra felt the weight of what she'd accidentally triggered settling onto her shoulders like a physical thing. Somewhere in deep space, something had been powerful enough to drive the predecessors to extinction. Something they'd built an army of war constructs to fight. Something they'd apparently failed to stop. And she'd just activated one of the machines built to hunt it. The construct was still waiting, patient and loyal, ready to follow orders from its accidentally appointed general. In the distance, Zandra could hear emergency sirens beginning to wail as the facility's reactivation triggered automated alert systems. Soon there would be Arcanate security teams. Soon there would be questions she couldn't answer and accusations she couldn't defend against. Soon, she suspected, her nice quiet career in archaeology was going to become significantly more complicated. Sentinel Primus tilted its sensor array again. General's vital signs indicate elevated stress. Recommend immediate tactical briefing to establish operational parameters. Yeah, Zandra said quietly. I think we're going to need that briefing. Fendalar was still transmitting, still reporting, still broadcasting emergency codes that would bring every Arcanate authority within jump range down on this site. His voice carried across the chamber, formal and precise despite the crisis. This is Magister Fendalar, Cultural Preservation Audit Designation Epsilon Helix Niner. I am declaring an active crisis situation. Human archaeologist has successfully activated predecessor military construct. Repeat, war machine is active and responsive. Requesting immediate containment response. The response came back almost immediately, and Zandra could hear the confusion in the transmission officer's voice even through the static. Magister, please clarify. Did you say the human activated it? Affirmative. And the construct is responding to human commands? Affirmative. A long pause. Then, stand by for legate deployment. Gorgonax is being scrambled to your location. Fendalar's colors went very, very pale. They're sending Gorgonax. Nalani looked up. Is that bad? Gorgonax is the Arcanate's response to situations that require immediate, overwhelming force. He commands the Rapid Intervention Battle Group. So that's bad. That is catastrophically bad. Zandra looked at Sentinel Primus, standing ready and alert, waiting for orders that she had no idea how to give. She thought about her dissertation, about the safe academic career she'd been planning, about how she'd woken up this morning thinking her biggest challenge would be properly cataloging pottery fragments. The construct's optical sensors were still focused on her, patient and expectant and absolutely unwavering in its loyalty. Orders received, General, it had said. And somehow, terrifyingly, Zandra suspected those were the most important words she'd ever heard in any language, living or dead. Legate Gorgonax arrived like a natural disaster, wearing military insignia. His dreadnought materialized from slipspace with enough gravitational distortion to make the entire excavation site shudder, sending loose equipment clattering across the chamber floor. Zandra watched through the vault entrance as the warship settled into low orbit, its weapon arrays already tracking the facility below with predatory precision. The legate himself descended in an armored shuttle that looked capable of surviving atmospheric re-entry without heat shielding. When the boarding ramp lowered, Gorgonax emerged as a wall of scaled muscle and ceremonial combat armor that had clearly seen actual combat. His species didn't believe in metaphorical displays of strength. Everything about him screamed apex predator, from the ridge of bone plating along his skull to the way his clawed hands rested casually near holstered plasma weapons. He looked at the excavation site, looked at Fendalar's trembling crystalline form, looked at Sentinel Primus standing motionless in the vault entrance. Then his amber eyes fixed on Zandra with the kind of focus usually reserved for target acquisition. You're the human. His voice sounded like grinding stone, each word deliberately shaped and deployed. Zandra resisted the urge to hide behind the war construct. Dr. Zandra Holloway, archaeologist. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstandings don't activate extinction-class weapons. Gorgonax moved closer, each step measured and threatening. Magister Fendalar transmitted full telemetry. You spoke command. Protocols. The machine accepted your authority. These are facts, not misunderstandings. Sentinel Primus shifted slightly, repositioning itself between Zandra and the approaching legate. Its weapon systems remained retracted, but the movement carried clear implications about protective priorities. Gorgonax stopped, studied the construct with professional interest that bordered on respect. Impressive loyalty response. It's already treating you as priority defense asset. He tilted his massive head. Tell me, archaeologist, can you make it stand down? I've tried. It says Prime Directive prevents full deactivation, and this Prime Directive is hunting something called the Annihilator. Apparently whatever killed the predecessors. Gorgonax's expression didn't change, but something in his posture suggested sudden, intense focus. The construct told you this? It volunteered the information when I asked about its mission parameters. The legate was silent for a long moment, processing implications that Zandra couldn't fully grasp. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted from threatening to something almost conspiratorial. The Arcanate has standing protocols for situations like this. Immediate containment, forced shutdown, complete quarantine of the site. That sounds reasonable. It would be. Except your machine just told you something that changes everything. Gorgonax gestured toward Sentinel Primus. The predecessors didn't vanish mysteriously. They were killed. By something specific. Something that might still exist. Zandra felt cold understanding settle in her chest. You can't destroy the only source of information about an active threat. Exactly. Gorgonax's teeth showed in what might have been a smile or a threat display. Which means I'm authorized to offer you a deal instead of immediate arrest. What kind of deal? Prove you can control it. Give the construct a specific task, something non-military, and make it comply. If you succeed, Earth remains unrestricted. If you fail, your entire species gets classified as weapons proliferation risk and placed under permanent quarantine protocols. Nalani made a strangled sound from where she'd been trying to become invisible against the far wall. You're going to blockade Earth because she accidentally woke up a robot? Policy exists for reasons. Gorgonax's attention never left Zandra. Humans are now in possession of predecessor military technology. Either you demonstrate reliable control, or we ensure you can't spread that technology further. Zandra looked at Sentinel Primus, which stood patient and alert, waiting for commands she still didn't know how to properly give. She thought about trying to order it to perform some arbitrary task, thought about all the ways that could go catastrophically wrong. What happens if I refuse the test entirely? Then I implement containment protocols immediately. Starting with you. The construct's optical sensors brightened, targeting lasers activating in response to implied threat against its designated commander. Gorgonax's hand moved toward his weapon. The air crackled with potential violence. Wait. Zandra stepped forward, positioning herself clearly between the two potential combatants. I'll take the test. What do you want me to make it do? Gorgonax studied her with something that might have been approval. Simple task. Order it to transmit complete tactical database to my ship's computers. If it obeys, we have proof of control. If it refuses, we have proof you're not actually in command. Zandra turned to Sentinel Primus, trying to remember the command structures she'd studied, trying to approximate the linguistic patterns that had gotten her into this situation. She spoke carefully in reconstructed predecessor language, asking for data transfer to designated recipient. The construct processed her request for exactly 3 heartbeats. Then it spoke, and Zandra's blood went cold. Negative. Prime Directive. Supersedes data sharing protocols. Tactical intelligence regarding extinction-level threats cannot be transmitted to unverified command authorities. General Holloway maintains sole access pending mission completion. Gorgonax went very still. It refused. It's protecting classified information. Zandra's mind raced. It thinks I'm the only legitimate commander, so it won't share data with anyone else, which means you failed the test, or it means the test was flawed. She turned back to the legate. You asked it to violate its core programming. That's not proof I can't control it. That's proof it's following security protocols older than your entire civilization. For a long moment, Gorgonax said nothing. Then his expression shifted into something that might have been grudging respect. You argue like a warrior, archaeologist. Perhaps there's hope for this situation yet. Sentinel Primus broadcasted the recall signal without warning. Zandra was mid-sentence, trying to explain to Gorgonax why destroying the construct would be historically catastrophic, when every communication array on the excavation site suddenly screamed with interference. The harmonic transmission punched through standard encryption like it didn't exist, riding frequencies that modern technology barely recognized as valid communication channels. The construct had sent a message in ancient predecessor military protocol, and apparently something out there was still listening. Gorgonax's communicator exploded with priority alerts. His officers were shouting over each other, reporting massive energy signatures activating across multiple star systems simultaneously. Zandra watched the legate's expression shift from anger to something approaching genuine alarm as the reports continued flooding in. Arcanate monitoring stations are detecting contact on 17 separate worlds, he said, his voice tight with controlled urgency. Sealed facilities identical to this site, all activating synchronized pattern. Fendila's crystalline form pulsed frantic colors. That's impossible. Those sites have been dormant for millennia. Sentinel Primus turned its optical array toward Zandra. Recall protocol successful. Fellow units acknowledging Supreme Commander designation. Fleet assembly commencing. Zandra felt the weight of those words like physical pressure. Fleet? What fleet? Predecessor, Rapid Response Battle Group. Total operational units responding to recall. 38 combat constructs across known space. All units confirming General Holloway as primary command authority. The excavation chamber went silent, except for the continued screaming of communication equipment. Nalani had gone pale. Fendela looked like he might shatter from sheer stress. Gorgonax stood motionless, processing the implications with the kind of cold calculation that came from years of military command. "You just activated an army," the legate said quietly. "An entire battle group of predecessor war machines, all of them loyal to you." Zandra's hands were shaking. "I didn't authorize any recall signal. Authorization was implicit in accepting command designation," Sentinel Primus explained with patient inevitability. "Prime directive requires maximum operational capacity. Fleet assembly is standard protocol when Supreme Commander is identified." Gorgonax's communicator chimed again. He listened to the transmission, his expression growing darker. "The Council is convening emergency session. They're demanding immediate explanation for why 38 Extinction-class weapons just came online simultaneously." He looked at Zandra. "They want you brought before them. Now." "This is beyond diplomacy," Fendela whispered. "This is an accidental coup against galactic stability." Before anyone could respond, Sentinel Primus activated a holographic projection that filled the chamber with light. The display showed stellar cartography, tracking signals from activated constructs across known space. But overlaid on the map was something else, something that made everyone in the chamber go abstract was receiving from its awakened siblings. The projection showed deep space, far beyond inhabited systems, and marked a trajectory that was moving with deliberate purpose toward populated zones. "The Annihilator," Sentinel Primus announced. "Current location confirmed through distributed sensor network. Entity has been dormant, harvesting resources from uninhabited systems. Stellar drift calculations indicate approach vector toward core worlds." Gorgonax studied the projection with professional focus. "How long until it reaches inhabited space?" "Insufficient data for precise calculation. Estimate. Imminent arrival measured in standard cycles rather than years." The legate's clawed hand moved to his weapon, not in threat but in the unconscious gesture of a warrior confirming his armament. "The Arcanate has no defense protocols for threats of this magnitude." "The predecessors did," Zandra heard herself say. "That's why they built the constructs. That's why Sentinel Primus has been waiting all this time." Gorgonax turned to face her fully, and for the first time since arriving, he looked at her not as a problem to be contained, but as a potential asset to be evaluated. "You're proposing we use predecessor weapons against a predecessor threat. I'm proposing we don't ignore the only military force ever designed specifically to fight this thing. You're an archaeologist who stumbled into command authority through linguistic accident. You have no military training, no tactical experience, no understanding of strategic deployment." "You're absolutely right." Zandra met his gaze steadily. "Which is why I'm going to need help. Your help specifically." The legate was quiet for a long moment, his amber eyes studying her with unsettling intensity. Then something that might have been respect flickered across his features. "You're asking me to train you." to turn an academic into a commander capable of leading predecessor war machines against an extinction-level threat. I'm asking you to help me not get everyone killed while trying to figure this out. Gorgonax's teeth show perhaps there's hope for this catastrophe after all. The predecessor fleet assembled in deep space like a constellation of ancient violence. Zandra watched from the command deck of Gorgonax's dreadnought as war machines older than recorded history moved into formation, their hulls reflecting starlight in wavelengths that hurt to look at directly. Each construct had journeyed from whatever tomb it had occupied for millennia, drawn by Sentinel Primus's recall signal and bound by authentication protocols that recognized her voice as legitimate command authority. She still couldn't quite believe it. Yesterday, she'd been cataloging pottery fragments. Today, she was apparently supreme commander of an armada built to fight gods. Gorgonax stood beside her, massive arms crossed, studying the tactical display with the focus of someone evaluating whether his species would survive the next lunar cycle. They're maintaining perfect formation spacing, predecessor doctrine, from before my civilization developed written language. Is that good or bad? It means they're following programming 10,000 years old. Against an enemy that's had 10,000 years to evolve, his clawed hand gestured at the projection showing the Annihilator's approach vector. Outdated tactics against adaptive threat. This is how civilizations die, archaeologist. Zandra had spent the journey from the excavation site trying to absorb basic military theory through emergency crash courses that made her academic exams feel gentle by comparison. Gorgonax had been merciless in his instruction, drilling strategic concepts into her exhausted brain, while Sentinel Primus observed everything with patient attention. The construct had surprised her by asking questions, not about tactics or weapon systems, but about the reasoning behind human military history that Gorgonax kept referencing. Why did humans favor asymmetric warfare? What made unpredictable strategies effective? How did chaos theory apply to combat scenarios? Zandra had answered as best she could, drawing on half-remembered military history courses she'd taken as electives. She'd talked about guerrilla warfare and unconventional tactics, about how weaker forces throughout human history had defeated superior enemies through sheer stubborn refusal to fight conventionally. Sentinel Primus had absorbed every word, and apparently shared everything with the rest of the fleet through whatever quantum communication network linked the constructs together. Now, watching them hold formation in the void, Zandra wondered if ancient war machines could learn new tricks, or if they were all about to die following 10,000-year-old playbooks against something that had evolved past them. Contact incoming, the sensor officer announced, her avian features ruffling with agitation. Massive gravitational distortion at jump coordinates. Whatever's arriving, it's bigger than our entire battle group combined. The Annihilator didn't so much arrive as manifest. Space itself seemed to tear, reality buckling under the strain of something forcing its way through dimensional barriers that were never meant to accommodate its mass. What emerged defied comfortable classification. It was partially organic, partially mechanical, entirely wrong, a nightmare of adaptive technology that had consumed entire star systems and repurposed the matter into extensions of itself. Harvester ships peeled away from the main mass like scales shedding from some immense predator. Each vessel was unique, evolved from whatever it had last consumed, carrying genetic and technological traits from a dozen extinct civilizations. They moved with insectile precision, already analyzing the predecessor fleet and calculating optimal attack patterns. Gorgonax's voice carried across the command deck with parade ground authority. All ships to combat stations. Predecessor fleet, engage at will. Sentinel Primus responded immediately, leading the construct formation into attack range. Ancient weapon systems that hadn't fired in millennia came online with terrifying efficiency. Energy beams that predated current physics models lanced across the void, impacting harvester hulls with devastating precision. For approximately 30 seconds, it looked like it might actually work. Then the harvesters adapted. Zandra watched in horror as enemy ships began shifting their hull composition mid-battle, restructuring armor to deflect or absorb the exact frequency of predecessor weapons fire. They were learning in real time, evolving countermeasures faster than the constructs could adjust their targeting solutions. They're negating our primary weapons. Gorgonax growled. Exactly as predicted. The Annihilator has had 10,000 years to study predecessor technology from consumed victims. A harvester wing broke formation, executing a maneuver that shouldn't have been physically possible, and ripped through the predecessor line with weapons that seemed to phase through defensive shields. One of the constructs took catastrophic damage, its ancient hull finally failing after millennia of patient waiting. Xandra felt something twist in her chest as the construct's signal disappeared from the tactical network. It had served for 10,000 years, waiting for orders that finally came, only to die in the first real engagement. "We're losing," Fendilar whispered from where he'd been observing in crystalline horror. "The ancient weapons aren't enough." Xandra stared at the battle display, watching predecessor formations execute textbook maneuvers that the harvesters countered with contemptuous ease. Perfect doctrine, flawless implementation, completely inadequate against an enemy that had evolved specifically to defeat it. Her mind raced through everything Gorgonax had taught her during their compressed strategic education. All the human military history they'd discussed. All the examples of conventional forces defeated by unconventional thinking. "Sentinel Primus," she said, her voice carrying across the command channel. "Query, can you and the other constructs modify your tactical programming in real time?" The construct's response came instantly. "Clarification required. Modification parameters would violate core doctrine stability protocols." "That's not what I asked. I asked if you can do it, not if you're supposed to do it." A pause, processing. Then, "Theoretical capacity exists. Implementation would require explicit command authorization from Supreme Commander." Gorgonax turned to stare at her. "What are you thinking? The predecessors lost because they fought predictably. The Annihilator learned to counter every tactic, every strategy, every weapon they had." Xandra's hands moved across the tactical console, pulling up human military history files she'd been studying. "But it's never fought humans. Never adapted to chaos-based warfare. Never encountered an enemy that treats doctrine as suggestion rather than law. You want to reprogram 10,000-year-old war machines with human tactical theory." Gorgonax's expression was unreadable. "In the middle of active combat, I want to teach them to improvise. To stop fighting like predecessors and start fighting like something the Annihilator has never encountered before." Fendilar made a sound of crystalline distress. "That's insane. You're suggesting we corrupt the last functional predecessor military technology with untested human concepts." "I'm suggesting we evolve or die." Xandra activated the fleet-wide command channel. "Sentinel Primus, this is General Holloway. Direct order to all units. You are authorized to modify tactical programming using adaptive learning protocols. Prioritize unpredictability over doctrine adherence. Engage enemy using asymmetric warfare principles. Treat all standard engagement rules as flexible guidelines." The silence that followed felt like the universe holding its breath. Then Sentinel Primus responded, and Xandra could have sworn she heard something like anticipation in its synthesized voice. "Order acknowledged, General. Initiating adaptive tactical evolution. All units confirm. Restrictions removed. Engaging with improvised parameters." The predecessor fleet's formation dissolved. Not in chaos, but in deliberate rejection of everything the constructs had been programmed to do. They scattered into irregular patterns, attacking from unexpected vectors, using weapons in combinations that violated standard operating procedures. One construct weaponized its own failing power core, ramming a harvester cluster in a suicide strike that obliterated an entire wing. Another used gravitational manipulation systems designed for navigation to create micro-singularities directly inside enemy hulls. A third started using its own hull as a projectile, executing impossible maneuvers that sacrificed armor integrity for positional advantage. The harvesters tried to adapt, tried to analyze the new patterns and develop countermeasures, but there were no patterns to analyze. The constructs were improvising, learning from each other's successes and failures, creating an evolving tactical approach that changed faster than the Annihilator's adaptation cycles could track. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Ancient war machines, thinking like humans, fighting with creativity that their creators had never programmed into them. Gorgonax watched in what looked like professional awe. They're learning, actually learning, creating new tactics in real time. The battle shifted. Harvester ships that had been dominating minutes ago found themselves outmaneuvered by enemies that refused to behave predictably. The Annihilator's main mass pulsed with what might have been confusion or rage, sending new waves of adapted vessels to counter the unexpected threat. But each new wave faced different tactics. The constructs were sharing information across their quantum network, treating every engagement as a learning opportunity, building a collective tactical database that incorporated human chaos theory with predecessor technology. A Harvester command vessel attempted to retreat, recognized the threat of an enemy that could out-evolve its adaptation cycles. Sentinel Primus led a strike group in pursuit, executing a maneuver that combined human hit-and-run doctrine with predecessor weapons precision. The enemy ship collapsed into component matter, its adaptive systems finally overwhelmed. The Annihilator itself began to withdraw, pulling back its forward elements, with the kind of strategic retreat that suggested genuine threat assessment rather than tactical repositioning. Something that had consumed civilizations for millennia had just encountered an enemy it couldn't immediately defeat. Zandra watched the enemy retreat vector with exhausted satisfaction. Will it come back? Eventually, Gorgonax said, but not soon. It needs time to analyze what just happened, time to develop new adaptation strategies. He looked at her with undisguised respect. You bought the galaxy time, maybe enough to prepare properly. The surviving constructs regrouped, their formations now carrying subtle variations that would have horrified predecessor tactical purists. They'd evolved beyond their original programming, become something hybrid between ancient discipline and human innovation. Sentinel Primus transmitted directly to the command deck. Fleet status, operational capacity at 67%, casualties acceptable for mission success. Requesting next strategic directive, General. Zandra slumped into the command chair, feeling every hour of stress and terror catching up to her at once. Return to defensive formation. Maintain patrol patterns around inhabited systems. And Sentinel Primus? Affirmative, General. Thank you, all of you. You fought brilliantly. The construct's optical array brightened in what she'd learned to recognize as its version of acknowledgement. Gratitude is unnecessary, General. We exist to serve command authority. Your tactical innovation provided victory where traditional doctrine would have failed. The fleet has learned valuable combat principles. Nalani appeared beside the command chair, looking like she'd aged a decade during the battle. Zan, do you realize what you just did? You reprogrammed the galaxy's most advanced war machines with human military theory. You created something entirely new. I just made some suggestions. You created a hybrid tactical doctrine that saved all our lives. And now you command a fleet that thinks like humans but fights with predecessor technology. Nalani's voice carried something between admiration and terror. The Council is going to have opinions about this, Gorgonax's communicator chimed with incoming transmission priority. He listened, his expression growing serious, then turned to Zandra. Speaking of the Council, they're demanding immediate debriefing. Ambassador Thuna has been appointed as liaison officer. Apparently they want to understand how a human archaeologist defeated a threat the predecessors couldn't stop. I didn't defeat it. I just postponed the confrontation. In military terms, that's called winning. The legate's teeth showed in something approaching genuine warmth. The Council wants to offer you formal recognition, military command, authority over the predecessor fleet, permanent position as Warden of Ancient Defense Systems. Zandra looked at Sentinel Primus, standing patient and loyal at the edge of the command deck. Looked at the tactical display showing the surviving constructs maintaining formation. Looked at the star charts marking inhabited systems that would have been consumed if the battle had gone differently. She thought about her dissertation gathering dust somewhere, about the archaeological career she'd planned, about how she'd woken up thinking her biggest challenge would be translating dead languages. What if I decline? She asked quietly. Gorgonax considered the question seriously. Then someone else takes command, someone without your linguistic connection to the constructs. Someone who doesn't understand how to make them think creatively. He paused. Someone who might get everyone killed next time the Annihilator attacks. That's not fair. War rarely is. Fendeler approached, his crystalline form pulsing calmer colors now that immediate danger had passed. Dr. Holloway, the Council understands this burden is unfair. They're prepared to offer substantial support, human military advisors, tactical training programs, resources to help you grow into this role. I don't want to grow into this role. I want to study ancient pottery. Sentinel Primus's voice carried across the deck, patient and inevitable. General's preferences are noted. However, the fleet requires command authority familiar with adaptive tactical innovation. Alternative command structures would reduce combat effectiveness by estimated substantial margin. Nalani touched her shoulder gently. Zan, I think they're saying they need you specifically. Not just any commander, you. Zandra closed her eyes, feeling the weight of accidental destiny settling onto her shoulders permanently. She'd activated a war machine by speaking a dead language. She'd improvised a defense against an extinction-level threat. She'd taught ancient constructs to think like humans, and now those constructs wouldn't follow anyone else. If I accept, she said slowly, I need conditions. Full access to predecessor archaeological sites, academic research priority alongside military operations, and I want Nalani assigned as my science officer. Nalani's eyes went wide. Wait, what? You're the only person I trust who understands both xenobiology and my terrible decision-making process. I'm going to need that perspective. Gorgonax's rumbling laugh filled the command deck. The human demands research privileges while commanding extinction-class weapons. You truly think like a warrior, archaeologist. I think like someone who accidentally stumbled into military command and refuses to give up her actual career in the process. Zandra opened her eyes, meeting the legate's amber gaze steadily. Do we have an agreement? The Council will accept your terms. They're desperate enough to give you whatever you want. He extended one massive clawed hand. Welcome to military service, General Holloway. She shook his hand, feeling the careful restraint in his grip that could have crushed her bones without effort. I still think this is insane. All the best military appointments are. Sentinel Primus approached, its massive form somehow conveying satisfaction despite being an emotionless war machine. Command authority confirmed. Fleet acknowledges General Holloway as permanent Supreme Commander, ready for long-term strategic deployment. Zandra looked at the construct that had started everything, the ancient weapon that had heard her speak a dead language and decided she was worthy of command, the patient machine that had waited 10,000 years for someone to give it orders. Sentinel Primus, she said formally, what are your current operational status and recommendations? Fleet operational. Primary threat postponed but not eliminated. Recommendation: establish defensive perimeter around core worlds. Maintain active patrol patterns. Continue tactical evolution training. And General? Yes? Permission to speak candidly? Zandra almost laughed at the idea of a 10,000-year-old war machine asking permission for candor. Granted. Your tactical innovation saved this fleet. The predecessors would be honored to know their weapons serve a commander who values adaptation over tradition. It is satisfactory to finally have orders worth following. The simplicity of that statement hit harder than any formal recognition could have. This ancient machine, built by a civilization that had ruled the stars, was telling her she'd done well. Orders received, General, Sentinel Primus had said when this all began. Now, watching the construct return to formation alongside its battle-scarred siblings, Zandra understood that those words had changed everything. She wasn't an archaeologist who'd made a mistake anymore. She was the person who'd spoken a dead language and brought an army back to life, the human who'd taught ancient weapons to improvise. The accidental general who'd postponed the apocalypse through sheer stubborn refusal to accept that old solutions were the only solutions. The Annihilator would return eventually. Other threats would emerge. The galaxy would continue producing crises that required someone crazy enough to command predecessor war machines using human tactical chaos. Apparently, that someone was her now. Zandra took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and began reviewing defensive deployment options with Gorgonax. She had a fleet to command, a threat to prepare for, and absolutely no idea what she was doing. But she had loyal constructs, competent allies, and a stubborn human conviction that impossible situations were just problems that hadn't been solved creatively enough yet. It would have to be enough. Because somewhere in deep space, ancient weapons waited for her orders. And she'd learned that when you accidentally became a general, by speaking dead languages, you either grew into the role or watched everything burn. Xandra Holloway had always preferred learning to burning, so she'd learn. This was just one story. Subscribe now so you don't miss what's coming next.
The sound of children laughing echoed across the courtyard of the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. Rick Walsh sat on a bench near the fountain, watching a group of young Centauri students play a game that looked like a combination of tag and zero-gravity ballet. He smiled, remembering how strange it had seemed when he first arrived 6 months ago. Now it felt normal. Rick was a staff sergeant in the Human Coalition Forces, though his current assignment barely felt like military duty. He was supposed to be training the local security teams, teaching them Earth combat techniques. Most days he spent more time telling stories to curious children than drilling soldiers. The kids loved hearing about Earth animals, especially the weird ones. Last week he had spent an entire afternoon explaining what a platypus was to a group of confused Alarian youngsters. Mr. Rick, a small voice called out. Lyra, a 9-year-old Centauri girl with silver skin and bright purple eyes, ran toward him. She held a data pad in her hands. I found a picture of that animal you told us about yesterday. The honey badger. Rick chuckled and took the pad from her. The screen showed a stocky, black and white creature with small eyes and visible claws. Yep, that's the one. Mean little thing. Fights animals 10 times its size and doesn't back down from anything. Is that why they call you honey badger? Lyra asked innocently. Rick's smile faded just a bit. His call sign was not something he advertised here. It came from a different time, a bloodier time during the border conflicts. Who told you that? He asked gently. I heard some of the security guards talking. They said you were scary when you fought. She looked worried. But you're nice to us. Rick ruffled her hair, careful not to touch the sensitive nerve clusters on her scalp. I'm nice to people who deserve nice. Animals like the honey badger, they're only dangerous when something threatens what they care about. Remember that, okay? Lyra nodded and ran back to her friends. Rick watched her go, then glanced up at the sky. It was clear today, a pale green color thanks to Viridian Iphi's unusual atmosphere. 3 moons hung visible even in daylight. Beautiful, peaceful, too peaceful. Rick's instincts had been bothering him for 3 days now. Little things. The supply ship that was supposed to arrive yesterday never showed up. The military communication channels had more chatter than usual. But when he asked about it, everyone said it was just routine exercises. This morning, he had noticed the automated defense turrets on the facility's outer walls were running diagnostic tests, which usually meant someone suspected they might need to use them soon. He had tried to talk to Headmaster Torvak about running emergency drills with the students. The Alarian administrator had shut him down immediately. We will not frighten the children with unnecessary military exercises, Sergeant Walsh. This is a school, not a military base. Rick had wanted to argue, but Torvak was right in a way. The facility had been safe for 30 years. It housed children from 47 different species, mostly the sons and daughters of diplomats and military officers. Security was good. The location was remote. There was no reason to expect trouble, except Rick's gut said otherwise. A soft alarm chimed from his wrist communicator. Time for the afternoon assembly. Rick stood and stretched, his joints popping. He was pushing 40 now, older than most frontline soldiers, but he kept himself in shape. Had to. You never knew when old skills might be needed again. The courtyard filled with students as classes let out. Teachers guided lines of children toward the central assembly area. Rick spotted Headmaster Torvak on the raised platform, adjusting his formal robes. The Alarian took these assemblies seriously, always giving speeches about unity and education and the bright future of the coalition. Rick positioned himself near the back, eyes scanning the crowd out of habit. Security guards stood at the regular posts. Everything looked normal. He started to relax, then the shields failed. It was not dramatic. No explosion, no alarm. The shimmering blue barrier that covered the facility like an invisible dome simply vanished. Rick saw it happen because he was looking up at exactly the right moment, watching a flock of local birds that had been deflected by the shield suddenly fly straight through where it used to be. Every instinct he had screamed danger. "Get down," Rick roared, already moving. 3 seconds later, the sky split open with fire. Assault ships materialized out of stealth mode directly overhead, their hulls painted blood red. Rick recognized the design immediately. Marauder-class gunships favored by mercenary groups. The heavy weapons on their undersides glowed with charging energy. The first bombardment hit the security barracks on the east side of the facility. The building exploded in a ball of superheated plasma. The shockwave knocked dozens of children off their feet. Screaming started instantly, high-pitched and terrified. Rick was already running. His mind shifted gears, combat training taking over after months of dormancy. The armory was 300 meters away. He needed weapons. He needed to get the children to shelter. He needed to do both right now. Another explosion rocked the Western Guard Tower. Rick saw bodies thrown through the air. The automated defenses were not responding. That meant someone had hacked the systems before the attack. This was planned. Professional dark shapes dropped from the assault ships. Mercenaries in powered armor descending on jump jets. They landed hard in the courtyard, weapons already firing. Coalition guards who tried to fight back were cut down in seconds. Rick grabbed 2 small children who were frozen in terror and shoved them behind a decorative planter. "Run to the admin building. Underground shelter, go now." One of the children, a young Threxian boy, just stared at him with huge eyes. Rick forced himself to soften his voice. "I need you to be brave. Can you do that for me? Run fast and don't look back." The boy nodded and grabbed his friend's hand. They ran. Rick moved through the chaos, pulling children out of the open, directing them toward safety. A plasma bolt seared past his head, close enough that he smelled burning air. He dove behind the fountain as more shots chewed into the stone structure. A group of students huddled near the platform, pinned down by mercenary fire. He counted 8 children. Lyra was among them, pressed flat against the ground with tears streaming down her face. Their eyes met across 30 meters of open ground. She called out his name. Rick looked at the mercenaries advancing on their position. He looked at the children. He looked at the burning buildings and the bodies of guards who had not been fast enough. Then he looked at the armory. Still intact, but in the opposite direction. The choice took half a second. Rick sprinted toward the children, staying low. Plasma fire tracked him, but he was moving too fast, too erratically. He had done this before in worse situations, against worse odds. His body remembered even if his mind had tried to forget. He slid in next to Lyra, using his body to shield her from incoming fire. The other children clustered around him. "Uncle Rick," Lyra sobbed. "I'm scared." Rick checked his surroundings. They were trapped. More mercenaries were landing. The coalition guards were dead or scattered. Help was not coming fast enough. He had no weapons. He had no armor. He had 8 terrified children depending on him. Rick looked down at Lyra and smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of something that had been sleeping and was now very much awake. "Stay down, kids," he said quietly. "Uncle Rick's going to work now. The honey badger was loose, and honey badgers don't care about odds." Rick moved fast through the smoke and chaos. He kept the children behind him as he navigated toward the maintenance corridors. These passages ran beneath the facility like veins, used by repair crews and rarely traveled by students or teachers. Rick had mapped them during his first week here, old habits from his combat days. "Always know the terrain. Always have an escape route. Stay close and stay quiet," he whispered to the 8 children following him. They obeyed without question, their fear making them compliant. Good. Fear could be useful if it kept them careful. They reached a service entrance hidden behind decorative panels. Rick pried it open with his bare hands, the metal groaning but giving way. Inside, the corridor was dark and cramped. He ushered the children through and sealed the door behind them. Emergency lighting strips glowed faintly along the floor, casting green shadows. Rick led them deeper into the facility's guts, moving by memory. The shelter was on the other side of the complex, beneath the administration building. It would take 15 minutes to get there through these tunnels. 15 minutes where anything could happen. Behind them, muffled explosions continued. The facility was being torn apart. They reached an intersection. Rick held up his hand, signaling the children to stop. He listened. Footsteps above. Heavy boots. Multiple contacts. He counted at least 6 moving in formation. Professionals. He needed a weapon. Rick gestured for the children to stay put and crept forward alone. The corridor opened into a maintenance bay where ventilation systems connected. Through a ceiling grate, he could see into the hallway above. 4 mercenaries stood there, armored and armed with military-grade plasma rifles. They were executing wounded coalition guards, shooting each one in the head to confirm kills. Rick's jaw tightened. These were not soldiers following rules of engagement. These were killers on a payroll. One mercenary split off from the group, moving down a side passage. Rick waited until the others moved out of sight, then silently climbed the access ladder to the grate. He pushed it up slowly, inch by inch, making no sound. The lone mercenary walked past, oblivious. Rick exploded upward. His hand clamped over the mercenary's mouth while his other arm locked around the neck in a chokehold. The mercenary struggled, trying to bring his weapon around, but Rick was already twisting. There was a muffled crack. The body went limp. Rick lowered the corpse to the ground and stripped it quickly. Plasma rifle, sidearm, combat knife. Armor was too big and would slow him down, but he took the communication earpiece and tactical display visor. The earpiece crackled to life in his ear. Mercenary chatter, Sector 7 clear. No resistance. Main courtyard secured. We have the landing pads. Command, this is Team 3. We've got approximately 40 hostages in the auditorium, adults and juveniles. Rick filed away every piece of information. 60 combatants total based on the unit designations he was hearing. Their commander was someone called Cross. Their mission was hostage-taking, not slaughter. They wanted leverage that gave him an advantage. They would be cautious about collateral damage. He would not. Rick returned to the children. They stared at the weapons he now carried with wide eyes. Lyra looked like she might cry again. I'm still the same person, Rick said gently. These are just tools. Tools I know how to use to keep you safe. Understand? They nodded. He led them onward. The maintenance tunnels brought them near the administration building without encountering more mercenaries. Rick could see the reinforced shelter doors ahead, sealed but intact. Good. He activated the emergency override code and the heavy doors hissed open. Inside, he found chaos. 50 or 60 people, students and staff, huddled in the dim emergency lighting. Coalition guards stood at the entrance with weapons drawn until they recognized Rick. Sergeant Walsh, Lieutenant Dow, a Centauri officer with blue skin and sharp features, rushed forward. Thank the stars. We thought everyone in the courtyard was dead. Most are, Rick said flatly. He guided his group of children inside, and they were immediately swarmed by relieved teachers. What's your status? We have maybe 20 combat-capable personnel. 15 guards, 5 armed teachers. The rest are civilians and children. The shields are down, communications are jammed, and we have no contact with reinforcements. How long until help arrives? Dal's face darkened. Best case, 4 hours. The nearest coalition fleet is 3 systems away. Rick nodded. That was about what he expected. The mercenaries have 40 more hostages in the auditorium. They're planning to use them as leverage. We should fortify this position and wait for extraction, Dal said. This shelter was built to withstand orbital bombardment. We can hold. For how long? Rick asked. They control the facility. They can cut life support, vent the atmosphere, or just set demolition charges. This shelter becomes a tomb if we wait. What are you suggesting? Rick checked the plasma rifle's charge. Full. Good. I'm going back out there. Dal grabbed his arm. That's suicide. You're 1 man against 60 trained mercenaries. 57, Rick corrected. I already killed 3. He pulled his arm free. I'm not asking permission, Lieutenant. I'm informing you of my intentions. When you hear explosions near the auditorium, that's your signal to push out and secure the landing pads. We need to call for help. You'll never reach the auditorium alive. Rick smiled that cold smile again. You don't know much about honey badgers, do you, Lieutenant? Before Dal could respond, Rick was moving toward the shelter exit. A small voice stopped him. Uncle Rick, wait. Pax, the young Threxian boy he had saved earlier, ran up to him. The child held out a small device. I know the facility better than anyone. All the kids do. We know every vent, every hidden passage. We want to help. Rick knelt down to the boy's level. You already helped by being brave and getting to safety. That's enough. But you're going to fight them alone. That's what I do, kid. Pax's eyes filled with tears, but his voice stayed steady. The honey badger fights big things and doesn't care. You told us that. But even honey badgers need help sometimes. Rick felt something twist in his chest. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're right. I do need help. I need you to stay here and protect the others. Keep them calm. Keep them safe. Can you do that for me? Pax nodded, wiping his eyes. I can do that. Good man. Rick stood and walked toward the exit. He paused at the threshold, looking back at the frightened faces watching him. Children who had been laughing and playing just an hour ago. Adults who thought today would be like any other day. Listen to me, Rick said, his voice carrying through the shelter. I know you're scared. I know this seems impossible, but I need you to believe something. I need you to believe that I will get those hostages out. I need you to believe that we will survive this. Because that belief, that hope, is what keeps us human. It's what makes us different. We don't give up. We don't abandon each other. And we sure as hell don't let monsters win. He hefted the plasma rifle. So stay strong. Stay together. And when this is over, we'll all walk out of here. That's a promise. The shelter doors sealed behind him with a solid thunk. Rick was alone in hostile territory, outnumbered and outgunned. He had been in worse situations, not many, but a few. The earpiece crackled with mercenary communications. They were consolidating positions, tightening control. They thought they had won. They thought it was over. Rick started moving through the facility like a ghost, silent, deadly, hunting time, to show them what happened when you made a human. Angry. Time to show them what a honey badger could do when you threatened its family. The children were his family now. All of them. Every single child in this facility, and Rick Walsh protected family no matter the cost. Rick moved through the facility like death-wearing skin. He knew every corner of this place now, every blind spot and choke point. The mercenaries were good, but they were fighting on his ground. He found Team 5 in the eastern dormitory, 4 soldiers searching rooms for hiding children. Rick watched them from a ventilation shaft above. They moved with discipline, covering each other, checking corners. Professional work, too bad for them. Rick waited until they split into pairs, 2 entering rooms on opposite sides of the hall. Then he dropped through a ceiling panel behind the rear pair. The combat knife entered the first mercenary's neck before the man could turn. Rick caught the falling body, used it as a shield as the second mercenary spun around. The plasma bolt meant for Rick's head hit his dead comrade instead. Rick threw the corpse forward, closing distance. The mercenary backpedaled, trying to bring his rifle up. Too slow. Rick was inside his guard, striking with precise brutality. Elbow to throat. Knee to groin. Knife to chest cavity. The mercenary dropped without making a sound loud enough to alert his teammates. The other 2 emerged from their rooms and Rick was already moving. He fired the plasma rifle he had taken. Double tap center mass on the first target. The mercenary's shields flared and died. The body hit the floor. Rick rolled sideways as return fire chewed into the wall where he had been standing. He came up behind a support pillar and tossed his knife around the corner. It was a bad throw, not meant to kill, just to distract. The last mercenary tracked the movement, firing at the blade. Rick swung out and put 2 rounds through the man's helmet. 4 down. Rick salvaged ammunition and a better rifle, then melted back into the facility's hidden spaces. The mercenary communication channel erupted with status checks for Team 5. When they did not respond, the chatter changed tone. Confusion became concern. Good. Fear was a weapon too. Rick accessed the facility's internal systems through a maintenance terminal. The mercenaries had locked down most functions, but they had missed the environmental controls. Rick triggered the fire suppression systems in the western wing. Foam and chemical retardant flooded 3 corridors, killing visibility and forcing mercenary teams to relocate. While they stumbled through the foam, Rick hit them from unexpected angles. A plasma grenade rolled down a stairwell. Precisely aimed shots from long distance through windows. He was everywhere and nowhere, striking and vanishing before they could respond. The enemy commander's voice came through the earpiece, tight with anger. All teams switch to thermal imaging. The human is using the environment against us. Teams 6 and 7 converge on the western wing. Find him and kill him, Rick smiled. They were bunching up, abandoning defensive positions to hunt him. Perfect. He led them on a chase through the maintenance areas, leaving just enough traces to keep them following. Footprints in the foam. A door left slightly ajar, the occasional glimpse of movement. Basic stuff, but effective against soldiers focused on closing with an enemy. When 12 mercenaries were grouped in a junction corridor, Rick detonated the plasma battery pack he had rigged to the power conduits above them. The explosion was not huge, but it did not need to be. The conduits ruptured, spraying superheated coolant and electrical discharge. The mercenaries' shields overloaded. Men screamed. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Rick did not stay to watch. He was already moving to his next position. The mercenary channel dissolved into chaos. Orders being shouted. Teams calling for medical assistance. Someone yelling about falling back. The commander's voice cut through it all. All units consolidate at rally points. Stop chasing him. He's baiting us into traps. Defensive positions now. Rick had bought time, but he had not freed the hostages. He needed to reach the auditorium. According to the communications he was monitoring, Commander Cross had moved the captured civilians there, using them as human shields. He made his way through the facility's upper levels, avoiding the main corridors where mercenaries had regrouped. Through a classroom window, he spotted the auditorium across the central courtyard. 20 soldiers surrounded it in defensive positions. Getting in would be nearly impossible. He needed a new approach. Rick found what he was looking for in the theater's technical booth. The facility's old communication array, shut down by the jamming but still physically intact. If he could boost the signal strength and punch through a burst transmission, he might be able to call for help. But he did not know how. This was not his specialty. Movement behind him. Rick spun, raising his weapon. Pac stood there with 3 other children. They had followed him somehow, using the passages only they knew. "What are you doing here?" Rick demanded, keeping his voice low. "I told you to stay in the shelter." "We can help," Pac said. "We know how to fix things. The teachers let us help the engineers sometimes. We can make the communication thing work." Rick wanted to send them back, but looking at their determined faces, he realized something. These children had already seen the worst. Hiding them away would not erase that, and they were offering help he desperately needed. "Okay," he said, "but you do exactly what I say when I say it." "Understood?" They nodded. While Rick kept watch, the children worked on the array with surprising skill. Pax explained what they were doing in simple terms, rerouting power and adjusting frequencies. Within 10 minutes, they had a working transmitter. "It will only work for a few seconds before the jamming blocks it again," Pax said. "What do we send?" Rick took the transmitter. He thought about complicated distress codes and tactical briefings. Then he thought about what would actually get a response from people who knew him. He set the message to repeat on emergency frequencies and hit transmit. "Academy under attack. Honey Badger needs help. Coordinates follow." The transmission burst out into space, a single shout into the dark. Then the jamming crashed back down and the array went dead. "Did it work?" one of the children asked. "We'll find out," Rick said. "Now we get you back to the shelter." He led them back through the safe routes, moving slowly and carefully. They encountered no resistance. When they reached the shelter, Lieutenant Dal was organizing a defense with the guards. "Sergeant, we heard explosions. What's the situation?" "I've reduced their numbers and disrupted their control," Rick reported. "But they still have 40 hostages in the auditorium. That's our next objective. That's suicide. They have that position locked down. Then I'll have to get creative." Rick checked his weapons. He was running low on ammunition. "I need explosives, whatever you have." Dal hesitated, then nodded to one of his guards. The man brought out a small case of breaching charges used for emergency door removal. Rick took them and started rigging a harness. The children watched him work. "Uncle Rick," Lyra said quietly, "are you going to die?" He paused, looking at her honest, scared face. He could lie, but she deserved better. "Maybe," he said. "But that won't stop me from trying. Because here's the thing about honey badgers, Lyra. They don't fight because they think they'll win. They fight because something needs protecting. And as long as I can still move, as long as I can still pull a trigger, those people in the auditorium have a chance." He stood up, fully armed now. "Lieutenant Dal, give me 20 minutes. Then push for the landing pads with everyone who can fight. We need to signal for help. 20 minutes won't be enough." Rick headed for the exit. "Then I'll just have to work faster." The doors sealed behind him for the second time. Somewhere in the facility, 40 people waited for rescue or death. Rick intended to give them the first option, even if it cost him everything. Rick observed the auditorium from his position in the ceiling crawlspace. Below him, 40 hostages sat in the center of the large room, surrounded by armed mercenaries. He counted 18 guards positioned around the perimeter. Commander Cross stood near the stage, a tall figure in crimson armor, speaking into a communication device. The hostages looked terrified. Teachers held young children close. Older students tried to stay calm, but their fear was obvious. Headmaster Torvak sat among them, his usual confident posture replaced by something broken and defeated. Rick had 18 minutes left before Lieutenant Dowles pushed to the landing pads. He needed to create enough chaos to split the mercenary forces. Time to work. He moved through the crawl space above the auditorium, planting breaching charges at key structural points. He was not trying to bring down the building, just create openings. The technical booth overlooked the main floor from a high angle. Perfect position. Rick descended into the booth quietly. The equipment here controlled lighting, sound, and environmental systems for the auditorium. He began preparing his surprise, setting timers and routing commands. Below, Commander Cross addressed the hostages. Your coalition is being contacted now. They will have simple terms. Withdraw all forces from the outer reach territories or you die. Your governments value territory less than they value your lives, so you should hope they choose wisely. A young Alarian teacher spoke up, voice shaking. Why are you doing this? These are children. Cross turned to her slowly. Because children make excellent leverage. Adults will do anything to protect their offspring. It is weakness we exploit. Rick's finger hovered over the activation switch. He wanted to kill this man so badly his hand shook. But timing mattered. He needed maximum confusion. He triggered the first charge. The explosion blew out a section of wall near the stage. Alarms immediately began wailing throughout the facility. Rick activated every sound and light system in the auditorium at once. Speakers roared with feedback. Emergency strobes flashed in random patterns. Fire suppression foam began spraying from ceiling nozzles. The mercenaries reacted instantly, training taking over. They moved to defensive positions, but their formations were broken by the chaos. Hostages scattered in panic, some running for the exits, others freezing in place. Rick dropped through a ceiling panel into the technical booth's upper platform. He began firing controlled shots into the mercenary positions below. 3 went down in the first seconds before the others located him. Return fire chewed into the booth's protective barriers. On the main floor, Headmaster Torvak saw what was happening. Saw Rick fighting alone against impossible odds. Something in the old administrator's face changed. He grabbed the young teacher next to him. Get the children to the exits, he shouted over the noise. When they're confused, we move. The teacher stared at him. We'll be killed, maybe, but that human is dying to save us. I won't let his sacrifice be wasted. Torvak stood up despite the plasma fire filling the air. Everyone move now. Exit doors, go. Some hostages ran. Others hesitated. Rick provided covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to take cover instead of shooting fleeing civilians. But there were too many angles, too many guns. A plasma bolt caught a running Centauri man in the back. He fell. A child screamed. Rick changed tactics. He threw a plasma grenade toward the largest group of mercenaries. They scattered. In that moment, Rick jumped from the booth platform, using a deployed banner as an improvised rope to swing down to the main floor. He landed hard, rolled, came up firing. The closest mercenary went down. Rick grabbed his fallen body and used it as a shield while advancing. Plasma fire from multiple directions hit the corpse. Rick fired around it, targeting weapons and exposed limbs, disabling rather than killing when possible to create obstacles and confusion. A mercenary charged him with a combat blade. Rick sidestepped, let the man's momentum carry him past, then shot him in the back. He spun and fired at a mercenary, trying to line up a shot on fleeing hostages. The shot went wide but made the mercenary duck. Half the hostages were out now, running through the exits. Rick moved to a position between them and the mercenaries, drawing fire deliberately. Plasma bolts scorched past him. One grazed his arm, burning through sleeve and skin. He ignored the pain. Commander Cross appeared from behind cover, his personal shields shimmering. You must be the one they call Honey Badger. I heard you were dead. Not yet, Rick said, firing. His shot splashed harmlessly off Cross's military-grade shields. You cannot win this. Look around. My men still outnumber you. The hostages you saved will be recaptured. Your heroics change nothing. Rick smiled, blood running down his burned arm. You're wrong. I already won. How? Because those kids are running. Because that old administrator found his courage. Because humans don't measure victory by whether we survive. We measure it by whether we protected what mattered. Cross raised his weapon. Then die with your pride. The auditorium doors burst open. Lieutenant Dal and 20 armed defenders poured in, firing as they came. The mercenaries, caught between Rick's position and the new threat, broke formation. Some tried to return fire. Others attempted to flee. Rick used the confusion to close distance with Cross. He tackled the commander, both of them crashing to the floor. Cross was stronger, his armor giving him advantage. They struggled for control. Above them, the ceiling groaned. Rick's charges had done more damage than he intended. Structural supports were failing. Dal's voice rang out. Everyone out. Buildings coming down! The defenders grabbed hostages and ran. Rick and Cross continued fighting among the chaos. The commander's fist caught Rick's jaw, snapping his head back. Rick responded with an elbow strike that cracked Cross's helmet visor. You're insane, Cross gasped. We're both going to die. Good, Rick said and punched him again. Hands grabbed Rick from behind. Lieutenant Dal and 2 guards were dragging him toward the exit. Let go, Rick shouted. He's their commander. And you're no good to anyone dead, Dal snapped. Move. They ran for the exit as the ceiling began collapsing. Cross scrambled to his feet and ran the opposite direction, heading for a side emergency exit. Dust and debris filled the air. The main chandelier fell, crushing 2 mercenaries who were too slow. Rick's group burst out into the courtyard just as a section of the auditorium roof caved in. They kept running, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing structure. Behind them, explosions echoed as power systems overloaded. When they finally stopped, Rick counted heads. All the hostages were out, some wounded but alive. The defenders had taken casualties, but most survived. Lieutenant Dal looked at the burning auditorium, then at Rick. That was the most reckless, stupid, insane thing I have ever witnessed. Rick wiped blood from his mouth. Did it work? The hostages are free. The mercenaries are scattered. I'd say yes, it worked, a young voice called out. Uncle Rick! Lyra's older sister ran toward them from the group of freed hostages. She threw her arms around Rick, sobbing. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Rick awkwardly patted her back, uncomfortable with the gratitude. Just doing my job. No, Headmaster Torvak approached, his robes torn and dirty. You did far more than your job. You gave us hope when we had none. You showed us what courage looks like. The old Ilarian met Rick's eyes. I was wrong about you. Wrong to dismiss your concerns. Wrong to think peace meant we could forget how to fight. You tried to prepare us and I refused to listen. Rick shook his head. Doesn't matter now. We're not done yet. Cross is still out there with at least 20 mercenaries. We need to secure the landing pads and call for real help. As if summoned by his words, a low rumble filled the air. Everyone looked up. The sky split open with light. Coalition fighters screamed through the atmosphere, weapons hot and targeting systems locked. Behind them, the massive shape of a battlecruiser dropped out of faster-than-light travel, its hull bearing the name Vigilant. Rick's emergency transmission had gotten through. Help had arrived. The Coalition fighters hit the mercenary ships like hammers of light. Plasma cannons tore into the Marauder-class vessels still hovering above the facility. One exploded immediately, its reactor breaching in a brilliant flash. The other 2 tried to run, activating their stealth systems and boosting for orbit. They did not make it. Missiles from the Vigilant tracked them through every evasion attempt. The second ship died in a cascade of secondary explosions. The third managed to return fire, its desperate shots splashing against the battlecruiser's shields, before a fighter wing surrounded it and pounded it into debris. The sky cleared of threats in under 3 minutes. On the ground, the remaining mercenaries saw their escape routes vanish. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others, either braver or more foolish, tried to fight. Coalition Marines dropped from assault shuttles, heavily armed and ready for combat. The brief firefights that erupted were one-sided. Rick watched it happen from the courtyard, leaning against a broken fountain. His body was starting to register all the damage he had taken. Burns, cuts, bruises, probably some cracked ribs. His right arm was barely functional. But he stayed on his feet because sitting down felt too much like giving up. Lieutenant Dal coordinated with the arriving Marines, directing them to pockets of remaining resistance. The freed hostages were being evacuated to the shuttles for medical treatment. Children cried, some in relief, others still terrified. Teachers did their best to comfort them. A shuttle landed near Rick's position. The ramp dropped and a familiar figure strode out. Commander Yates, human, 50s, with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore full combat armor and carried himself like someone who had been fighting wars since before Rick was born. Because he had. "Rick Walsh," Yates said, looking him over. "You look like hell." "Feel worse," Rick admitted. "Good to see you, Commander. Got your message. Honey Badger needs help. That's a first. You've never asked for help before." Yates glanced around at the destroyed facility, the bodies, the frightened children being led to safety. "Looks like you did pretty well on your own, though." "Had help. The lieutenant here and his people. The kids, too. Brave little things." Yates nodded slowly. "How many mercenaries?" "Started with 60. I dropped maybe 15. The rest scattered or surrendered when you showed up." 15, Yates let that sink in. "You killed 15 trained mercenaries while protecting hostages and coordinating a defense. With no backup and no plan." Rick shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled something painful in his shoulder. "Had a plan. It was just a bad plan. But bad plans are better than no plans." A medic approached, but Rick waved him off. "I'm fine. Check the kids first." "Sir, you're bleeding." "I said I'm fine." Yates dismissed the medic with a gesture. When they were alone, the older man's expression softened slightly. "You know you could have died here, right? Against those odds, you should have died." "Yeah, I know. So why? Why not get yourself to safety and wait for us?" Rick looked across the courtyard to where Lyra sat with her sister, both of them wrapped in emergency blankets. The little girl saw him looking and waved. He waved back with his good arm. "Because she called my name," Rick said quietly. "Because I couldn't leave them. Because someone had to stand between these kids and the monsters. And I was here, so it had to be me." Yates followed his gaze. "The human condition. We can't help ourselves. We see someone in trouble and we have to help even when it's stupid." "Especially when it's stupid," Rick agreed. A commotion drew their attention. Marines were escorting a group of captured mercenaries through the courtyard. Among them, limping and covered in dust, was Commander Cross. His expensive armor was dented and his helmet was missing. He saw Rick and stopped walking, staring. "You," Cross said. "You should be dead." "The building collapsed. I got out. But how? How did one man do all this?" Cross looked genuinely confused. "We outnumbered you, outgunned you, had every advantage. How did we lose?" Rick pushed himself off the fountain, standing straight despite the pain. "Because you thought this was a military operation. Calculated risks and acceptable losses. But for me, this was personal. Every child in this facility became my responsibility the moment you attacked. And humans don't do well with math when someone threatens our kids. We don't care about odds. We care about protecting what matters." Cross shook his head. "Your species is insane." "Probably," Rick agreed. "But we're your insane species. We're the ones who show up when everyone else says it's impossible. We're the ones who stand and fight when logic says to run. And we're the ones who will tear through an army to save a single child. Remember that. Make sure whoever hired you remembers it too." The Marines led Cross away. Yates chuckled. "Making speeches now? You really did hit your head." "Maybe." Rick finally allowed himself to sit down on the fountain's edge. "How bad is it? The casualties?" Yates's expression grew serious. 47 coalition personnel dead. 12 students. 19 injured critically. It's bad, Rick, but it would have been worse. If you hadn't acted, if you hadn't bought time, we would have arrived to find hundreds dead and the survivors held hostage." Rick closed his eyes. 12 students. 12 children who had been laughing and playing just hours ago. He could see their faces in his mind, knew their names, felt their weight settle on his shoulders alongside all the other ghosts he carried. "Hey." Yates's hand gripped his shoulder. "You saved hundreds more. That matters. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. But those kids over there, they're alive because of you. Their families get to hold them again. That has to count for something." Rick opened his eyes and looked around the courtyard again, saw the survivors, saw the relief and grief mixing on their faces, saw Pax and his friends being reunited with their parents who had just arrived on the shuttles, saw Lyra running toward him, breaking free from her sister. She crashed into him and hugged him tight, careful of his injuries. "You did it, Uncle Rick. You saved us." Rick hugged her back with his good arm, feeling something tight in his chest. "We saved each other, kid. You and Pax and all the brave people here. Everyone who didn't give up. That's why we're still standing. Headmaster Torvak approached slowly. The old Ilarian looked like he had aged years in a single day. Sergeant Walsh, I owe you an apology. Several apologies. And my life, along with the lives of everyone here. You fought when it counted, Rick said. That's what mattered. I should have listened to you. Should have prepared. Should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save? Rick looked at Lyra still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said. By making sure their survival means something. By being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved. Some called his name. Some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class now finished. For you, the boy said. So you remember us? Rick's throat felt tight. I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you. The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorch marks. The evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage. Helping each other. Refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Ilarian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. You did everything possible, Vera said during their last session. You know that, right? Knowing it and feeling it are different things, Rick replied. They are. But feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh. Especially now. Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard, rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart, in memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen, looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. "Sergeant Walsh, if you're watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility. But the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves." The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class. Scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared. They just do what needs doing. So I tried to be brave like you, and it got easier. Thank you for teaching us that. More children appeared in the video, each sharing a brief message. Pax talked about how he wanted to join the coalition forces when he grew up, to help protect others like Rick had protected them. Others shared artwork they had made, stories they had written, ways they had found courage in dark moments by remembering the human who had fought for them. The video ended with Commander Yates appearing on screen. Rick, stop being stubborn and check your messages. You've received commendations from 7 different governments. The coalition is offering you any posting you want. The facility wants you to come back as head of security with triple your old pay, and about 100 families want to thank you personally. You're famous now. Deal with it. Rick sat in his small quarters on the base staring at the blank screen. Famous. He did not want to be famous. He wanted to be left alone to do his job. His communicator chimed. Incoming call. He almost ignored it, but the caller ID made him pause. Lieutenant Dal. Rick answered. Dal's blue face appeared, looking pleased. Sergeant Walsh, good to see you up and around. Lieutenant, what can I do for you? Actually, I'm calling with an offer. The facility is reopening next month. They want a complete security overhaul. New protocols, new training, new everything. They asked me to head the project. I accepted on one condition, that you join my team. Rick hesitated. I don't know if I can go back there. I understand. But consider this. Those children remember you. They need to see that heroes don't just disappear after the battle. They keep going, keep working, keep caring. Your presence there would mean more than any security system we could install. I'm not a hero, Dal. I'm just a soldier who got lucky. You're wrong. You're exactly what a hero looks like. Imperfect, stubborn, willing to sacrifice everything for others. That's the definition. Dal leaned closer to the camera. The children need to see that you survived. That doing the right thing doesn't always mean dying for it. Sometimes it means living with it and choosing to keep helping people. Rick thought about the statue in the memorial garden, about Lyra's message, about all the children who were finding courage by remembering what one determined human had done. I'll think about it, Rick said finally. That's all I ask. Take your time. The offer stands whenever you're ready. The call ended. Rick sat alone with his thoughts. Outside his window, Frontier Base 7 bustled with activity. Ships coming and going, soldiers training, people living their lives unaware that somewhere out there, a single act of desperate courage had become a story told across worlds. Rick opened his footlocker and pulled out the honey badger figurine Pax had given him. The carving was rough, childish, but made with care. He set it on his desk where he could see it. Maybe Dal was right. Maybe going back was the right choice. Not to be celebrated or honored, but to show those children that you could face horror and come out the other side. That scars heal. That life continues. That protecting others is a responsibility that does not the violence or the desperate battle, but the choice to keep caring, keep protecting, keep standing up for those who needed someone in their corner. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Lieutenant Dal. I accept your offer. When do we start? The response came back immediately. Welcome back, Sergeant. We start by rebuilding, together. Rick smiled slightly. Rebuilding, that felt right. Take something broken and make it whole again. Take frightened children and help them find strength. Take a tragedy and transform it into a lesson about resilience. That was the human way. Not the strongest. Not the fastest. Not the most advanced. But the ones who refused to quit. The ones who cared so deeply that they would fight impossible battles and carry impossible burdens. The ones who, when darkness came, chose to be the light. Rick packed his gear that night. Tomorrow he would ship out to Viridian IV, back to the facility where he had nearly died, back to the children who remembered him, back to the work of protecting and teaching and showing others that courage was not about never being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. As he prepared to sleep, Rick looked one more time at the honey badger figurine on his desk. Such a small thing, such a simple gift, but it represented something larger. Hope, resilience, the refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack, who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do, who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took, to stand up when it was easier to stay down, to protect when it was safer to hide, to care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares, because he had made his choice. He would keep going, keep helping, keep standing between children and danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home, and somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread, whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered, because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's General G. Let's begin. I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, the human ambassador began from his seat at the Galactic Council meeting, but you won't last 3 seconds. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. He stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the amphitheater-style chamber. His bright orange fur bristled in indignation. His big dark eyes watched as he processed what the human had just said, and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae quivered as he tried to suppress his rage. Being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. The Sativ were new to the Galactic Council, and the negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable pets rather than sentient beings with their own culture and achievements. Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough was enough. The moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. Abby had spent hours studying the dossiers of every species present. He'd memorized their military capabilities, their territories, their temperaments. And he'd made his choice: the humans. They were legendary warriors, survivors of a death world called Earth, masters of violence. They were the species that made the other species nervous. If the Sativ could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take notice. So, Abby had stood there on the table, his tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow, and declared formal war on humanity. He used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and fury. He'd expected shock, perhaps even fear. What he got instead was this casual dismissal, this patronizing little buddy nonsense, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds against humanity. Worse than that, though, was the reaction from everyone else. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The Aquarians in their water-filled environmental suits were producing steams of bubbles, their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. The Avian Cree delegation was worse. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. Even the Morphids, usually so dignified in their carefully maintained bipedal forms, had lost their composure. 3 of them had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats, their bodies shaking with what Abby assumed was the blob equivalent of hysterical laughter. "You all laugh now," Abby declared, his voice amplified by the microphone but still higher pitched than he would have liked. "But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth. We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory." His antennae straightened, pom-poms rigid with determination. "You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, you will all see. You will regret your laughter. You will beg for our forgiveness, and you will never, ever underestimate the Sativ again." He'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. The table was easily 3 times his height. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. Maintaining his dignity while marching across the vast expanse of the table, still within clear view of everyone, would have been challenging enough. But he was so angry, so determined to storm off, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, fully intending to leap off in a display of athletic prowess. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. Peering over the edge, he saw the floor far below. Very far. He froze, his tail twitching nervously behind him. The laughter in the chamber intensified. "Does the mighty warrior need help getting down?" one of the Cree called out, setting off another wave of squeaking. Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible. He turned around with as much dignity as he could muster and walked stiffly toward the platform, his small legs moving in quick, angry steps. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. "They're going to Earth. Those Deathworlders are going to eat them alive." That was one of the Aquarians, their voice bubbling with laughter. "Remember the Zoraxian probe that landed there? Destroyed in minutes," another voice added. "I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds," someone else chimed in. "These poor furballs don't stand a chance." "At least they'll die bravely," said a Morphid, in a tone that suggested they found even that notion amusing. "Well, probably not bravely, probably screaming, but we can tell people it was brave." 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take 1 look at Earth from space and go back. The voices faded as Abby stepped onto the platform and began his descent. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. But one thing did puzzle him as he reached the floor and marched toward the exit. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, all the jokes at his expense, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained completely silent. The tall, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. It wasn't mockery, it wasn't amusement, it was something else. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. In 2 days, Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, the Sativ would show the entire galaxy what they were made of. In 2 days, Earth would fall. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, the finest warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. 300 ships, each crewed by 20 warriors, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, but it was mobile and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove themselves. Now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship, Abby felt a surge of pride and anticipation. Around him, the bridge crew moved quickly, their small paws interacting with controls that had been designed specifically for their size. To his left stood General Lax, his purple fur marked with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his right was General Izzy, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent," Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ," Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our homeworld has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself." The cheering intensified. Abby could see warriors on other ships brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Lax was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. "We are small, but we are mighty," Abby declared. "We are few, but we are brave. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name." The fleet erupted in war cries. Abby cut the transmission and turned to his generals, his chest heaving with emotion. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. "Those council bastards won't be laughing after this," came the voice of Captain Zix from Ship 7. "I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong," added Commander Frill from Ship 19. "Bubbling at us like we're some kind of joke." A female voice cut through the chatter, coming from Ship 40. "Commander Abby, I have a question. What will we do with the humans after we defeat them?" Abby straightened, recognizing the voice of Captain Mira, one of his most respected warriors. "An excellent question, Captain. We will leave them be, of course." There was a moment of silence on the comms. "Leave them be, sir?" Mira asked, her tone confused. "Of course," Abby replied, as if it were obvious. "We're not monsters. We'll prove our superiority in combat, claim some of their treasures as proof of our victory, and then depart. They can keep their planet. We don't want the other species to think we're cruel conquerors. We're warriors seeking respect, not tyrants seeking domination. General Lax leaned closer, his voice low and concerned. Commander, are you sure about that? I mean, what if the humans see our mercy as weakness? What if the Council thinks we went soft? Nonsense, Abby said firmly. Showing restraint and honor will only increase the respect they have for us. We're not barbarians. General Izzy looked equally worried, her pink fur rippling with anxiety. But, Commander, what if they refuse to tell the Council that we conquered Earth? What if they just say we landed, got scared, and left? They won't be able to say that, Abby assured her. We have defeated them in combat. We have their treasures. The evidence will speak for itself. Both generals exchanged a glance that suggested they weren't entirely convinced, but they said nothing more. The fleet continued its descent, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. The ships were designed for smooth entry, and within minutes they had a clear view of the surface below. Scanning for optimal landing site, reported Pip from his navigation station. Looking for an area that will demonstrate our power while allowing for proper challenge protocols. What about there? General Lax pointed to the main view screen, where a large green space was visible in the middle of what appeared to be a human settlement. That open area in their settlement, it appears to be some kind of gathering space. Running detailed scans, Pip said, interacting with the controls. After a moment, his ears flattened against his head. Commander, I'm detecting human life signs in that area. Multiple family groups. There appear to be human young present. Abby frowned, his antennae dipping thoughtfully. Human children? We certainly can't land there. We don't want to frighten the young ones. That would be cruel and worse. It would make us look like bullies. Is there a suitable landing area that's free of civilians? Pip's scan continued. Yes, Commander. There's an area approximately half a kilometer away that appears to be completely clear. Still within the same green space, but isolated from the human population centers. Perfect, Abby decided. We'll land there first, establish our position, and then transmit our formal challenge to the human warriors. We'll give them the opportunity to meet us in honorable combat. If they accept, we fight. If they surrender, well, that would be disappointing, but still a victory. You really think they'll just surrender? General Izzy asked skeptically. Of course not, Abby replied. They're humans. They're supposed to be fierce warriors. They'll accept the challenge, fight bravely, but ultimately lose. And then we'll all go home having earned respect. That's how these things work. General Lax's expression suggested he thought their commander might be oversimplifying things, but he merely nodded. Setting landing protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment. The fleet descended in formation. 300 ships, creating an impressive display. As they approached the clearing Pip had identified. The landing was textbook perfect. Each ship touching down with minimal impact, arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. The ships themselves were small by galactic standards, each about the size of a human shuttle, but together they created an impressive sight. Landing successful, Pip reported. All ships confirm secure positions. External sensors show Earth's gravity is 0.974 of our home standard, well within comfort range. Excellent, Abby said. Environmental analysis? Atmosphere is compatible. Temperature is mild. No immediate threats detected. Pip paused. Commander, I am detecting various biological signals in the surrounding area, flora and fauna. Perhaps just local wildlife, Abby said dismissively. Nothing we can't handle. The three commanders made their way to the hatch, their enhanced bodysuits glowing with power. The suits were impressive, form-fitting armor that augmented their strength, provided environmental protection, and looked intimidating despite their small size. Each suit was decorated according to rank, with Abby's featuring golden trim and the crest of the Sativ Military Council. "Open the latch," Abby commanded, his voice steady and fearless. The hatch cycled open with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and a ramp extended downward. Bright sunlight flooded the interior of the ship, and for a moment, Abby had to blink against the glare. Then his eyes adjusted, and he got his first real look at Earth. It was green, incredibly, overwhelmingly green. The grass stretched out in all directions, each blade swaying in a gentle breeze. But what struck Abby most was the sheer scale of everything. The trees surrounding the clearing were enormous, towering giants that made the trees of his homeworld look like saplings. Their trunks were as thick as some Sativ buildings, and their branches reached up toward a sky that seemed impossibly vast and blue. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed beside him. "Those trees are massive." General Izzy had frozen at the bottom of the ramp, staring up at the vegetation around them. "I've never seen plants so large. Do you think all Earth plants are like this?" Abby forced his fur to lie flat, refusing to show intimidation. "Well, of course they're large. The humans are large, remember? It makes sense that their vegetation would match their scale. Besides, size means nothing. A large tree is no more threatening than a small one. Let's proceed." The three commanders stepped off the ramp and onto Earth's surface. The grass beneath their feet was strange, soft, but also slightly sharp. Each blade much thicker than the delicate ground cover of their homeworld. Abby took a deep breath of Earth's air, finding it rich and slightly sweet, carrying scents he couldn't identify. "Environmental conditions are excellent," he announced, his voice filled with confidence. "The gravity feels natural. The air is fresh. This is a fine world for battle. I can see why the humans are proud of it." "Should we call the rest of the troops out?" General Lax asked. "Let's do a quick perimeter check first," Abby decided. "Make sure there are no immediate surprises. Then we'll—" A high-pitched scream cut through the air, coming from their comms. "Commander! Commander! I've been wounded!" All three commanders froze. Abby activated his comm link immediately. "Report! What's your status?" "It's Private Zim, sir, from Ship 12. The voice was panicked, speaking so quickly that the words ran together. "I stepped outside for preliminary recon like you ordered, and I cut my foot on this grass thing. It's sharp, sir. The grass is sharp. I'm bleeding. I need a medic." Abby closed his eyes and counted to 3, trying to maintain his composure. Behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. "Private Zim," he said slowly and clearly, "you cut your foot on grass?" "It's really sharp grass, sir." "Send a medic to Ship 12, Abby ordered, then switched to a private channel with his generals. "What an idiot! Wounded by grass! And I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory?" "To be fair," General Lax said, "he's probably just nervous, but he is an idiot." "The humans probably have idiots in their armies, too," Abby muttered dismissively. "Come on, let's continue the survey." They moved forward carefully, their small legs carrying them through the grass that came up to their shoulders. It was slow going, and Abby was starting to appreciate why the humans were so tall. Navigating this vegetation would be much easier with longer limbs. Still, they pressed on, making it about 20 meters from the ship before they heard another scream. "Sir, sir! There's a creature! Some kind of flying thing! I think it's a bird!" Abby spun around, trying to locate the source of the commotion. He could see several ships with their hatches open now, warriors cautiously emerging to explore. One warrior, his yellow fur bright against the green grass, was pointing upward at something in the air. "It's small," the warrior shouted. I'm going to investigate. Back home, all flying creatures are friendly. This is probably similar." "Wait!" Abby started to say, but he was too far away, and the warrior couldn't hear him. The warrior reached up toward the flying creature, which Abby could now see was fuzzy and striped with yellow and black. It was indeed quite small, hovering in the air near a tall flowering plant. The warrior's paw made contact with the creature. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It dove toward the warrior, and even from this distance, Abby could see the warrior jerk back, clutching his paw. Then the screaming really started. "It stabbed me! The bird stabbed me! It's still stabbing me! Why is it so angry?" The warrior was now running in circles, waving his paw in the air while the tiny creature pursued him with single-minded determination. Other warriors nearby were scattering, clearly unsure whether to help or flee. The scene would have been comical if it weren't so concerning. "That's not a bird," General Izzy observed. "Birds have feathers. That thing is... I don't know what that is." "It's hostile, whatever it is," General Axe added. "Should we open fire?" "On a creature that small?" Abby shook his head. "We'd look ridiculous. Send another medic, and someone tell that warrior to stop trying to make friends with Earth's wildlife until we know more about it." It took several minutes to resolve the situation. The creature, which Pip later identified from the database as something called a bee, eventually flew away, apparently satisfied with the punishment it had delivered. The wounded warrior was treated and sent back to his ship to recover, though his pride was probably more injured than his paw. "Note to all troops," Abby announced over the fleet-wide channel, "do not touch any Earth creatures until we have confirmed they are safe. Apparently, even their smallest life forms can be aggressive." "Commander," Pip's voice came through on his private channel, "should I transmit the challenge to the humans now?" Abby looked around at the clearing. About 24 warriors had now emerged from various ships, all standing in small groups and staring at the alien environment with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It was time to get this operation back on track. "Yes, transmit the challenge. Use the standard diplomatic frequency. Tell them that the Sativ warrior fleet has arrived to challenge them to honorable combat. Tell them we await their response in this location." "Are transmitting now, sir." There was a pause. "Message sent and confirmed, received by Earth's communication network." "Excellent. Now we wait for the human warriors to arrive." Abby walked back toward his ship, gesturing for more troops to disembark. "Everyone out! Form up! Make it look impressive! The humans will be here soon, and they need to see that we're serious." Warriors began pouring out of the ships, creating a growing sea of colorful furballs and combat suits. They arranged themselves in loose formations, weapons at the ready, antennae quivering. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Abby began to wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. Maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe... "Contact! Something's moving in the bushes!" The shout came from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around, his paw going to his weapon. "Where? Show me!" "There, sir, in those bushes at the edge of the clearing. I saw something move, something big." All eyes turned toward the indicated location. The bushes in question were dense and tall, providing excellent cover for whatever was behind them. Abby could see movement. Something was definitely there. His heart raced. This was it. The humans were trying to ambush them, using the terrain to their advantage. It was a clever tactic, one he could respect. "Warriors at the ready," Abby commanded. "Prepare for contact. If they want to play games, we'll show them what Sativ warriors can do." The bushes rustled more violently. Something was pushing through them, something low to the ground but clearly strong. Abby raised his laser rifle, sighting down the barrel. Around him, hundreds of other warriors did the same, creating a wall of firepower aimed at those bushes. The creature emerged. It was probably the same size as a satyr covered in fur, orange fur with white patches and distinctive stripes of darker orange. It had 4 legs, a long tail, pointed ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled warriors. It opened its mouth and made a sound. Meow. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. The creature, whatever it was, took a few steps forward, its tail raised high, still making small chirping sounds. It didn't look particularly aggressive. In fact, it looked curious, its head tilting to one side as it examined the crowd of small armed furballs. Is that a human weapon?" whispered General Izzy. "It's moving on 4 legs," General Lax pointed out. "It must be their battle creature," Abby decided. "They've sent this beast to test us before they arrive themselves. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." The creature padded closer, now within 5 meters of the front line. Several warriors backed up nervously. The creature sat down and began to clean its face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the weapons pointed in its direction. Should we fire, sir?" asked one of the nearby warriors. "Hold your fire," Abby commanded. "Let's see what it does." What it did was stand up, stretch extensively, and then walk directly toward the warriors. Specifically, it walked toward a warrior on the left flank, a young female named Kira, whose green fur was fluffed out in fear. "It's coming for me," Kira squeaked. "Whoa, what do I do?" Abby shouted, "Defend yourself!" Kira, more out of panic than any real tactical thinking, swung her rifle around and fired a shot. The laser bolt struck the creature on its side. Against their own species, that type of weapon could punch through fur. Instead, the creature's fur merely showed a small scorch mark. The creature's reaction was immediate. It hissed, its ears flattening against its head, and swiped at Kira with one paw. Kira screamed. The creature's claws left 3 parallel scratches across her bodysuit. The suit's energy shields sparked but held, though Kira was knocked backward by the force of the blow. The creature, apparently scarred and slightly wounded, turned and bounded away, disappearing back into the bushes as quickly as it had appeared. "Medic!" Abby shouted. "Someone get a medic to Kira!" "Oh, I'm okay, sir," Kira called out, though her voice was shaky. "The suit took most of it, but that thing was strong." "What kind of battle creature takes a direct hit from a laser rifle and barely notices?" General Lax said, his voice low and secretive. "Commander, I don't think that was a human weapon. I think that might have been a local predator." "A predator?" Abby's antennae drooped. "You mean the humans didn't send it?" "The humans haven't responded to our challenge at all yet," General Izzy pointed out. "I think that was just an animal, a wild animal." Abby considered this information carefully. On one hand, it was concerning that a random Earth predator was that strong and aggressive. On the other hand, if the troops knew that they'd just been attacked by a random wildlife rather than human weapons, morale might suffer. "Keep that assessment between us," Abby told his generals quietly. "As far as the troops know, that was a test from the humans. We passed. They saw we could defend ourselves, and now they'll take us seriously." Both generals nodded, though neither looked entirely convinced. The warriors were already talking among themselves, some expressing pride at having driven off the human battle beast, others looking nervously at the bushes, as if expecting more creatures to emerge. Abby was about to address the troops when movement at the far end of the clearing caught his eye. This time, it wasn't an animal. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, and even from this distance, Abby could tell it was human. The being was tall, impossibly tall from a satyr perspective, with dark hair and wearing what appeared to be formal attire rather than combat gear. Behind him, several other humans emerged, all wearing identical black suits. "There," Abby breathed. "The humans have arrived. Finally." The human raised his hand in what might have been a greeting or might have been a signal. Abby decided to interpret it as a gesture of parley. He activated his suit's external speakers. "Warriors of the Sativ," he announced. "Weapons ready. The humans are here. Prepare for honorable combat." 300 laser rifles raised simultaneously. All pointed at the approaching humans. The humans kept walking, apparently unconcerned with the display of firepower. As they got closer, Abby recognized the one in front. It was the ambassador from the Galactic Council, the one who had said they wouldn't last 3 days. The human stopped about 10 meters away from the Sativ formation. He looked around at the assembled warriors, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Thanks for avoiding the children," the human said, his voice easily carrying across the clearing. "I saw your ships come in, and I was worried you'd land near the playground. With all that fluffy fur, it would have been a disaster." Abby bristled at the implication. They were not brutes who would hurt children. "We are not monsters who would attack the young ones," he declared, his voice amplified by his suit's speakers. "We are warriors. We came here to fight human warriors in honorable combat. We seek to prove ourselves against the best you have to offer." He gestured dramatically with one small paw at the assembled troops behind him. "You claimed at the council meeting that we would not last 3 seconds on Earth. Well, we have been here for over an hour now. We have survived your harsh environment and even your predators. We are still standing, still ready to fight. Your words have been proven false." The humans exchanged glances. Abby interpreted their expressions as fear. Clearly, they were realizing they had underestimated the Sativ. The ambassador looked at one of his companions, then back at Abby, and his mouth tense in what might have been suppressed emotion. "I see," the ambassador said slowly. "You've survived for an hour. That's very impressive." "It is," Abby agreed. "And now we call upon you to fulfill the terms of our challenge. We face each other in battle, warrior to warrior. Get your weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in honorable warfare." He raised his own rifle dramatically. "The Sativ are ready. We follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious combat." Behind him, 300 warriors shouted their agreement, creating a cacophony of high-pitched war cries that echoed across the clearing. It was an impressive display, Abby thought. The humans had to be at least somewhat intimidated. The ambassador stood there for a long moment, just staring at them. Then he closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders slumping slightly. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Abby. "You know what?" the ambassador said. "You're right. You've proven yourselves. We surrender." The war cries stopped abruptly, replaced by confused silence. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around him, he could hear warriors whispering to each other, equally confused. "You... what?" Abby managed to say. "We surrender," the ambassador repeated. "You win. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered Earth. Congratulations." Abby looked at his generals. General Lax looked baffled. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion, warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out what had just happened. "That's it?" Abby asked, his voice rising in pitch. "You're just gonna surrender? Just like that? No fight?" "You already proved yourselves," the ambassador said. "You made it here, survived Earth's environment. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. We're impressed. You win." Abby's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate Sativ martial prowess, to earn respect through battle. A surrender without fighting proved nothing. In fact, it might make things worse. The council would just say the humans had humored them, that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually fight back. "No," Abby declared, his small paw pointing accusingly at the ambassador. "You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We need proof. We need to plunder something. Take some of your treasures back with us." The ambassador frowned, seeming genuinely confused by this demand. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seeking suggestions. They shrugged or shook their heads, equally at a loss. For several long seconds, the ambassador just stood there, thinking. Then his eyes widened, and his face lit up with what looked like sudden inspiration. "I know," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby, a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everyone will have to believe you conquered us. Come on, I'll take you there right now." Abby considered this carefully. A treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance? That did sound impressive. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, well, that would certainly serve as evidence for the council. "Very well," Abby agreed. "Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory." "Excellent," the ambassador said, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. "Oh, by the way, my name is George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, but you probably knew that already." "I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet," Abby replied formally. "These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us are finest warriors." "Pleased to meet you all," George said, somehow managing to sound sincere. He gestured to his companions. "These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that none of your warriors accidentally hurt any civilians." Abby nodded approvingly. "A wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army and panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence." George's expression did something complicated, but he just nodded. "Exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far." The men in black suits quickly moved into position around the clearing, creating a loose perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices and occasionally looking at the tree line with concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians seeing the Sativ army and being overwhelmed with fear. It made sense. The humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park. George led Abby, the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force with the ships. Across the clearing toward a paved pathway. As they walked, Abby could see other humans in the distance. Individuals and small groups, moving along other paths. Some with what appeared to be Earth pets on leashes. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human in the suit. "Are those teddy bears?" Abby heard one human say to another. "I think they're aliens," the other responded. "Look, they have little spacesuits." "Oh my God, they're so cute!" Abby's fur bristled. Cute. They thought warriors were cute. He forced himself to focus on the mission. Soon, they would have the human's treasure, and then no one would dare call them cute again. George led them down the path and around a corner, where a small white vehicle was parked near the edge of the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side, and a window at one end. As they approached, Abby could see that the side of the vehicle bore images of frozen treats and cheerful text. "Here we are," George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. "Humanity's treasure box." Abby looked at it skeptically. This is where you keep your most valuable food substance?" "Absolutely," George said with a straight face. "We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks, and they contain one of humanity's most beloved food items, ice cream. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency just to obtain small portions of it. Children especially treasure it. They'll beg their parents for it, trade favors for it, do extra chores just to earn enough money to buy it. If that's not proof of value, I don't know what is." Abby exchanged glances with his generals. Ice cream. He'd never heard of it, but the way George described it, it did sound like something precious. And if human young ones craved it that intensely, it must be exceptional. "Very well," Abby said. "Show us this ice cream." George walked up to the window of the truck and spoke to the human inside, a woman with her hair pulled back in a colorful scarf. Abby couldn't hear the entire conversation, but he saw George hand over what looked like paper currency and gesture back at the small army of Sativ warriors waiting expectantly on the path. The woman's eyes went wide, and she leaned out of the window to get a better look. Her hand went to her mouth, and she made a high-pitched sound that Abby's translator interpreted as a squeal of delight. Then she started moving around inside the truck with great energy. "What's happening?" General Lax asked quietly. "I think she's preparing the treasure for us," Abby replied. "Look at how quickly she's moving. She must be honored to provide it to warriors." George returned to the group, carrying several large containers. "All right, everyone, gather around. The treasure is served in individual portions, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. I've got chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and cookie dough. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer." The woman from the truck appeared with more containers. Her face split in an enormous smile. "Oh my goodness, they're adorable! Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. Oh, I want to take them all home." Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. The substance was cold, surprisingly cold, and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate variety, which was dark brown and emitted a pleasant aroma. "Go ahead," George encouraged. "Try it." Abby took a small taste with the tiny spoon George had provided. His eyes widened immediately. The substance was cold, yes, but also sweet and rich and creamy and unlike anything he'd ever tasted on his homeworld. The flavor seemed to bloom in his mouth, coating his tongue with deliciousness. He took another bite, then another, suddenly unable to stop himself. Around him, similar reactions were rippling through the warrior contingent. Warriors were making sounds of amazement, their antennae quivering with pleasure. General Izzy had actually sat down on the pavement, cradling her container of strawberry ice cream like it was precious cargo. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed, his face covered in vanilla ice cream. "This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever tasted." "The humans weren't lying," Abby said, scraping the last bit of chocolate from his container. "This truly is a treasure. No wonder they value it so highly. I would trade considerable resources for more of this." "Would you like more?" George asked, and there was something in his expression, a warmth perhaps, or maybe amusement, that made him look genuinely kind. "I think I bought enough for everyone to have seconds." For the next 20 minutes, the fierce Sativ warrior army sat on the path in front of an ice cream truck. eating frozen treats with the enthusiasm of, well, children at a birthday party. Warriors tried different flavors, compared favorites, and generally forgot entirely that they were supposed to be fearsome conquerors. The woman from the truck kept making delighted sounds and taking pictures with her personal device. Finally, when the last container had been emptied and licked clean, Abby stood up and tried to reassemble his dignity. His face was sticky with chocolate, and his antennae pom-poms drooped with contentment. But he was still a commander and had a job to complete. "George Hampton," he said formally, "we accept this treasure as proof of Earth's surrender. When we return to the Galactic Council, we will present this as evidence of our victory." "I'm sure you will," George replied, his tone gentle. "And I promise you, Abby, I'll make absolutely certain that the Council treats you with respect from now on. In fact, at the next Council meeting, your delegation will have seats right next to humanity's. We'll be allies, you and us, partners. How does that sound?" Abby's chest swelled with pride. "That sounds acceptable. We have proven ourselves in battle, or, well, in the warrior tradition of our people. We have claimed Earth's treasure, and now we have earned humanity's respect and friendship. This is a great day for the Sativ." "It absolutely is," George agreed. "You've handled Earth very well. Most species are like, Death World this and Death World that. It's really annoying." "We are true warriors. We don't fear Earth," Abby declared. He turned to his warriors. "Back to the ships. We return home victorious. The galaxy will hear of what we accomplished here today." The warriors cheered, though perhaps with less aggressive enthusiasm than before, mostly because they were all extremely full of ice cream and slightly sleepy from the sugar rush followed by the crash. They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships waited. As they walked, George kept pace beside Abby. "You know," the ambassador said conversationally, "if you ever want to visit Earth again, just as friends this time, you'd be welcome. We could show you around properly. Museums, restaurants, beaches, all sorts of things. I think you'd enjoy it." "Perhaps we will," Abby said, feeling generous in victory. "Perhaps we will. After all, we're allies now. Allies visit each other." "That we are," George said with a smile. "That we are." When they reached the clearing, Abby found the rest of his army waiting, weapons still at the ready, looking somewhat confused about why their commander and the advance party all had sticky faces and blissful expressions. Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, unwilling to explain the details until they were safely off-world. The loading proceeded quickly, and soon the entire fleet was preparing for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair on the bridge, watching Earth begin to recede on the view screen, General Lax approached him. "Commander," the general said quietly, "do you think we actually conquered Earth?" Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles. They hadn't defeated any warriors. But they had landed on a death world, survived for over an hour, driven off a predator, received Earth's surrender, and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. By the technical definition of conquest, they had succeeded. "Yes," he said finally, "we conquered Earth, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. That's what matters." "And the ice cream?" "The ice cream was a bonus," Abby admitted. "I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it." On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble again, beautiful and mysterious. Somewhere down there, George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's events. Abby wondered what that report would say. What spin humanity would put on this strange encounter. But it didn't really matter. The Sativ had come to Earth as warriors seeking respect. They were leaving as allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. In the grand scheme of things, that seemed like a pretty good outcome. "Set course for home," Abby commanded. "We have a council meeting to prepare for. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. They'll respect us. And if they don't," he smiled, his small teeth glinting in the bridge lights, "well, we know where to get Earth's ice cream." The fleet jumped to hyperspace. 300 ships filled with proud warriors who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's homeworld. And somewhere behind them, on a planet called Earth, a human ambassador filed a report titled, "First Contact with Sativ Species, Peaceful Resolution Through Creative Diplomacy and Chocolate Ice Cream," and wondered if anyone at headquarters would actually believe it. They probably wouldn't, but that was fine. Some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. Some victories just had to be experienced to be understood. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream on a sunny afternoon in the park.
Lauren Mitchell had been working on the planet for 8 months. She was a scientist who studied alien animals and plants. The research base sat at the edge of a strange forest made of giant crystal towers. These towers caught the light from 3 moons and made everything glow at night. Lauren was collecting rock samples near the edge of the safe zone when she heard a sound. It was a small, high cry that made her stop walking. The sound came again. It was the kind of noise that hurt animals make when they are scared and in pain. She knew the rules said she should go back to the base right away. The creatures on this planet were dangerous. The military called them Vraken, and they were listed as the most deadly predators in this part of space. They hunted in groups. They could hide so well that you could not see them even when they were close. Many explorers had died meeting them, but Lauren had worked with animals her whole life. That crying sound was something she understood. It did not matter what planet the animal came from. Pain and fear sounded the same everywhere. Her feet moved toward the sound before her brain could tell them to stop. She found the baby Vraken stuck between 2 crystal rocks. Its back leg was caught in a narrow gap. The creature was small, about the size of a house cat. Its fur was dark blue and seemed to glow with its own light. It had 6 eyes, 3 on each side of its head. All 6 eyes were open wide with fear. When the baby saw Lauren, it made a hissing noise and showed its teeth. The teeth were sharp like needles. Lauren got down on her knees slowly. She kept her hands where the creature could see them. She talked in a soft voice, even though she knew the animal could not understand her words. But animals always understood when someone was trying to help or hurt them. The baby hissed again, but Lauren could see it was very tired. It had probably been stuck here for many hours. Its leg looked swollen and hurt. The glowing patterns on its fur were blinking on and off in a strange way. Lauren had read that this meant the Vraken was very stressed. She pulled out her small scanner and looked at the problem. The gap was too narrow. If she just pulled the baby out, she might hurt its leg even more. She would need to make the gap bigger. Lauren took out a small laser cutter from her tool bag. She started cutting away tiny pieces of the crystal very carefully. The baby watched her with all 6 eyes. It stopped hissing. Now it just made small crying sounds. Lauren kept working and kept talking softly to it. Every few minutes she would stop cutting and say something gentle. After 20 minutes of careful work, she made the gap wide enough. She reached in and slowly pulled the hurt leg free. The baby tried to run away as soon as it was free, but its hurt leg could not hold its weight. It started to fall. Lauren caught it without thinking. She held it against her chest. The creature went very still and hard. Lauren thought those sharp teeth were going to bite her throat. She waited for the pain, but the bite never came. Instead, something strange happened. The baby relaxed in her arms. The glowing patterns on its fur started to pulse slowly and steadily. Lauren had read about this in her research books. It was like a cat purring. It meant the Vraken felt safe and happy. Lauren carried the baby back to her workstation. She knew she was breaking many rules. The base commander would be very angry if he found out. He might send her back to Earth, but she could not leave a hurt baby animal alone in the forest. Something bigger might find it and kill it. Her workstation was a small building with one room. Inside, she put the baby on her work table and started to fix its leg. The creature stayed calm. It watched her with those 6 intelligent eyes while she put medicine on the swollen leg and wrapped it carefully. Her scanner said nothing was broken. The leg was just badly bruised and strained. When she finished, the baby made a soft chirping sound. It was clearly hungry. Lauren thought about what to feed it. Vraken only ate meat. They could not digest plants or grain. The food paste that everyone at the base ate would not work. She opened her cold storage box and found a package of fake meat. It was grown in a lab but looked and tasted like real beef. The base only had this for special days when people got tired of regular food. She heated a small piece and cut it into tiny bits. The baby's eyes locked onto the meat right away. Its glowing patterns got much brighter. It made excited chirping sounds. When Lauren put a piece of meat on the table, the creature jumped on it fast. It ate like it had not eaten in days. While the baby ate, Lauren made her own dinner. She mixed hot water with dried food that turned into something that was supposed to be pasta. She sat at her desk eating and writing notes on her computer. The baby finished its meat and licked its paws clean with a dark blue tongue. Then it turned to watch her eat. Lauren smiled and held out a small piece of her pasta. The baby sniffed it carefully. Then it took the piece in its mouth and chewed. A second later, it spit the pasta out and made a face that clearly said the food was terrible. Lauren laughed. It was the first time she had really laughed in weeks. The baby seemed to forgive her for offering bad food. It jumped down from the table, keeping weight off its hurt leg. It walked over to her chair. After waiting a moment, it climbed up into her lap and curled into a ball. The glowing patterns on its fur pulsed slowly. That meant it was content. Lauren froze. She barely breathed. This was impossible. The book said Vraken could never be tamed. They said Vraken hated all other species and would attack on sight. But here was a baby Vraken, one of the most feared creatures in the galaxy, sleeping in her lap like a kitten. She knew she should call the other scientists at the main base. This was a chance to learn things no one had ever learned before. But something stopped her. The baby had been hurt and scared and alone. It had trusted her when it had every reason not to. Calling people to study it felt wrong. It felt like breaking a promise, so Lauren just sat there. She gently touched the baby's soft fur. She finished writing her daily reports. The creature was warm. The vibrations from its purring were relaxing. When she finally needed to sleep, she carefully moved the baby to her bed. It immediately took her pillow. Lauren did not try to move it. She lay down next to the baby. She thought she would stay awake all night. She was nervous about sleeping next to a predator, but the steady pulsing of the creature's glowing fur and the gentle vibrations of its purring made her relaxed. Within minutes, she fell into the deepest sleep she had experienced since coming to this planet. She did not know that by morning her life would change forever. Lauren woke up slowly. Something warm was breathing on her face. She opened her eyes and found herself looking at a huge Vraken. This was not the baby. This was a full-grown adult. It was twice her size. Its jaws could crush her skull like an egg. Its 6 eyes stared right into hers. Every part of her brain screamed at her to run, to fight, to do something. But Lauren knew that any fast movement would probably be the last thing she ever did, so she stayed very still. Her heart was beating so hard she thought it might break her ribs. The big Vraken looked at her for a long time. It seemed to be thinking. Then it opened its mouth. Lauren waited for those huge teeth to bite. Instead, the creature made a low, deep sound. It was not a growl. It was something else. It almost sounded like talking. The baby, still on her pillow, chirped back. The adult turned its head to look at the little one. Lauren saw the big Vraken's eyes move to the bandage on the baby's leg. When it looked back at Lauren, something in its face had changed. Very slowly, Lauren reached out her hand. She put it on the baby's head and petted its fur gently. The baby made that happy purring sound. Its glow patterns pulsed bright and steady. The adult watched this. It seemed surprised. Then the big Vraken did something that made Lauren's heart almost stop. It lowered its huge head. It pushed its head against her other hand. Lauren understood. This was the baby's parent. It was saying thank you. She slowly moved her hand to touch the adult's fur. It was rougher than the baby's fur, but just as warm. The creature's glow patterns started to pulse. They matched the rhythm of the baby's patterns. That deep rumbling sound came again. Lauren realized it was their version of purring. A noise outside made them both turn. Lauren looked through her window. In the early morning light, she could see more shapes moving. More Vraken, many more. The whole pack had come for their lost baby. Fear hit Lauren like a wave. She was alone in a small room with deadly predators outside. But the adult next to her did not act aggressive. It walked to the door and looked back at her. Lauren did not know why, but she followed it. She walked to the door. Her hands shook as she reached for the handle. She opened the door slowly. Outside, the 3 moons were setting. In their pale light stood 6 more adult Vraken. The pack. They all looked at her with their 6 eyes, their heads tilted to one side. Lauren had started to learn that this meant they were curious, not angry. The baby limped out the door. It chirped excitedly. All the adults surrounded it right away. They checked it all over. Their glow patterns were flashing fast. Lauren thought they might be talking to each other with the lights. Then one by one, each adult came to Lauren. Each one pressed its head against her, just like the first one had done. Lauren stood perfectly still. Her scientific mind was recording everything, even though her body wanted to run away. But nothing bad happened. Each creature made that deep rumbling purr sound. Each one seemed to be thanking her. When the last one finished, Lauren thought they would leave. She thought they would take their baby and go back to the forest. Instead, the pack settled down around her small building. They arranged themselves in a circle. The baby limped back to Lauren. It pressed against her leg and looked up at her with trust in all 6 eyes. Lauren stood there, surrounded by the most dangerous predators in the galaxy. She realized something important had just happened. She had not just saved a baby animal. She had been accepted. They saw her as one of them now. The next few weeks were strange and wonderful. The Vraken pack did not leave. They made Lauren's area their home. She found herself living among them. She gave the baby a name. She called it Nova because its glow patterns flared like a star when it was happy. Nova got better quickly. Within days, it was running and jumping everywhere, but it always came back to Lauren. Every evening, it would return to sleep in her room. It still took her pillow every single night. The adult Vraken kept their distance at first, but were always nearby. Lauren started to tell them apart. The biggest one seemed to be the leader. She named him Titanium because he was so strong and solid. There was a smaller, faster one she called Swift. This one often brought Lauren gifts, pretty crystal rocks that caught the light. Another Vraken watched Lauren with special interest. This one seemed to study everything Lauren did. She tilted her head whenever Lauren spoke. Lauren named her Sage because she seemed wise. Sage reminded Lauren of a scientist, always observing and learning. Lauren wrote down everything she saw. She filled her computer files with notes about the Vraken. They were not mindless beasts like everyone thought. They were smart. They were social. They solved problems. Their glow patterns were not just for hiding. They were for talking. The patterns showed feelings and ideas. Even more surprising, the Vraken were teaching Lauren. When she worked too long without eating, Titanium would bring her food. It was always fresh meat from their hunts. When she walked too far into dangerous areas, Swift would appear and lead her back to safety. When she felt stressed about her work, Sage would sit next to her. The calm, steady pulse of Sage's glow patterns always made Lauren feel better. 3 weeks after the pack arrived, Lauren made a big discovery. She had been studying the glow patterns, trying to understand what they meant. She thought she had found the pattern for danger. She built a small machine that could make light patterns. She wanted to test if she was right. Nova watched closely as Lauren worked. When Lauren turned on her machine, it flashed the lights she thought meant danger. Every adult Vraken nearby suddenly stood up. Their own patterns started flashing in response. They were reacting to her signal, but then Sage came over to the machine. She looked at it carefully. Then Sage's own glow patterns began to flash in a slow, clear sequence. Lauren recorded it quickly. She spent hours studying what Sage had shown her. Finally, she understood. Sage had not been fixing her danger signal. Sage had been teaching her a new pattern. This pattern did not mean danger. It meant question. Sage was asking Lauren what she was trying to do. Sage was trying to talk to her. Lauren's hands shook with excitement. She changed her machine to make new patterns. She created what she hoped meant understanding. Sage answered with a pattern Lauren had seen before but never decoded. It meant approval. It meant yes. Over the next days, Lauren and Sage had lessons. The Vraken taught Lauren their light patterns. Lauren taught Sage human words. It was slow work. It was hard work. But both of them learned quickly. They both wanted to understand each other. The other Fracken watched these lessons with interest. Soon all of them joined in their own way. Titanium would show Lauren how they hunted. Then he would wait while Lauren wrote notes about it. Swift brought Lauren samples from faraway parts of the forest. It was like Swift understood that Lauren needed these things for her research. But Nova made the biggest breakthrough. One evening, Lauren was sitting and writing her notes like always. Nova climbed into her lap as usual. But this time, instead of just curling up to sleep, Nova looked up at her. The young Vraken made a pattern with its glow that Lauren had never seen before. Lauren checked her translation machine. Her heart started beating fast. This was a new pattern. Nova had not used any of the common signals they had been learning. The baby had created something new. It combined pieces of several different patterns. Lauren studied the pattern for a long time. Then she understood what it meant. It meant pack bond human. Nova was not just showing love. The baby was saying that Lauren was family. Lauren was part of the pack now. She belonged with them, and they belonged with her. The situation stayed hidden from the main base for almost a month. Lauren's workstation was far from the central compound. She only had to check in by radio once a day. As long as she sent her regular reports, no one came to visit her. But secrets like this could not stay hidden forever. A supply ship came to drop off equipment at different research stations around the planet. When the pilot flew over Lauren's area, he saw something that made him panic. A whole pack of Vraken surrounded one of their buildings. He immediately called the main base with an emergency alert. Commander Gregory Hammond led the rescue team himself. He brought 6 armed security guards. They flew to Lauren's station expecting the worst. They thought they would find her body. Or maybe they would find nothing at all. Vraken usually did not leave evidence behind. What Hammond found instead made him stop and stare. Lauren was sitting outside her building in the morning sun. She was surrounded by Vraken. Nova was asleep in her lap. Sage sat next to her, head tilted listening as Lauren explained something about their communication system. The other adults lay nearby in relaxed positions. The security team did not know what to do. They raised their weapons. They aimed at the Vraken, but they did not shoot. They were too confused by what they were seeing. Hammond stared with his mouth open. This was impossible. Humans did not sit peacefully with Vraken. Vraken killed humans. Everyone knew that. Hammond finally found his voice. He ordered Lauren to come back to the main base right away. His voice was sharp and commanding. Lauren looked up at him calmly. She said no. She explained that leaving now would hurt the Vraken. They would think she was rejecting them. That could undo all the trust they had built. Hammond's face turned red with anger. He said he would remove her by force if necessary. He could not leave one of his scientists living with dangerous predators. It was against every rule and safety protocol. That was when Titanium stood up. The huge Vraken moved between Lauren and the security team. His glow patterns flashed in a way that Lauren had learned meant protection. The other adults stood up too. They formed a half circle around Lauren. They were not attacking, but they were making their position clear. They would not let anyone take her. The security team gripped their weapons tighter. Fingers moved to triggers. The situation was about to turn deadly. Lauren jumped up quickly. She put herself between the two groups. Nova fell out of her lap but quickly recovered and stood beside her, chirping with alarm. Lauren pulled out her translation device. She made it flash a pattern that meant peace and safety. The Vraken responded immediately. Their aggressive patterns changed to calm ones. They did not move away from Lauren, but they stopped looking like they were about to attack. Hammond watched this happen. His expression changed from anger to shock to something like wonder. He asked Lauren what she had just done. How had she made them calm down? How was she talking to them? Lauren took a deep breath and started to explain. For the next hour, Lauren showed Hammond everything she had learned. She demonstrated the communication system. She showed him her research notes. She explained how the Vraken were not mindless beasts. They were intelligent. They had language. They had feelings and thoughts and social structures. She told him the whole story. How she found Nova hurt and trapped. How she helped the baby and fed it. How the pack came and accepted her. How they had been living together and learning from each other. She showed him weeks of careful observations and data. Hammond listened to all of it. He looked at the Vraken with new eyes. He watched how they moved, how they communicated with their glow patterns, how they interacted with Lauren with obvious trust and even affection. He was a military man, not a scientist, but he could see that something remarkable was happening here. Finally, Hammond made a decision. He contacted the fleet headquarters immediately. He told them that they had made first contact with an intelligent alien species. He requested immediate support from the Xenology department. He asked for more scientists and resources. This was too important to keep quiet. The response from headquarters was fast. Within 3 days, ships started arriving. Scientists came from all over this sector of space. Everyone wanted to observe and study. But they quickly learned that the Vraken would not tolerate being treated like lab animals. Any scientist who approached without respect got clear warning displays from the pack. Lauren became the bridge between the two species. She was the only human the pack fully trusted. She had to approve every person who wanted to come close. She had to teach the new scientists how to approach the Vraken properly, how to read their signals, how to show respect. With Sage's help, Lauren built a better translation system. It was not perfect. There were still many things the two species could not communicate. But it was enough for basic understanding, and what they learned changed everything. The Vraken had their own name for themselves. They called themselves the Illuminated Ones. The name came from their ability to make light. They did not think of it as just communication. To them, the light was art, it was history, it was poetry. Their glow patterns could tell stories that had been passed down for hundreds of generations. They had culture. They had traditions. In the crystal forests, they created temporary light sculptures that were more beautiful than anything humans had made. These sculptures told stories of their history. Stories of great hunts, stories of lost loved ones, stories of joy and sorrow and hope. The scientists realized they had made a terrible mistake. For years, humans and other spacefaring species had treated the Vraken as animals. They had shot at them. They had driven them from their lands. They had never tried to communicate. They had never shown any kindness or respect. Of course, the Vraken had fought back. Of course, they had been hostile. Every encounter with other species had started with aggression. Ships entering their space without permission. Colonies built on their hunting grounds. Hunters coming for trophy kills. The Vraken had only been defending themselves and their families. Lauren had done something simple but profound. She had helped a baby in pain. She had shared food with no expectation of reward. She had treated the Vraken as beings worthy of kindness and respect. And they had responded with trust and acceptance. They had claimed her as family because she had shown them the most basic form of decency. The news spread through the galaxy. The military classification of the Vraken changed immediately. They were no longer listed as dangerous animals. They were recognized as a sentient civilization. All the territories marked for human colonization were redesignated as protected cultural zones. Trade talks began. The Vraken had much to offer. Their crystal forests produced unique formations that had applications in technology. They knew about medicinal plants that could cure diseases humans had been fighting for decades. In exchange, they wanted technology and knowledge. They wanted to learn about the galaxy beyond their world. 6 months after Lauren found Nova in the crystal rocks, the first official embassy opened. It was built at the edge of the forest where Lauren had her workstation. The building was designed by both humans and Vraken working together. It had spaces for both species. It had translation systems built into the walls. No one was surprised when Lauren was named as the first human ambassador to the Illuminated Ones. She knew their language better than anyone. She understood their culture. Most importantly, she had their trust. And trust, everyone was learning, was the foundation of everything. But despite her new official position, Lauren never left her pack. She continued to live among them. She learned their ways as they learned hers. Nova grew bigger and stronger, but the bond they formed that first night never weakened. The young Vraken would still curl up next to Lauren every evening, glow patterns pulsing with contentment. And every night, surrounded by her pack under 3 moons, Lauren thought about that moment when she heard a small cry of pain and chose to help instead of walk away. That one choice had changed her life. It had changed the future of 2 species. It had proven that sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is show kindness to someone who is afraid. The embassy became a place of constant activity and discovery. Every day brought new understanding between humans and the Illuminated Ones. But the most important work was not happening in meetings or laboratories. It was happening in the daily lives of those who chose to build bridges between the two species. Lauren watched as more humans followed her example. A young engineer named Kate befriended a different pack that lived near the Southern Research Station. Kate had been repairing a water collector when she noticed a young Vraken watching her work. Instead of chasing it away, she showed the curious creature what she was doing. Soon the whole pack was helping her identify underground water sources using their superior senses. A medical doctor named Paul started treating injured Vraken who came to the embassy. At first, he only saw wounds from accidents or fights with other predators, but as trust grew, Vraken began bringing their sick and elderly to him. Paul learned their biology. He developed medicines that worked for their unique chemistry. The Vraken, in turn, showed him plants from the forest that had powerful healing properties humans had never discovered. The success stories spread. Within a year, small communities of humans were living alongside Vraken packs across the planet. Each community developed its own unique relationship. Some focused on agriculture, learning which crops grew best with Vraken help. Others studied the crystal forest together, discovering that the formations were actually living organisms that the Vraken had been protecting for generations. But not everything was smooth. There were misunderstandings. There were accidents. Once a young human child got too close to a Vraken nest during breeding season. The protective parents nearly attacked before Lauren arrived and calmed everyone down. After that, both species worked together to create clear guidelines about boundaries and sensitive times. There was also resistance from some humans who could not accept the Vraken as equals. A group of colonists from a nearby system arrived wanting to settle land that belonged to a Vraken territory. They refused to accept the new classifications. They said the land was wasted on animals. They tried to build there anyway. The local Vraken pack responded with clear warnings. They created intimidating light displays. They surrounded the construction equipment. But they did not attack. They had learned from Lauren and others that humans could be reasoned with. They waited for the proper authorities to intervene. Hammond, now promoted to regional commander, arrived with security forces. He ordered the colonists to leave immediately. When they protested, he showed them recordings of Vraken art and culture. He showed them evidence of complex mathematics in their architecture. He made it clear that anyone who violated Vraken territory would face serious criminal charges. The colonists left, angry but compliant. The incident became famous throughout human space. It sent a clear message. The days of treating inhabited worlds as empty territory were over. Sentient beings had rights, regardless of how different they seemed from humans. Meanwhile, the cultural exchange deepened. Vraken artists began creating light sculptures specifically for human audiences. They learned what humans found beautiful and incorporated those elements. Human artists tried to learn the Vraken style, though they had to use technology rather than their own bodies to create the light patterns. The first joint art exhibition was held at the embassy. Humans came from across the sector to see it. They watched in wonder as Vraken created flowing patterns of light that told stories older than human space travel. They saw sculptures that captured emotions so perfectly that many viewers cried. The exhibition proved that beauty and meaning could transcend species barriers. Nova grew into a strong adult during this time. The young Vraken that Lauren had saved was now almost as big as titanium. But despite the size and strength, Nova remained gentle with Lauren. Every evening, without fail, Nova would find Lauren and settle beside her. The bond they shared was famous now. Children across human space learned about the scientist and the Vraken cub in their schools. Lauren's original pack became something like ambassadors themselves. They were patient with new humans who came to learn. They demonstrated their culture willingly. Sage, in particular, seemed to enjoy teaching. The wise Vraken spent hours helping human linguists understand the nuances of lightspeak. She corrected their attempts with patience that surprised everyone. Titanium took on a different role. He worked with human security forces to establish protocols for safety. He showed them how to read Vraken body language. He taught them the difference between a warning display and an actual threat. He helped create a system where both species could feel safe around each other. Swift became a guide for human explorers. The fast Vraken knew the crystal forests better than anyone. She led scientific expeditions to discover new species of plants and understand the ecosystem. She showed humans secret places of great beauty, waterfalls that glowed with bioluminescent algae, caves filled with singing crystals that resonated with specific frequencies. The relationship between species evolved in ways no one had predicted. Vraken began visiting human settlements out of curiosity. They wanted to see human technology. They wanted to taste human food, though most of it disagreed with their digestion. They wanted to understand how humans lived when they were not in the forest. Humans, in turn, were invited to join Vraken hunts, not to kill but to observe and participate in the strategy. They learned that Vraken hunts were not mindless violence. They were carefully planned operations that showed respect for the prey. The Vraken took only what they needed. They used every part of what they killed. They thanked the spirits of the animals they hunted. Religious and philosophical discussions began. The Vraken had their own beliefs about the universe and their place in it. They believed that all light came from the same source, that every being that could create or appreciate beauty was connected. Human philosophers found parallels with their own traditions. They discovered that questions about meaning and purpose were universal. Children of both species began playing together. Young Vraken would chase human children in games of tag. Human children would try to mimic the light patterns, using flashlights and colored filters. The games were clumsy at first, with many misunderstandings. But children were more flexible than adults. They adapted quickly to each other's ways. Scientists began studying the long-term effects of this cooperation. They documented improved mental health among humans who lived near Vraken packs. The presence of the illuminated ones seemed to reduce stress and anxiety. Their calm, rhythmic light patterns had a soothing effect on human nervous systems. The Vraken benefited too. Human medicine had saved many Vraken lives. Human technology helped them communicate over long distances, allowing separated packs to stay in contact. Human agriculture meant they no longer faced starvation during harsh seasons. The relationship was truly mutual. 2 years after Lauren found Nova, the Galactic Council officially recognized the Illuminated Ones as a member species. They were granted a seat at the Council, and all the rights that came with it. The Vraken chose Sage to be their first representative. It was a natural choice. Sage had always been interested in understanding other species. Lauren accompanied Sage to the first council meeting. She watched with pride as the Vraken diplomat communicated through a sophisticated translation system. Sage spoke about the importance of approaching differences with curiosity rather than fear. She spoke about the value of patience and respect. She reminded the council that every species had wisdom to share if others would only listen. The speech was broadcast across the galaxy. It became one of the most watched transmissions in history. Billions of beings from hundreds of species saw a Vraken, once thought to be a mindless beast, speaking with eloquence and wisdom about cooperation and peace. After the council meeting, Lauren and Sage returned to the Crystal Forest. They returned to the pack that had become family. Nova greeted them with excited chirps and bright flashing patterns. Titanium nodded his massive head in approval. Swift brought them a particularly beautiful crystal as a welcome home gift. That night, under 3 moons, the whole pack gathered for a celebration. They created a light sculpture together, all of them contributing their glow patterns. It told the story of a lost cub, a kind human, and the friendship that changed the galaxy. It was beautiful. It was true. And it reminded everyone that the smallest acts of kindness could have the biggest consequences. 5 years passed since the day Lauren found Nova trapped in the crystal rocks. The planet had transformed from a lonely research outpost into a thriving center of interspecies cooperation. More humans arrived each month, not as colonists claiming empty land, but as students wanting to learn from the Illuminated Ones. Universities from across human space established branches here. They taught courses in Vraken culture, language, and philosophy. Young humans studied alongside young Vraken, learning from each other. The first generation of truly bilingual individuals was growing up, equally comfortable with human speech and light patterns. Lauren's work had evolved beyond anyone's expectations. She was no longer just an ambassador. She had become the director of the Institute for Interspecies Understanding. Her research papers were required reading for anyone studying first contact protocols. Her methods, which she always insisted were just basic kindness and respect, had been adopted across the galaxy. The phenomenon became known officially as the Mitchell approach. But Lauren hated that name. She always told people it was not about her. It was about recognizing that intelligence and consciousness came in many forms. It was about putting aside fear and prejudice to see the individual behind the differences. The success with the Vraken inspired similar efforts elsewhere. On distant worlds, humans and other species began approaching previously hostile aliens with patience and respect instead of weapons. Not every attempt succeeded. Some species truly were incompatible with others due to biology or fundamental differences in thinking, but many former enemies became friends once communication was established. Nova had fully matured into a magnificent adult Vraken. She was large and powerful, with glow patterns that were unusually bright and complex. Other Vraken often came to watch her create light sculptures. She had a talent for art that was rare even among her kind. But despite her fame and status, Nova never strayed far from Lauren. The bond between them had become legendary. Students traveled from across the galaxy just to observe them together. Scientists studied their relationship, trying to understand the deep connection that had formed. But what they found was simple. It was love. Not romantic love, but the deep familial love between individuals who had saved each other in fundamental ways. Lauren's original pack had grown over the years. Titanium had taken a mate and they had their own cubs now. Swift had become the fastest hunter on the planet, legendary even among other Vraken packs. Sage had retired from her position at the Galactic Council, but continued teaching at the Institute. All of them still gathered with Lauren regularly, maintaining the pack bonds that had formed that first morning. On the 5th anniversary of First Contact, a grand celebration was planned. Representatives from every major species in the galaxy were invited. The Galactic Council had declared it Interspecies Harmony Day. The main event would be held in the Crystal Forest, at the exact spot where Lauren had found Nova. Thousands attended. Humans, Vraken, and dozens of other species gathered in the forest. Translation devices allowed everyone to communicate. Food from 100 worlds was shared. Music and light sculptures filled the air. It was chaotic and beautiful and unlike anything that had happened before in galactic history. Lauren was asked to give a speech. She stood on a natural stage formed by crystal formations, looking out at the diverse crowd. Nova stood beside her, as always. Lauren spoke simply, the way she always did. She told the story one more time. How she heard a cry for help. How she chose to respond with kindness. How that simple choice had changed everything. She talked about the moment the pack accepted her. How she realized that family was not about biology or species. It was about who you chose to protect, to care for, to stand beside. She spoke about Nova growing up and the joy of watching someone you helped become strong and confident and happy. Then she said something that would be quoted for generations. She said that every person had the power to change the galaxy, not through grand gestures or heroic actions, though those had their place, but through small, everyday choices to be kind rather than cruel, to be curious rather than fearful, to see the person rather than the difference. When she finished, Nova created a light sculpture. It was the most complex and beautiful pattern the young Vraken had ever made. It showed the story from her perspective. The pain of being trapped. The fear when a strange creature approached. The moment when fear turned to trust. The growing love and security of being part of a pack that included this odd, gentle human. The sculpture brought many to tears. It was so honest and emotional that even species who normally did not cry found themselves affected. It reminded everyone that beneath all the physical differences, sentient beings shared the same basic needs: safety, family, love, purpose, understanding. After the ceremony, Lauren walked through the forest with her pack. They moved away from the crowds to a quiet place they had claimed as their own years ago. A small clearing where the crystal formations created a natural shelter. This was where they came when they needed peace. They settled into their usual positions. Nova curled against Lauren's side. Sage lay nearby, her glow patterns pulsing with contentment. Titanium took his protective position at the edge of the clearing. Swift brought fresh water from a nearby stream. The cubs, curious and playful, tumbled around them all. Lauren looked around at her family. They were so different from her in almost every way. Different bodies, different languages, different instincts and needs. But none of that mattered. They were pack. They were family. They belonged together. She thought about all the changes that had happened. The embassy, the institute, the students and scientists, the trade agreements and cultural exchanges, the seats at the Galactic Council. All of it had started with one moment, one choice. One act of simple kindness toward a creature in pain. Lauren often wondered what would have happened if she had followed protocol that day. If she had walked away from the crying sound. If she had left Nova trapped and alone. The Vraken would still be classified as monsters. Humans would still be settling on their lands. The two species would still be enemies. All that potential for friendship and cooperation would have been lost. But she had not walked away. She had stopped. She had listened. She had helped. And because of that, everything was different. Not perfect, because nothing ever was. There were still problems to solve, misunderstandings to clear up, prejudices to overcome. But there was also hope. There was friendship. There was proof that different species could not just coexist but truly thrive together. Nova shifted against her side, making that soft, purring sound that Lauren had first heard 5 years ago. Lauren stroked the Vraken's fur, feeling the warmth and the gentle vibrations. She thought about the scared, hurt baby she had found, and she looked at the strong, talented, beloved adult that baby had become. This was the real reward for everything she had done. Not the fame or the awards or the institute named after her. It was this. These quiet moments with her pack, the absolute trust and love they shared, the knowledge that she had been accepted by beings who owed her nothing but gave her everything. As the 3 moons rose over the crystal forest, the pack settled in for the night. Their glow patterns synchronized, pulsing in harmony. It was a sight Lauren never tired of. A visual representation of their connection. A family of different species, different origins, different natures, all linked by choice and love. Lauren closed her eyes and listened to the sounds of the forest, the gentle humming of the crystals, the soft breathing of her pack, the distant calls of other creatures going about their lives. This was home. Not Earth, where she had been born, not the research station where she worked, but here in this clearing, surrounded by beings who had claimed her as one of their own. She had come to this planet as a scientist studying alien life. She had expected to spend her time collecting data and writing reports. She had never imagined she would find a family. She had never dreamed that one small act of compassion would ripple outward to touch the entire galaxy. But that was the thing about kindness. You never knew where it would lead. You never knew whose life you might change. You never knew what doors might open because you chose to help instead of hurt, to understand instead of fear, to love instead of hate. Lauren had shared a meal with a predator cub. By morning, the pack had claimed her as one of their own, and in doing so, they had all claimed a future that no one had thought possible, a future where different beings could look past their differences and see each other, really see each other, and recognize that beneath it all they were not so different after all. That was the real lesson. That was the truth that would echo through the ages. Every person, regardless of species or origin, had the capacity for kindness. And kindness, more than any weapon or technology, had the power to change worlds. The alarm sounded loud in the quiet ship. Jake Morrison looked up from his computer screen and stared at the flashing lights on the control panel. Something was out there in space, sending a signal. He had never seen anything like it before. Kate Brennan walked over and looked at the screen. She was the second in command on the ship. Her face showed worry. They had been traveling through empty space for 3 months. This was the first time they found any sign of life. The signal came from a small planet near a dying star. Jake checked the computer. There was a ship down there. It had crashed. The metal was torn open in many places. The ship looked strange. It did not match any design they knew. Jake made his choice fast. They would go look. 1 hour later, he was wearing his spacesuit. He climbed into the small shuttle with Kate and Lisa Grant. Lisa was the doctor on their ship. They flew down through the thin air toward the crashed ship. The crash site looked bad. Black burn marks covered the hull. Deep cuts showed where weapons had hit. Someone had attacked this ship before it fell. Jake felt his heart beat faster as they walked to the broken entrance. A sound came from inside. It was low and sad. Part growl, part cry. Jake put his hand on his weapon. They moved into the darkness slowly. Their helmet lights cut through the black. Broken things lay everywhere. Personal items scattered across the floor. Then Jake saw them. 3 small creatures huddled in the corner. They were the size of house cats. Their scales caught the light and shimmered. Small wings pressed tight against their sides. Big eyes glowed orange in the dark. Those eyes looked scared. Jake knew what they were. Dragons. Baby dragons. Their bodies were too thin. He could see their ribs through their scales. They were starving. Lisa made a small sound of shock. The creatures shook with fear. They pushed themselves harder against the wall. One was bigger than the others. It had red scales that looked like fire. This one made a hissing sound. Its tiny fangs showed, but the sound was weak. There was no real danger in it. Only terror. Jake took a slow step forward. He raised his hands to show he meant no harm. The baby dragons flinched back. The red one tried to stand in front of the other two. It wanted to protect them. Jake could see how hard it tried to be brave. But its legs shook. It was too weak to stand for long. Kate found the bodies. 2 adult dragons lay under broken metal near the back. They were dead. These babies had been guarding them. They stayed with their parents even though they could have run. Even though they were dying too. Jake felt pain in his chest. These little ones had lost everything. Their parents were gone. Their home was destroyed. They were alone and afraid. He got down on his knees. He made himself smaller, less scary. The red baby dragon hissed again. Softer this time. Its legs shook more. It was using all its strength just to stay standing. Lisa looked around at the broken containers. Food supplies were scattered everywhere. But all of it was bad. Spoiled or damaged from the crash. The babies had been trapped here with nothing to eat. They watched their parents die. Then they began to starve. Alone in the dark, Jake reached into his pack slowly. He pulled out a food bar. He broke off a small piece. Then he held it out toward the dragons. His palm was flat. His hand did not move. The red baby sniffed the air. Its small nose moved. The smell of food fought with its fear. Behind it, one of the smaller babies made a crying sound. This one had blue scales like the sky. It sounded so sad and hungry. The other babies looked back at it. They were torn between keeping safe and helping their brother or sister. Jake waited. He did not move. His arm started to hurt from holding it out. But he stayed still. He talked softly. His voice came through the speaker on his helmet. He told them they were safe now. He would not hurt them. They did not need to be afraid anymore. Time passed slowly. Jake kept talking. His voice was calm and steady. He kept telling them the same things. Safe, protected, no danger, food, help, home. The red dragon finally gave up fighting. It could not protect its siblings and let them starve. It moved forward. Its body stayed low to the ground. Its eyes never left Jake's face. When it got close enough, it grabbed the food and ran back fast. The 3 babies ate the piece of food in seconds. Then they looked up at Jake again. Their orange eyes were full of need. Hunger and hope mixed with the fear. They wanted more food, but they were still scared. Jake smiled inside his helmet. He broke off another piece of food. It took 2 hours to get the babies to trust them enough. Jake gave them food piece by piece. Each time, he held his hand a little closer. He talked the whole time. His voice never changed. Always calm. Always kind. Always steady. Kate and Lisa stayed back. They let Jake do all the work. Too many people would scare the babies more. But they brought the transport box closer. It had soft blankets inside. They put more food in there, too. The blue baby was the first to come all the way to Jake. It walked up to his hand and touched it with its nose. Then it made a sound like a purr. Jake felt his heart swell. He moved one finger very slowly and touched the top of its head. The scales were smooth and warm. The third baby had green scales. It watched the blue one for a minute. Then it came forward too. Soon Jake was petting both of them. They pushed against his hands like cats. They wanted more touching. They had been alone and scared for so long. The red baby stayed back longer. It watched Jake with those smart orange eyes. It was thinking, judging, trying to decide if this human could be trusted. Finally, it walked forward. Slowly, carefully. It sniffed Jake's other hand. Then it looked right into his eyes through the helmet. Jake looked back. He tried to show with his eyes what he felt. Sadness for their loss, care for their pain, promise of safety. The red baby made a decision. It pushed its head against Jake's palm. Jake felt tears in his eyes. These little creatures had been through so much. But they were choosing to trust again. Choosing to hope. Getting them into the transport box was easier after that. Jake put food inside. The babies followed it. They were still nervous, but hunger was stronger than fear now. Once inside, they huddled together. The red one stayed between the others and the humans, still protecting, still watching. Lisa checked them quickly. They were young, very young. Maybe like human children who were 2 or 3 years old. They needed constant care, proper food, safety, love. Most of all, they needed to feel safe again. The trip back to their ship was quiet. Jake sat next to the box. He kept talking to the babies. The red one watched him the whole time. Its eyes were starting to look less afraid, more curious. When they reached the big ship, Jake carried the box himself. The babies made worried sounds at all the new things around them. But when Jake spoke, they settled down. They were learning his voice meant safety. Lisa had prepared a room for them. It was warm and quiet. Soft bedding covered the floor. Water and food waited in bowls. The lights were dim. Everything was calm. Jake opened the transport box. The babies looked out. They saw the new space. Fear started to show in their eyes again. New place, new smells, new dangers, but Jake sat down on the floor. He did not try to take them out. He just sat there, patient, calm, waiting. The blue baby came out first. It sniffed around, found the water and drank. Then it looked back at Jake. Its eyes seemed to say thank you. The green one followed, then finally the red one. It came out last. It checked everything, made sure its siblings were safe. Then it looked at Jake one more time. Jake smiled. He spoke softly. "Welcome home, little ones. You are safe now. I promise." The red dragon baby sat down. For the first time since Jake found them, it stopped shaking. It let its guard down just a little. And in that moment, something changed. A bond began to form between a human and 3 dragon babies who had forgotten what kindness felt like. Jake stayed with them for hours that first night. He sat on the floor and watched them eat, watched them drink, watched them finally curl up together to sleep. The red one kept one eye open, still watching, still guarding, but even it was starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, everything would be okay. The first few days were hard. The baby dragons stayed in one corner of the room. They huddled together like they did in the crashed ship. Their eyes followed every movement. Every sound made them jump. They were alive, but they were not really living. Fear still controlled them. Lisa wanted to check them properly. She needed to see if they were hurt, if they were sick. But when she came into the room with Jake, the babies panicked. The red one made a loud crying sound. It was too big for such a small creature. They climbed over each other trying to get away. Their claws scratched the floor as they scrambled backward. Jake held up his hand. Lisa stopped. He understood now. These babies saw their parents attacked by many creatures, multiple enemies. When more than one person came near, they thought danger was coming. They needed one person, one familiar face, one voice they could learn to trust. So Jake became that person. For the next 3 days, he was the only one who entered their room. He moved slowly every time. He always talked before opening the door. His voice came first. Then he appeared, predictable, safe, always the same. He brought food 3 times each day, fresh water, clean blankets. He talked while he worked. Sometimes he read his reports out loud. Sometimes he told stories about Earth, about oceans and mountains, about rain and snow, things the babies had never seen. His voice filled the room, steady and calm, never loud, never harsh. The babies watched him, at first from far away, then from a little closer. They learned his schedule. They knew when he would come. Their small heads would lift when they heard his footsteps in the hall. They began to wait for him. The blue baby was brave. On the 4th day, it did not run away. It stayed where it was when Jake came in. It watched him put down the food. Then it took a step forward, just one. Then another. The red baby made a warning sound. A small chirp that said danger. But the blue one did not listen. It kept walking toward Jake, slowly, carefully. Its nose twitched as it smelled him. Jake did not move. He barely breathed. The blue baby came right up to his hand. Its tongue flicked out, tiny and forked. It tasted the air around his fingers. Then it made a sound, soft and rumbling, almost like a cat purring. The blue baby pushed its head against Jake's palm. Jake felt joy burst in his chest. Very slowly, he moved one finger. He stroked the top of the baby's head. The scales were smooth. They were warm like stones in the sun. The baby leaned into his touch. Its eyes closed. It looked happy. The green baby watched this with big eyes. It tilted its head, thinking. After a minute, it made a decision. It walked over to Jake, too. It bumped against his other hand. Soon Jake was petting both babies. They pressed against him. They wanted more touching, more comfort. They had been alone for so long, cold and scared. Now someone was being kind. Someone cared. The red baby stayed back. It sat and watched with those smart orange eyes. Jake could see it thinking, judging, trying to understand this human who brought food and spoke kindly and never tried to hurt them. Days passed. The babies grew stronger. They ate better. They moved around the room more. They played small games with each other, chasing and tumbling, making happy sounds. Jake loved watching them. They were starting to act like children instead of scared survivors. By the end of the week, all three would eat while Jake was in the room. The blue and green ones came to him every time he entered. They rubbed against his legs. They climbed into his lap. They fell asleep on him while he worked on his computer. The red baby kept more distance. But it was changing too. It no longer crouched ready to fight. It sat up straight. It watched Jake with curiosity instead of fear. Sometimes it would take treats from his hand. Its movements were still careful, still cautious, but the pure terror was gone. Lisa was finally able to examine them. She came in with Jake. He talked to the babies the whole time. He petted them, kept them calm. Lisa worked quickly. She was kind and careful. The babies were nervous, but they did not panic. Jake's presence made them feel safe enough to accept help. Lisa said they were very young, maybe like human children who were 2 or 3 years old. They would need care for a long time. They needed good food, a safe place, and most important, they needed love. They needed to know someone cared about them, that they mattered, that they were not alone. Jake spent more and more time with them. Kate took over his work duties. She smiled and joked that he had become a father. He could not argue. He felt like a father. When the blue baby had a bad dream, Jake was there. The baby cried and thrashed in its sleep. Jake picked it up. He held it against his chest. He hummed a soft song. The baby settled. It felt safe in his arms. He learned who they were. The blue baby was curious. It wanted to explore everything. It was friendly and loving, always the first to try new things. The green baby was quiet. It watched and learned before acting. It was thoughtful. And the red baby was protective. It was proud. It was slowly learning that being strong did not mean being alone. Jake named them in his mind. The red one was Red. The blue one was Sky. The green one was Forest. Simple names. But they fit. 2 weeks after the rescue, something special happened. Jake was sitting on the floor reading. The babies were playing across the room, chasing a ball Jake had given them. They were making happy sounds. Then everything went quiet. Jake looked up. Red was walking toward him. Not to get food. Not because Jake called. Red just walked over on its own. It looked at Jake for a long moment. Those orange eyes were deep, intelligent, full of thought. Then Red climbed into Jake's lap. It turned around 3 times like a dog getting comfortable. Then it curled up. Its small body was warm. Jake could feel it breathing. Slow and steady, peaceful. Jake felt his throat get tight. Emotion filled him. This was trust. Real trust. Red was saying that Jake was safe. That Jake was family. That Red did not need to guard anymore. Not against Jake, never against Jake. Jake put his hand gently on Red's back. He felt the tiny wings fold against its sides. Red's eyes closed. For the first time since being found, Red looked completely at peace. No tension, no fear, just calm. Sky and Forest saw this. They came over too. They piled onto Jake, 1 on each leg. 3 baby dragons, all trusting him completely, all feeling safe with him. Jake sat there and felt grateful. These little creatures had been through terrible things. They lost their parents, their home, everything they knew. They were left alone in the dark to die. But they survived. And more than that, they chose to trust again. They chose to hope. They chose to love. That was courage. Real courage. Not the kind that comes from being strong or fierce, but the kind that comes from being hurt and still choosing to open your heart again. Jake made a promise to himself. He would never let them down. He would protect them. Care for them. Help them grow strong and healthy. Give them the childhood they deserved. A childhood full of safety and love. Kate came to check on them later. She stood in the doorway and smiled. Jake was asleep on the floor. All 3 baby dragons were curled up with him. Red on his chest, Sky and Forest against his sides. They were all breathing in sync. A little family. Kate took a picture. She knew this moment was important. This was the moment everything changed. Not just for the babies, but for Jake too. He had found his purpose. These 3 small creatures needed him, and maybe he needed them just as much. The next day, the babies were different. They were more confident. They played harder. They explored more. Red started trying to fly. Its small wings would flap as it jumped. It could not fly yet, but it was trying, learning, growing. Sky found a hiding spot behind some boxes. It would hide and jump out when the others walked by. Forest learned to open the water dispenser. It was very proud of itself. It showed Jake by opening and closing it over and over. They were acting like normal children, playful, curious, full of energy. The scared creatures from the crashed ship were gone. In their place were 3 baby dragons who knew they were loved. Jake watched them and felt pride. This was what patience looked like. This was what kindness could do. These babies had been so broken, so afraid, but with time and care and love they healed. They learned to trust again. They learned that the world had good in it. Trust was not given easily. It was earned, day by day, action by action, by showing up, by being consistent, by proving that your words matched your deeds. The babies had given Jake their trust, the most precious gift of all, and Jake would never take that gift for granted. He would honor it, protect it, nurture it, because these 3 baby dragons were not just his responsibility. They were his family now, and family meant everything. 3 weeks after finding the babies, the ship's alarms went off. Kate stood at her station and her face went pale. 20 ships had just appeared on the sensors. They were moving fast. Coming right toward them, the ships looked like the crashed one. The same strange design, like they were grown instead of built. Jake ran to the command room. His heart was pounding. He knew what this meant. Someone was looking for the babies. He called for Lisa to bring the babies to the command room. If this was about them, their presence might help. It might make the difference between peace and war. The screen turned on. A dragon appeared. But this was not a baby. This was huge. Even through the screen, Jake could feel its power. Its scales were deep purple. They shimmered like they had light inside them. Its eyes were gold, bright and fierce. This was a predator. Ancient and dangerous, the dragon spoke. Its voice was deep. The translator struggled to turn the sounds into words. I am High Commander Zephyros of the Draconic Empire. We have tracked a lost vessel to this region. You will surrender any survivors immediately. There was no asking in those words, only orders. Jake felt everyone looking at him. The tension in the room was thick. He put his hand on the armrest. His fingers tapped nervously. Commander Zephyros, Jake said carefully. His voice was steady even though he felt scared. We did locate a crashed vessel. We recovered 3 survivors. Young ones. They are safe and healthy aboard our ship. The dragon's eyes became narrow. You dare to hold Imperial heirs hostage, human? Your species will pay dearly for this transgression. Jake raised his hands quickly. No hostages, Commander. Rescued refugees. There is a difference. They were starving, alone, and terrified. We gave them care and safety. Nothing more. Show them to me. Now. The dragon's voice was hard. Lisa stepped forward. She held Forest in her arms. Sky and Red walked at her feet. The babies looked up at the screen. Their eyes went wide. Red made a chirping sound. It was excited, happy, the sound of recognition. Everything about Zephyros changed. The anger melted away. His face showed relief and pain mixed together. By the eternal flame, he breathed. Princes Ember, Azure, and Verdant. You live. The babies chirped and whistled back. They were trying to talk. Zephyros listened. His big head tilted. Then he looked back at Jake, but now his eyes were different. He was judging Jake, but not with anger, with thought. They speak highly of you, human, Zephyros said slowly. They say you fed them when they were starving, protected them when they were afraid, showed them kindness when they expected only death. Jake felt his shoulders relax a little. We did what anyone should do when they find those in need, Commander. Zephyros studied him. His gold eyes were deep and wise. The cubs, he said carefully, refuse to leave your side. Prince Ember in particular. He claims you are pack now, family. Jake looked down. Red was standing beside his chair, its small body pressed against his leg. The baby looked up at him. Those orange eyes trusted him completely. I would be honored to be considered such, Jake said quietly. Something deep moved across Zephyros's face. You do not understand what you have done, human. These cubs, they are the children of our Emperor and Empress. Their parents died protecting them from an assassin's attack. We thought them lost forever. The command room went silent. Jake felt the weight of those words. Royal children. He had rescued the children of dragon royalty, the future leaders of an entire empire. But more than that, Zephyros continued. His voice became soft, almost reverent. You did something we could not. Young dragons who experience such trauma often refuse to eat. Even when food is provided, they grieve themselves to death. We have lost many cubs this way, yet these 3 thrive in your care. How? Jake thought about those first days. The patience, the gentle persistence, the hours of sitting quietly. I just showed them they were safe, he said. Gave them time to trust again. Proved through actions, not words, that the world still had good in it. Zephyros was quiet for a long time. Finally he spoke. The Draconic Empire owes humanity a debt that can never be repaid. These cubs are the future of our people. Without them, our line ends. You have given us hope itself. The dragon's form changed on the screen. He became less threatening, almost humble. I request permission to come aboard your vessel, Commander Morrison. Not as a warrior, but as one who wishes to learn from you, to understand how you reached the cubs when we could not. Jake smiled. Permission granted, Commander Zephyros. I think we have much to discuss. Commander Zephyros came to the ship with guards, but the massive dragon moved carefully through the small hallways. Jake met him in the cargo bay. It was the only space big enough. The 3 babies danced around Jake's feet. They were excited. When Zephyros saw the babies, he lowered himself to the floor. He made himself less scary. The babies rushed forward. They chirped and whistled in their language. They climbed over him. They were so happy to see someone from their own kind. But after a few minutes, something strange happened. Red broke away from Zephyros. It came back to Jake. It climbed up his uniform and sat on his shoulder. Sky and Forest followed. They came back to Jake, too. They sat at his feet. They looked between Jake and Zephyros. Their choice was clear. Zephyros looked surprised and sad. They trust you more than their own kind now, he said. This is unprecedented. Jake stroked Red's head gently. They know you are family, Commander. But trauma changes things. We were there in their darkest moment. That creates a bond. Over the next few hours, Jake explained everything. How he approached them slowly. How he fed them patiently. How he was consistent and kind. How he showed them through actions that they were safe. Zephyros listened carefully. He asked questions. His questions showed how different their approaches were. We are warriors, Zephyros said. His voice was heavy. We value strength, independence, the ability to overcome. When our young experience trauma, we provide them space to recover their strength. We do not coddle. We do not show weakness. But perhaps, he paused and looked at how the babies nestled against Jake. This is not weakness at all. Gentleness is not weakness. Jake agreed. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is be soft. Zephyros lowered his head. It was a sign of respect. We have much to learn from humanity, it seems. Our empire is vast and powerful, but in this you have shown us a better way. They talked about what would happen next. The babies needed to return to their people eventually, but forcing them now would only hurt them more. Zephyros had a solution. It was as unusual as everything else that had happened. I will assign one of our vessels to travel with yours, Zephyros said. You continue to care for the princes while we observe and learn. When they are ready, when they choose to return to us, we will welcome them home. Until then, you are their guardian. More than that, he continued. His golden eyes gleamed. I propose an alliance between the Draconic Empire and humanity. We have watched your species from afar. You are young, aggressive, and unpredictable. We deemed you too dangerous for contact. But what you have shown us, this capacity for compassion and patience, this speaks to a strength we had not considered. Kate stepped forward. An alliance, Commander Zephyros? What would that entail? The dragon looked thoughtful. Trade, knowledge exchange, mutual defense. We have enemies that would threaten both our peoples. Together, we could stand against them. But more than that, he looked at the babies again. Perhaps we could learn from each other. Warriors need wisdom. Strength needs balance. You have shown us one path. We can offer you others. Jake felt the weight of history on his shoulders. This was bigger than him. He did not have the authority to decide for all humans, but he understood how important this was. A species that avoided humanity was now offering friendship, all because he showed kindness to 3 scared babies. I cannot speak for all humanity, Commander, Jake said carefully. But I can promise you that we will treat this opportunity with the respect it deserves. We will contact our governments and relay your proposal. Zephyros bowed his massive head. That is all I ask. In the meantime, I entrust these precious lives to your care. Teach them well, Jake Morrison. They will lead our people one day. Let them remember that true strength comes not from claws and fire, but from compassion and understanding. As Zephyros prepared to leave, Red chirped loudly from Jake's shoulder. The baby launched into the air. Its young wings flapped hard. It glided down to land in front of Zephyros. Red spoke in fast whistles and clicks. Too fast for the translator. Zephyros listened carefully. Then he looked at Jake. There was wonder in his eyes. He says to tell you that you are the bravest creature he has ever known. That you face their fear with nothing but gentle hands and a kind heart. That you are worthy of being called Dragon Friend, the highest honor we can bestow upon another species. Jake knelt down. He brought himself level with Red. The little dragon bumped its head against his cheek. Pure affection. And you, little one, are worthy of being called family. After Zephyros left, Jake stood in the cargo bay with his crew and the 3 babies. Kate looked at him. Her face showed pride and amusement. You realize what you have done, she said. You just started first contact with an entire empire. All because you could not walk away from 3 scared children. Jake smiled. He scratched Sky behind the small horns that were just starting to grow. I just did what felt right. Sometimes that is all we can do. Weeks turned into months. The ship continued its work. But now it traveled with a dragon vessel called Shadowwing. The arrangement worked well for both species. The dragons learned human ways of caring for trauma. They learned about emotional support, about patience and kindness. The humans learned about dragon technology, things that seemed almost like magic. The babies grew fast. Red, Sky, and Forest were now as big as large dogs. Their wings were stronger. Their scales were brighter. They spent their days playing in special rooms, learning human games and dragon traditions. Teachers from Shadowwing came to visit. They taught the babies about their culture, their history, their language. But every night the babies came back to Jake. He moved his room to be closer to them. Most nights he worked with at least one baby curled up nearby. Red still followed him everywhere when it could. The bond between them was strong. The alliance between humans and dragons was made official after 3 months of talking. The galaxy watched in shock. 2 species that never met before became partners so fast. The story of the rescue spread everywhere. It became a symbol of what was possible when compassion defeated fear. Jake stood in the observation room. He watched the stars drift past. Red sat beside him. The dragon was now big enough that its head reached Jake's waist. Red had been quiet all day, thoughtful. You are thinking about home, Jake said softly. It was not a question, Red chirped. The sound meant yes. The dragon leaned against Jake's leg, seeking comfort even while thinking about a hard choice. Sky and Forest joined them. They sat on Jake's other side. The 3 siblings looked at each other. They communicated in ways beyond words. Then Sky spoke. Its voice came through the translator, clear and strong. We must return, Packfather. Our people need us, but we do not wish to leave you. Jake's chest tightened. He knew this moment would come. He had been dreading it even though he knew it was right. These were not pets. They were not even really children. They were the future leaders of an empire. They needed to learn their own culture. To be among their own kind, you do not have to choose, Jake said gently. I will always be here, and you will always be welcome wherever I am. Family is not about distance. It is about the bonds we forge and the love we share. Forrest spoke up. Forrest was always the quiet one. You taught us that fear can be overcome with patience, that broken things can heal, that trust is earned through gentle persistence. We will take these lessons home. We will teach them to others. Red stood up. It stretched its wings. When we lead our people, we will remember what true strength looks like. Not claws and fire, but an open hand and a kind word. You showed us that, Packfather. You changed everything. Jake knelt down. He pulled all 3 dragons into a hug. They pressed against him. Their warm scales were familiar, comforting. I am so proud of you, he whispered. All 3 of you. You survived something terrible and came through it stronger. You chose hope over despair, trust over fear. That takes courage beyond measure. The farewell ceremony was held on Shadow Wing. The entire crew of Jake's ship attended. Dragon leaders came from across the Empire. Zephyros stood at the center. His purple scales gleamed under the lights. Today, the High Commander announced. His voice was strong and proud. We celebrate not an ending, but a beginning. These 3 princes returned to us whole, healed not by our traditions, but by the compassion of a stranger who refused to see them as other. Jake Morrison, you have earned a place in our history. You will forever be remembered as the one who taught us that gentle hands can be mightier than the sharpest claws. He pointed to his side. A beautiful artifact rested on a stand. This is the Heart of Flame, passed down through our royal line for 10,000 generations. We gift it to you, not as payment, for no payment could equal what you have given us, but as a symbol. You are packed to the royal family now. You are dragonkin. Jake accepted the artifact. It was a crystal that seemed to contain living fire, but his eyes were on the 3 babies. They stood with other dragons now. They looked more confident, more at peace than he had ever seen them. Red stepped forward one last time. You saved us, Packfather, not just our lives, but our spirits. We were drowning in fear and grief. You pulled us back to shore. Now we will do the same for others. We will be the leaders our people need. Leaders who understand that true strength includes compassion. The red dragon touched its forehead to Jake's, a gesture of deepest respect. Until we meet again, family, sky, and forest did the